Live.
Coming soon to this theater.
What up, everybody? It's your boy Brian. Welcome and bienvenue. Welcome. We are live. We are alive. And welcome to the latest episode of CG Horror Movie Club, the club where we watch horror movies and then bitch about them or praise them or just generally discuss them afterwards. We always try to make sure that it's a movie that is not behind a paywall, so you can watch the movie beforehand and then join us for the discussion. Or if from listening to us talk about it, you think to yourself, "Oh, I'd like to check that out." Well, you can for free by clicking on the link in the description below. It'll take you to either a link from Tubi, which is great because it's unedited, but with commercial breaks, but they're not too annoying, and or it'll be something on Plex or a YouTube link, but it's always something that's not behind a paywall because I want to make sure that we're always covering movies that are as accessible as possible. Anyway, enough of my yapping. Let's bring in my boy, your boy, Matt Butch Cleaver Burke. What up, Matt?
What up, man? Just, about to sip on a little something by Lagunitas. They always put out good beer. So that's about it, man. Just chilling. How about you?
Hell yeah. I'm all right, man. I'm all right. Busy week, but good busy. And let's see. I was just taking a look at the Bloody Disgusting homepage. To see if there was any interesting horror news, and there were some pics from Rob Zombie's Monsters.
The Rob Zombie section of the show, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
For those of you that aren't aware, Matt's kind of a Rob Zombie fan. I'm really not.
Yeah.
It's all good. Yeah, and I'm not really too crazy about the idea of him doing a fucking remake of the Monsters. I mean, okay, I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of a cool pick. That's certainly a very well dressed werewolf. Is this showing up? Are you seeing this?
Yeah, I'm seeing that.
Okay. Click here for more behind the scenes images from the production. Oh, goddamn. Now you got to understand, I grew up with the Munsters, right? So I have a real soft spot for them on my heart. Who the fuck is this supposed to be?
He's gonna bring in a bunch of new shit, like new characters, all kinds of stuff. I bet. It hasn't been touched in so long that he's kind of do whatever he wants. Unfortunately.
Yeah, well. It's just, god damn it, man. I mean, am I just being like a buzz killer here, or does this look like it's going to be whack?
I mean, I think it looks cool. I don't know. But I don't know. I have to see the movie. You know what I mean? I watched the TV show as a kid. I think they had Dad and the Addams Family on marathon for the holidays when I was a kid.
Yep.
And they were always fun. I like the black and white, but then I just saw a newer reboot from the 90s where they had a whole new cast, I think it was on Tubi, and it had this guy that was in I think it was Raising Arizona. He was the guy that was trying to get Nicolas Cage and their wives to have wife swapping. It's about a wife swap. He played Herman Munster. He's been in a lot. Oh, he's in Christmas Vacation. He was Clark Griswold's coworker, but he played Herman Munster in there. And I was like, but we'll see, dude. I mean, this is his first PG-13 movie probably, so we'll see what's up. He just put his wife in every movie. It's kind of weird.
I know, but it's annoying as fuck. Do you know why he puts his wife in every movie? Because she's gonna drop his ass the moment he's not making movies anymore. That's why.
Yeah, probably. I mean, yeah, you never know.
she's so not into him. She's a trophy wife if I ever saw one, man. And back in the Disney and the New York scene in the 90s, he had a reputation for really hating women.
Oh man.
Yeah. So yeah. Oh God. What? Yeah. Enough of my bitching. But you know what? I hate to admit it. I love that. That very well dressed werewolf.
We'll see. The movie might be fun. You know what I mean? I'm just not going to go in there thinking anything. I think that's the werewolf. That guy right there.
Yeah. You know, if it's good, you know, I'll cop to it. I'm not one of those pussies that's like, oh, I don't like so and so. So even if they do something that's dope, I'm not gonna like admit it. I keeps it real. So if somebody does something that is really good, I'll be like, oh, like pleasant surprise.
Yeah, and sometimes I watch movies and like I ain't gonna lie, like you know I might not like it the third time I see it. You know I might not even like it the first time. Maybe the second time I go back, and the third time I might be like, ooh, because sometimes it's like that with albums I listen to.
Oh,
and I'd be like, this is fucking trash. This is dog shit. And then I'd go back and listen to it like, it's all right. And the third time, like, oh, this is their best album. Like, it's literally happened to me before. It's just because I kind of go in there, you know what I mean? So now I try to, like, whenever I'm looking at stuff, I try to go in there without using a microscope, I guess.
Right, without bringing your own biases.
Well, it's like that with a lot of like even the comic book movies too, you know?
Yeah, well...
What up, Rich?
Look, I don't root for people to fail. What up, Forrest, by the way? And what up, Jared? Yeah, no shit they won't. Yeah, at least she only has to suck one D.
I will say though, I mean, he is Rob Zombie. He's kind of like known a little bit.
Yeah.
There's only one Rob Zombie.
He's kind of a rock star, yeah.
So he could probably, you know, get another wife, maybe. Like he's probably got a couple people.
Yeah,
like,
but
I don't know. I'm just saying.
But here's the thing. Guys like him are generally filled with deep-seated insecurities. When you get people that are really arrogant, and my problem with him is that he's a liar, right? Busted by John Carpenter, said he straight up lied, and he's an asshole, right? According to people that I know personally, who like met him or hung out with him or knew him personally, an asshole, right? And then what confirmed it for me was that he was calling the cops and complaining because there was a skateboard park outside of his apartment building. And he hated having to listen to like the kids on their fucking skateboards. Okay, now first of all, if you and I have somebody like this on my block. If you have a problem with hearing the sound of children playing, if that bums you out, you're probably emotionally deformed. Okay? it's as the Italians say, it's the music of life, right? Like I have a playground right outside of my office window practically, right? Yeah. And I hear little kids screaming and shit, right? And it always puts a smile on my face. For this motherfucker to call like the cops to shoo them away, and then I think he also was actively trying to get like the park demolished.
Oh shit!
Right, and it's just like all just for his convenience, right? Now, funny. Right, and supposedly he's was a skateboarder himself. I'm guessing, right?
Yeah, he worked at carnivals too when he was a kid. He said that. I mean, I don't know if you saw the Joe Rogan. Do you see the Joe Rogan interview with him?
Yes, which is very interesting.
Yeah, he lived a very interesting life. That hockey movie he wanted to make was very interesting. I'd like him to step outside, you know, his horror and maybe do some action and other stuff. You know, like that's why this monster movie looks interesting to me.
Well,
done something quite like this shit.
Yeah, he's not in the territory that George Romero was in at the end of his career, where he was making nothing but zombie movies because nobody would let him do anything other than zombie movies.
Yeah, it's fucked up, dude.
And he had a stack of scripts that he had written in the interim period when he wasn't working at all, right? And a bunch of projects that never got off the ground. I would love to have seen a George Romero Monsters,
right?
But that never would have happened. So, oh yeah, what up, Sim dog? Yeah,
Sim.
Rob, get off my lawn.
Get off my lawn.
But no, seriously, if he wasn't a dick, he would have gone down there and been like, how much of a pimp move would this be? To go down there with his board and be like, hey, what up, kids? Here, let me show you how you really shred it, right? And show them some tricks and shit. Like that would be a pimp move right there.
That would be pretty cool.
And instead, he made a bitch move. Oh,
Did
hey,
you
Pops? What up, Pops?
You see the Northman this week, Brian?
No, but everybody's telling me that it is the splatter movie of the decade.
So it is definitely
like the year.
Definitely a horror movie.
What's
it's like a Nordic horror movie, dude. And a revenge movie, but also like art house. You know, it bombed like a motherfucker, though. I'm surprised.
Did it really?
It bombed hard. It only made 20 million world. It only made 11 million in the country. Yeah, it fucking bombed hard. It's like people like. Yeah, a lot of people, they thought, including myself, that it was going to be like this big, like, sprawling, like Viking epic, but it goes small. It's more like that. Well, I don't want to. There is some parts like that. Yeah. But it's not like that.
Had a lot of
fucking tight.
I had a lot of people telling me you're talking about North something.
Yeah,
Northman. Yeah, everybody's telling me that it's very disappointing.
Yeah, I liked it. I loved it. Best Viking movie ever made. Tight as fuck. It's very much like Conan. It isn't big, sprawling epic, like the TV shows, but it's more like it's like 98%
the TV
historically
show
accurate.
Sucks.
Yeah, it sucks dick.
It sucks dick. I hate fucking Vikings, man. Like, it's so obvious. Like, look, here's the thing. I wrote a script. Not to necessarily make this all about me and my shit, right?
Hold up. Before you decide which ones you didn't like, which ones do you like? Because I like The Last Kingdom.
Yeah, that's the best zombie show ever. Or a Viking show.
Viking. Okay.
Yeah.
I like that
I haven't seen it. Seen it.
If you want to see one that's funny, Norseman, I think it's called
hilarious.
Yeah, that's funny.
Funnier than shit.
Yeah, it is. It is.
It just depends on what you like. Okay, but The Last Kingdom is fucking
it's
good.
The best. That's the best Viking show ever, in my opinion.
Okay. All right. I'll take that into consideration because I haven't seen a lot of Viking shows. I've just seen like Viking movies, like The Vikings, right, by Richard Fleischer, who with Tony Curtis and Kirk Douglas. There's that scene where Kirk Douglas is like running from like oar to oar, and it's actually him. No wire work, no stunt shit, just like a fucking Chad, man. Bing, 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 bing.
I was told that the Viking series was good, but only for the first season. Second season turned weird as hell, but the first season they're telling me it was pretty good.
It was
first
okay.
First three are okay. The first one's the best with him and Gary O'Byrne.
The moment they put his fucking wife on the boat, right? I'm sorry, there were no female Vikings. Right?
They weren't. Even in this movie, like, because there's thousands of videos with like Skarsgård and Eggers all over YouTube right now promoting it, and they're like, yeah, there was no female Vikings. You know what I mean?
No. It was considered bad luck, and it was considered stupid to risk the life of your woman, which they were the guardian of the land, like of the house,
and the children, and the slaves.
They were the one, like they were not weak. They
were
fucking warriors.
But
they would fucking slay you if you were trying to go put your fucking foot in their house.
There was one like motherfucker bitch though that like when like she was like a queen, and they buried her and they found her. There's one, and they put her in the movie in the background, like in this one shot, because there's these long shots where they take these long takes. They'll take like 3 days to do one setup, and if you fuck it up, they take 3 more days to reset it.
Awesome.
It's one of the things that a lot of people forget about it. They're trying, especially with the entire romanticizing of the Vikings, is they forget one of the main thing that make them different and stronger. And I think that they would want to highlight it, especially now, because they did it before. So one of the things is the Vikings were very, very they were always considered to be misogynist cunts, while their women were the queen of their castle.
Yeah, they were magical, dude. They
were handling the money, the finance, everything. They were deciding what was going where.
Yep.
Well, that's another thing that people forget about the Vikings. The Vikings were really smart.
They were the manager of the Viking. See it that way, and they were the last line of defense, like that main line, and that you hear in 300. Yeah. That's a Viking line, That's that's one of the lines the Viking were throwing at people. Like, you leave your woman, like, you've never met our woman.
Yeah. You're gonna have your hands full, motherfuckers. Yeah, if you think you're just gonna walk right in and wreck shit.
Like, there are women.
And a lot of them were stoic, dude. They weren't like all like, oh, running around most of the time. I mean, obviously when they raided, but they were, unless they're or berserk mode, which they fully explore this in the movie better than anybody's ever done cinematically.
That's great.
In the first
did they
30
use
minutes.
The drug that they used to go berserk in there?
Yeah, he's just like, oh,
I forgot the name of it.
Like, and then he fucking runs in there, he catches a spear, he runs to the fucking thing, to the fort, he puts his fucking axe in there, all in one take, climbs the fucking wall, jumps off the wall, hits a guy off his fucking horse with the axe, gets up, just fucking takes all these people. This is the first part. And there's slavery in there. Like that, for me, that what pissed me off is he was a fucking slaver. Spoilers. He was a fucking mercenary slaver.
Right.
And they're just straight put women and children into a fucking town hall and they burn them. But he won't physically go in there and kill women. He's like, we don't kill women. I don't do that. But he'll stand by and do that. You know what I mean? But that's how it was.
Yeah, exactly.
And he forgot who he was.
Right.
You know what I mean? And like that's the whole point of the movie.
Yeah. Well, I mean that. It's the romanticizing also of Vikings who were like raiders, pillagers, rapists.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
And there was an episode of Vikings where Ragnar Lothbrok's wife is first of all, she's coming along for a raid. That's retarded right there, right? Because how much shit is that guy gonna get for bringing his woman on the ship, right? Because don't forget also, women, their periods sync up, right? So they're all on the rag at the same time. Good time for you to go on a raid.
Yeah, dude.
I guarantee you. I'm not even joking, right?
You're redefining bloody mayhem.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, right? And
we'll be back next week, babe. Y'all have a good weekend.
Exactly. Yeah.
What was dope too about the movie is like obviously like it was badass. He was a badass Uber motherfucker. You know what I mean? And he was a berserker, but it gets smaller and more intimate as the movie goes on. It's you know there's battles. He has bosses he fights. You know what I mean? The motherfucking mountain's in there. He might have to do something with him from Game of Thrones. Shit. The guy that chops big heads off of horses with his sword.
Yeah. One of those Nordic giants that like carries refrigerators.
He has to fight him in a fucking sports game, dude. It's fucking brutal.
Nice.
Then there's a lot of Robert E. Howard shit going on in there. There's a lot of Conan shit.
It looks very Robert E. Howard. And Robert E. Howard did have a Viking character called Black Turlog.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
But there's let's just say there's sword and sorcery in there. There's some sword and there's fucking and you got the Norse gods are in there. They're not afraid of that shit. But they show them like, oh, okay, that's how they appeared in there. But they're fucking in there. And then they're like, oh, wait, is that how they appear in there? Are they fucking real? What the fuck, dude? You know, so probably I think a lot of people are probably like, because there's some CGI in there to kind of explain some things here and there. But to me, it's artsy. You know what I mean? The way they show it. I don't give a fuck. It doesn't bother me.
I think that might be the problem, because if you look at mainstream movie audiences, if you were to sit somebody down who just watches nothing but like contemporary American mainstream shit, if you were to sit them down and show them an art film, they'd be like, what the fuck is this? Like, what? There are no quick edits?
Yeah, why they got the camera on his face?
So long?
Yeah. Dude, because they jump to him like, all right, he's on a boat, like and he's rowing. So they zoom in and like there's through these trees and you see this Viking woman on a boat, you know?
Yeah.
And they're going into Russia. This is, you know, and then after that, they turn right and they zoom in on him. And the guy that's in front of him had to jump off the boat so the camera could move in and get him in the shot. So he's sitting there rowing and then he has to jump off the boat, like, so it could get all in one shot. Like, it's crazy, dude, the way they had to set it up.
If you do like artsy movie, I recommend you checking Jodorowsky's movies.
Oh, Jodorowsky.
El Topo and the Holy Mountain and stuff like that. Check it out, dude. You might like it.
Santa Sangre.
Yeah.
That's another great one. The Rainbow Thief. Which was which was unavailable for a very long time.
They're very hard to find, Matt, but
Fando and Liz.
El Topo and Holy Mountain are the easiest one to find.
Well, for the longest time, they were incredibly hard to find
Yeah.
because Alan Klein, the guy who was the Beatles a
Yeah.
manager, financed Jodorowsky's movies, and Jodorowsky said, like, I must have done something to offend him, and so but he didn't know what it was, and so for decades, there was this movie El Topo that you read about but you could never see because it was never released on home video. And it's not like we had the midnight movie circuit going on in the 80s, right? That was done. And so, like, I mean,
because Jodorowsky is the grandfather of the late night movies. He's the reason why we have those late night movies and all those artsy experimental movies.
Yes,
he is the godfather of that shit.
Yeah, he is.
I think you'll like the Northman. I think you're gonna like Northman. Just Sim.
I'll check that shit out, man.
Well,
I'll check it out.
It's small.
I'll check it out.
Movie.
I'll check it out, but my hopes are not too high. You did like the Batman.
Oh, snap!
No, I mean, I'll tell you right now, dude.
I'm just fucking kidding.
No,
of course.
I'll tell you right now, like I'm known to like movies that everybody hates.
Me too.
I'll own that too.
Me too.
But, I do like that movie. If it was me, I would have changed some things and cut about an hour out of it, and it would have made it funner. There's a lot of shit I would have changed about, but that's
right.
But with this movie, it's small. Like I think Eggers' movies are kind of small. Like
yes, he's an art film director.
Yeah.
The Witch is an art house horror movie. The Lighthouse is an art house horror movie.
Yeah, and it cost $60 million from the get, but then the pandemic came in, and I think they put more money in it because I don't know, it looked cool.
Who did it again?
Eggers.
Robert Eggers. He's the guy who did The Witch and The Lighthouse. The Witch is like fantastic.
That fool was in there too. That fool was in there.
He's I don't think I've seen any
on
of
a
them.
boat with the fucking handlebar, the father. You know, he was in there.
Yeah,
you got to put that motherfucker on a boat. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
He was in there. This fool's always swimming like this, fucking Skarsgård. And I was like, dude, it was fucking weird. It was like I was like, Skarsgård needs to play a fucking Viking, yo. And this whole time he was trying to make the Viking movie for 10 years. He had the same producer as Eggers, and they just kind of accidentally met up 3 years ago when the movie got made. And I've been watching like interviews with him and the main actress in there, and they're like, hey, would you want to do it again? And they're just like, I don't know. I don't think I could do it again. Like it was pretty brutal, like making that movie or some shit.
No, there's a quick little change of subject here.
Yes.
I'm actually in negotiation right now, and it's pretty much a done deal.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting a new piece done by Preston for Telson and Alvarez.
Oh.
Hell yeah. Hail Preston. Oh, dude, that's good. That's going to be fantastic.
Yeah, I'm commissioning him for a cover for Telson and Adverse 3, and I'm going to do the same thing as I did with the cover of Telson and Adverse 2, which is going to be some, an unlockable free print on Telson and Adverse 2. Everything's going to be announced soon, but it's something I was talking to with Preston before I jumped in here, and it just I got the price, and I just agreed to it. So it's, as I said, let's get it done.
That's dope, dude.
Yeah.
So you're gonna get to see him drawing Nat this time with his bike.
That's gonna be badass. Yeah, and that's the sort of thing that Preston loves to draw. Yeah,
dude,
like
he comes from the same place. He comes from the exact same place as me. Like me and him are made to be best friends.
I agree.
Like me and him are made to hang out at a fucking con and just chill the fuck out because we love exactly the same thing. And like I told him, you're like one of the first names in the top of my list when I think about having a cover or a piece for my shit.
Oh, of course. No. He's, in my
opinion, especially Nat.
Yes.
Like,
yeah. Well, I mean, like when I wrote the Nine Devils script for him, one of the things I made sure to do was to put in like a lot of like, cool looking characters on like futuristic motorcycles and shit like that. Because I mean, one of the things that you want to do when you know the artist that you're working with is know what they like to draw and give them as much of that as possible. Not at the expense of the story, but where you can work that stuff in, because their joy is going to jump off the page at the reader. But that's fantastic. And speaking of Preston, man, he never hangs out anymore. I gotta shoot him.
He has a lot of work to do. Like I don't know if you saw, but he did a special piece of the Dukes of Hazzard not too long ago for what's the name of the actor again?
Yes,
John
the
Schneider.
That played Bo.
Yep. Yes.
Yeah, so he did a piece for him, and that came out pretty awesome.
Yeah, it did. Oh man, yeah.
But that's one of the things.
But
It's
the only place I
us-
saw it was in the DM group. I ain't seen it nowhere else. Is it something you can't show off yet?
No, you shared it on Twitter. You shared it on Facebook. Everywhere. You just haven't seen it.
Yeah.
I saw it in the
it looks
DM group.
amazing.
That's the only time I saw it.
It's one of the things that we have to realize, us creators, especially artist creators.
Yeah.
It's you get streaming, you stream a lot, then you see that your work goes down. Your production goes down a whole bunch, especially us, like the people that draw, not just, I'm sorry, I don't want to take a pun at writers, but
yeah,
it's the art part takes a lot of freaking time and concentration, and sometimes just to get in that zone takes you 2 hours.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, no, dude, for writing too.
Yeah, I get it, but that's what I'm saying. Like the ones that are doing,
you guys bust your balls way more than we do.
So there's a point where we need to balance it out. Like a while back, I used to stream almost every fucking day, and I'm like, dude, I want to have more stuff out, and my fans want more stuff out than me being on streams.
Yes.
Yeah. I built a platform was so that you guys didn't have to spend so that you had somebody that did talk about what you do every day, and so that you guys could do your work every day and come out when you have something to show off, you know?
But you can say that all you want, but it's been proven that, you know, people need to do their own thing to build up at the same time. But I do agree 100%. Everybody needs to have a playground that they can all meet up and recruit.
That the people that say that the most are the people that had a ready built fan base. I'm just saying, you know, it's hard to grind and grind and grind. I've been grinding on this channel for 2 years, promoting everybody. It's not easy to build any platform or
I've been doing that for 4 years
overnight. You know, when they tell you guys to take time away from what you do to build a fan base, that just sets you farther back of getting a product.
I just hit it hard on the fucking HMC, dude, once a week.
Yeah,
dude. I drink some beer. I couldn't do it every day. I'm trying to learn how to draw still. You know what I mean? So I'm not
saying don't build a platform or don't build it, but I'm saying use the ones that are there for that purpose and help grow your fan base.
Yeah, you know? But the reason why I was saying that before, it's because there's also the problem of people being depending on it. I think I was going to be dependent, building the entire thing and then getting really, really disappointed or something, and then losing their shit. That's why the reason why people are like, try to build your own thing. We're not trying to say build your platform, build yourself up somewhere. Let it be on Twitter or something.
Right.
Oh yeah, you have to.
Yeah, you have to get yourself out there, because if all your money depends on getting on Ethan, Bob Van Zandt or something, you might be disappointed.
Yeah,
and and most of the people that we've seen lose their shit, that was the problem.
Yep. And
we are fully aware that no, it's not. It's not a one plan for everybody. Where build your platform and they will come. It doesn't.
No, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. It does if you already have an established audience.
Yes.
Yeah, Ethan A had an established audience. B, the amount of streaming that he does, if he's not actually drawing, it takes away from the time that he could be working on his stuff, getting it out.
It's one of the reasons why I always said, like, people were like,
it does take time.
You should do more shows. I'm like, I'd rather be a co-host than being a host, because it allows me to keep working at the same time and still keep the conversation. Yeah,
especially with Sam, dude, because you're doing art all the time. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm always looking for people like that as co-hosts, like Doc, like Rich, people that have professional, that are actually, industry professionals, because I'm not. Everybody knows it. I'm just a fan. I need a sidekick that has a real viewpoint on what you guys do as creators. So I always look for a co-host to come out with me on every freaking show if I can.
Right.
Somebody who's more knowledgeable about the whole fucking industry than I am.
Which makes total sense, and I'm always happy to come on. Not that I'm like an industry professional or anything like that, but I can gab.
I figure anybody with 8 books under their belt is, I think we can call you a professional. I'm just saying.
Professional, amateur, professional indie, whatever. But you know what?
You,
it
you
is.
may not be making Jordan money, but you're still on the court, bro.
That's true. That's true.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, I mean, what was really vindicating for me was just all the great reviews, because I felt like, okay, if there was a level playing field and everything was the way it should be, I would be working for Marvel, DC, Image. Like, I'm good enough to work for those cats.
Oh, definitely.
And I'm like, okay, because I mean, that's always been my goal, is just to produce work that is of professional quality.
There you go.
That's it. And and I seem to have done that, and I'm great, and I'm grateful that people dig it. But yeah, no, grinding, it does take a lot of time away from creating. And there are a lot of times where I feel like I'd rather be writing.
I mean, it's just like this show right here. You guys know what your YouTube community is, right?
Yes.
If you have over 500 subs or whatever, you get that little community button, and you can start sharing posts and links and stuff to the people that sub to you, just like on YouTube or just like on Facebook or Twitter. You can actually post to your community. Okay. Yeah. I already shared this show live to my community. I told everybody, yo, Brian's live. Okay.
Thanks, bro.
This is what I do with all the people that, if I see you're on and shit, and I'm like, oh shit, I share it to my community. It's all about bouncing everybody, all the fan bases off each other. That's really how you grow. You have to be seen by somebody else's fan base, and they go, oh shit, Six Gun Gorilla looks pretty tight. Right. Because they saw you on Sim's show. Right. Or you see what I'm saying? It's that's why we bounce. That's why I try to bounce everybody off each other, because there's too many people like in my group, in the Madness on Facebook, there's a lot of people don't know who you guys are.
Right.
Okay. Right. Now Sim has been bouncing in the Madness for a while. Everybody knows who Sim is. Okay.
Right.
But there's a lot of people from the Twitter and YouTube side that my group don't know nothing about. There's 2,500 people going, where's the comics?
Right. Right. Yeah, and dude, and this is why we appreciate you, and we appreciate everybody that's out there.
Everybody.
It's one of the reasons why I'm like, everybody needs to be able to create their own little groups of friends, and then they cross-pollinate and go visit Pops and go visit the other ones in there.
Yes.
I've been saying that for over 3 years.
Yeah.
People, it's not a little group and think all by yourself. It's get your group of friends that you get along, and then you go play with others.
Exactly.
Like two of that crew go hang out with those one for a show, and then look at what we do with the Inkslayer thing a bit, or the Hardline. We're all a group of friends, but we all go everywhere, and then we mention the group.
Yes. And also, I can't emphasize this enough. It doesn't take you anything to just retweet something. Just to click that retweet button. And I do that a lot. I do it to the point where it's actually at the detriment of my own page.
Well, I used to take time out of my day to do that. I would try to put aside 20 minutes a day to go in and retweet other people and promote other people. But
this is my problem.
Well, I haven't been doing it for the past year.
This is why I love you dudes, is because you're not just all about yourselves. You're also about the community. It's not about me.
Brian,
it's about
really
us.
Hard. It's really hard to go out here and talk about Cromniverse.
Yes.
Okay. Even with all the people involved, it's hard for me to go out and talk about it because I'm not the talent.
Right.
You know what I mean? I didn't write any of the stories. I didn't draw any of the art. I'm just the platform this shit landed on.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying?
And that's why I find it amusing where people are like, "Oh, Pops is like he's like conned these people." It's just like, no, we conned you. Right?
We're con me. I mean, I had to be talked into it.
You're the victim.
I had to be talked into it, but nobody conned me either. You know what I mean?
You're the victim in this.
Something I ever planned or envisioned. I mean, if there ever was going to be a Crom book, I thought it would be like The Adventures of Crom, and somebody really cool would want to write it, and some other people really cool would want to draw it, and I'd have a badass comic book. I never envisioned an anthology. I never envisioned any of this shit that's been happening, man.
I know.
You think I thought 2 years ago CromCon would last through the summer?
Right.
No, I didn't. I thought come fall everything would be back to fucking normal.
Right.
I didn't think I'd be doing this 2 years later.
I know. But shit
With
happens
a
like
bunch
that.
of weekly shows and all kind of other. Come on, man. This was never envisioned out. It snowballed down the hill, and I've been chasing it, trying to keep up with it, and trying to have it not outgrow me, which it did. I ain't gonna lie.
Right,
It
but that
way
happened
outgrew my
organically.
ability.
Yeah,
You
but that
know.
happened organically, and that's what
Yeah.
happens with communities. Oh, and by the way, regarding like subs and that sort of thing, folks, hit the sub button, hook your boy up. I'm not even at 500
look at
yet.
this channel.
Click the bell and
What's up,
like
Frog?
the thumbs up. Yeah, Frog G, one of those dudes, always out there busting his ass, dropping those freaking links. Can't wait for the book that the Frog G book, which
Jason.
that's Inky. And who else is working on that?
Jason.
Jason's working on that. All right.
Jason. Yes, we got some unhinged action over there, dude.
Damn. That's gonna be so much fun.
Drop that link, Frog. You can do that over here.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're the man. You're the man's man. Anyway, Wolf. I'm assuming everybody here has seen it, or have you?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Sim, have you seen Wolf?
Of course I did. It's with Jack Nicholson and
Yeah,
Michelle
I love
Pfeiffer.
Yes,
it's
yes,
like
okay,
Jack.
all
Who
right.
the fuck hasn't seen it?
And you're talking about Michelle Pfeiffer, one of the only reasons to see the movie, and then you also have like Jack Nicholson playing the werewolf. You're like, yeah, I want to see that.
Yeah.
It's like The Shining, but supernatural.
Yes.
It's
Well,
like what The Shining should have been if it had gone part 2, right?
Well, here's the thing.
Well, the Shining's fucked up because if you pay attention to it, you can actually think that it's the woman going nuts and then nothing actually happened. But that's a wolf. Ow.
Right. When this was coming out, I did not expect it to be good at all. Right. There were all the warning signs that this was going to be a piece of shit.
Oh,
First
by the
of
way,
all,
Brian.
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but
No,
there's
don't be
there's
sorry.
a heresy in your chat. It would seem that Froggy is not a mod, so you cannot share his link. Fix it.
Oh.
How
Okay.
could this be?
All right. How could that
Froggy
possibly be?
is not a mod.
I'm sorry.
Knight him by
I
Rich.
know, right?
Wow.
Okay, so I gave him a star. No,
Might
I
as well
have to
get
go to
good
the
stuff on
YouTube.
too. I'm just
You have to go on YouTube and give him the mod thing. Yeah.
All right. Okay. I know. That's
Wow.
Hey, look, my bad. I'll be the first one to cop to that. I still
Did I
don't
put Frog in
entirely.
timeout real fast? No.
So, I'm still not entirely adept at this YouTube thing, but I am
So
getting a little bit better.
Justice for Froggy.
Yeah,
There you
yeah,
go.
seriously. It's funny because I look at my chat and it's like everybody in the chat's got a fucking mod. Everybody's got a rich.
Yeah,
It's
yeah, well,
like-
yeah. Seriously, add moderator. Good stuff, Comic Skater. I just clicked him up.
Just be careful because when you put people moderator, they can also mute people.
Well, yeah, I know.
Oh,
And-
yeah, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, basically, they know I give you a wrench so you can drop your own link.
Right.
Frog ain't always there. Past Master Dan ain't always there. I give everybody here, handle your business. I'm doing a show. I ain't got time to drop all your links. Handle your business.
Okay, all right. Everybody's been added as moderator. So, all right. So, Wolf was coming out. It was 1994. I thought it was going to be a piece of shit because it looked like it was going to be a piece of shit. And I say that because it was directed by Mike Nichols. Now, Mike Nichols is probably most famous for The Graduate, which is a great movie and a classic. However, he also made a lot of shit during this period. And I'm talking about Regarding Henry, which is a movie even I thought was racist. Right?
I think that one was a little off, wasn't it?
Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah.
Working Girl. He should be he should be put in the boot, like one of those medieval torture devices that breaks all of the bones in your feet for making Working Girl.
Oh,
And
the
right,
boot.
But yeah, remember when Wolf
Undersh-
came out? When Wolf came out, it was supposed to be like
The Wolfman remake.
no, it was supposed to be like a complimentary to the Bram Stoker Dracula.
Dracula. Yep.
And
That was my favorite movie.
And I remember that when they were talking about it, it was when they brought in Wolf. It was supposed to be the first monster, whatever they called it.
Yep.
It was supposed to be building up to having all the classical monster from Universal having their movies, like they did the Frankenstein with the De Niro.
This wasn't
Toronto.
Universal though. This wasn't
No,
Universal.
but
This
that
movie
was
actually
that,
totally unrelated to those.
yeah, but that was the main idea. That when Wolf came out, they were talking about the possibility of doing the Universal Universe monster thing.
Which
And
they
that's
always,
that,
yeah.
and that's when it first started up. And then we got the second. The point is, we got the second wave that went with the Mummy and stuff like that, which didn't go well. So I think that they had it better when they first did it with Bram Stoker, Wolf, and Frankenstein,
Yeah.
than they did right now. And it's very sad that we didn't get the continuity of their original plan to kind of like mix and match everything in one big universe. That would have been cool.
Well, it's always been a dream of mine, like a fantasy of mine. Like,
Mhm.
boy, if I had like if I was as happening as somebody like Guillermo, and he'd be the perfect person to do this, to do a Dracula movie, do a Frankenstein, do a Wolfman remake, and then of course throw them all together in House of Frankenstein.
Yeah, but that's the thing is the Benicio del Toro Wolfman thing. That one was way more disappointing than Wolf.
Not my opinion. I like it way more. Way more. To me, it's like a better version of Wolf. But we'll do that later. Especially the fight at the end. It's like
I need to rewatch it probably, but I don't know. There was something. I remember something threw me off of it.
Well,
It's
here's
weird.
the thing. Here's the thing about the Wolfman remake, right? First of all, Benicio, beautifully fucking cast. I would have loved to see him come back as Lawrence Talbot, right?
It looks like Lon Chaney also.
Yes, and acts like him too a little bit, right? Brilliant actor, one of the best living actors, without a doubt, right? My problem with that movie is that it is Andrew Kevin Walker, the guy who wrote the screenplay, who also wrote Seven, working on like his daddy issues. And but here's the thing. I remember sitting in the movie theater watching that and thinking, I'm enjoying this much more than it deserves.
I like the daddy issues about it.
I enjoyed the hell out of that movie, man. When he's running along the rooftops, when he drops into that carriage and just turns into the Tasmanian devil and is just
he's an American Werewolf in London. Yeah.
Oh, fantastic, man. Loved it. Yeah. So
But that's the thing. I think that was weird. Is it was like a mix of Wolf and American Werewolf, and that's why I was like, I need to give it a second go because I didn't hate it.
No,
I just think that Wolf had the more Wolfman classic vibe of the movie. Yeah,
Rick Baker did it both.
Film. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. And as a matter of fact, let me show you a little something here because one of the things,
and they're not pugging it. This movie's kind of got its own style of Wolf. They're not pugging it. You know what I mean?
No.
Well, it's a specific style. It's a specific style. It's the Henry
Doctor
Hull.
Who.
Yeah,
It's
totally.
Doctor Who.
Now, this is a picture of Henry Hull from the Werewolf of London. When Hull was shown the first makeup, which was done by Jack Pierce, it looked exactly like the makeup that Lon Chaney Jr. would later wear in The Wolfman. And he looked at that design and was just like, "Oh, I'm sorry, man, that's like way too much makeup." So they scaled it back. And so this, ever since, has been a style of werewolf that has made a
So
appearance
cool.
or two, and specifically in this one. And
they look more like evil goblins.
Yeah, they look a little goblin-esque. I mean, I love the different genres of werewolves werewolves and makeup. So cool. Look at that French coat, dude.
Yeah,
yeah,
and I like
has
the
a little and everything.
And I like the fact that there's been so many different versions, and now it's like there's different phases of transformation now. Like the different version of werewolf became different. Like for some, there became different phases of transformation, which I thought was really cool. Like if you remember in Blood Hunt, that's why I did like. There's two different versions of werewolves. They don't change the same way.
Right.
I thought that was something that
Right. What like in Catachronos Vampire Hunter, we find out that there's like as many different species of vampire as there are birds. Right.
Yep.
So why not the same with werewolves?
Mm-hmm.
Now
you need a hat, Frog. I agree. You need a hat club. You got to be hat club.
Now the Now check that out. This is a animatronic.
Yeah, for the end, right? When they're
For the fight at the end.
and that's
right.
full American Werewolf in London. That's him punching fucking David in the face when he first made the movie because he was so fucking angry. Rick Baker, remember that shit?
Yes.
Same shit, same concept.
Yep. And Rick Baker also, of course, did the makeup effects for the remake of The Wolfman. Now, when I found out that Rick Baker was involved in this, I was like, oh, okay. we want to see something really creepy? If you think that looks weird, look what it looks like underneath. This is some nightmare fuel, but prepare yourselves.
Dude, that's sick, dog. That looks like a fucking alien werewolf, like just an alien. That's a creature in itself, dude. Imagine that. It's like Westworld, you know?
Yes. Yep. Very.
Oh yeah.
Very freaking creepy. So
very nicely done.
Yeah, but no, very nicely done. And what can I say? I remember going with a friend. He wanted to see it, and I wasn't that keen. And I ended up absolutely loving this movie. I thought it was really kind of brilliant.
Yeah. Oh man.
Oh yeah, no, of course. Makeup by Rick Baker, score by beautiful score by my man Ennio Morricone. May he rest in peace. I had a ticket to see him performing live.
Oh, that's sick.
Yeah, but then he had to cancel because of a slipped disc, and that ticket is still like up on my wall somewhere. Because I'm just like, I almost saw Ennio Morricone.
You know what's crazy too about like the werewolf transformation? How there's different ones, and we were talking about that.
Yes.
About this movie, it's like he's getting fucked over in life every single step of the way, and the whole end at the means to an end is he's fucked. He's gone. His soul is obliterated at the end of the movie. He turns into a fucking wolf. They all turn into wolves. I mean, he's set free if you want to look at it like that. But it's not like you're going to change back and forth like most werewolf movies and stories. In this, he's completely transforming into a wolf. That's why the doctor wants him. He's not. He
is. He is. Because here's one of the things, and we're going to discuss this. And folks, this movie came out in 1994, so if we're dropping spoilers,
this shit's going to get spoiled.
Okay, because I think a lot of people don't understand the ending.
I have different theories. It's like The Shining.
It's always seemed very. Shall I just drop it? Shall I just drop it right now? Okay. Michelle Pfeiffer is the werewolf
from the beginning
that bit him.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. But then I'm like, I don't know.
If you watch it, and especially when you watch it a second time, a third
time. The first time as a child, I got that, and I'm not lying.
Yeah,
either.
Me too.
I just want to say, as getting bit by werewolves go, you could do a lot worse.
Oh hell yeah!
Right.
And keep this in mind. Keep this in mind too. When the movie opens, Will, who's Jack Nicholson's character, he's getting older. He's an editor for a publishing house. Great job, great life, but he's getting older. He's losing his hair. He's getting phased out. It looks like his mentor, his protege.
Protege is taking over.
Right, played by James Spader, who is very, very
brilliant, best
brilliantly
of his career.
James Spadery, right? James Spadery to 11.
Yeah,
fantastic. He's like moving in and taking his place, and so the movie opens up where he's on a road and he hits a wolf. And he gets out of his car and he goes to check on it. At first, he's poking it with a stick. Right, because he doesn't want to get bit. It's a wild animal, but he really goes and he really checks on it, and then he drags it. He's dragging it out of the road when it bites him. Right now, that's the kind of thing that a good man would do.
Yeah.
And what this movie is about, in my opinion, it's very much about masculinity.
Yes, very much. So.
Very much about masculinity, and its positive and its negative aspects.
Correct.
Yep.
Right.
And it's also about the keep going.
Right.
I was just gonna point out the aspect of Michelle Pfeiffer in that, but go ahead. I think that's where you're going.
So you have the in the present day, we have the term toxic masculinity. Now, toxic masculinity as a term in the beginning made sense. It's like, okay, I understand what that meant, right? We've all seen it. We've all seen guys who are like
the
really
big brute,
macho, right?
Yeah.
And stupid. And
the overcompensating type.
Yes, exactly. But now it's just toxic masculinity. It's just masculinity itself is toxic. Right? That's why you see all these soy boys walking around with beards now, is because it's the only way they can display a male characteristic that isn't perceived as menacing.
Do you remember that before there was toxic masculinity, we used to just call it toxic behavior.
Yes.
And one of the biggest, and it became toxic masculinity because the feminist movement had a big issue with the fact of saying that women can be bad as well.
Yes.
Go ask the founder of the battered woman centers. She's not even allowed to go there anymore because she dared to say that a lot of them were violent and they were instigating it.
Yeah.
They went, well, you're canceled and you're not allowed to go there. And she's the founder.
Yeah. You don't know. I caught flack for saying that shit too back in the 90s because I saw it when I was living in Binghamton. I would see, these couples that would beat the crap out of each other, and I would see the women instigate.
Yeah.
And then
it's like that here in a way. They think they can hit you. They think
they
can hit you, and a guy should just take it. I'm like, I'm sorry if you,
I can only take it.
My grandma once told me, if you step up to a man, talk to a man like a man, and hit a man like a man, well, you'll be treated like a man. That's what it is. It's like you're stepping up to a man like a man. Well, you'll be treated like one. And if you act like a lady, you will be treated as such.
I'll take a few hits, but after so many, if I'm about to die, I gotta fight for it. That's the way I see it. Like you can break my nose, you can knock a couple teeth out, but then after that,
I ain't hanging out with no button pushers.
I think that's where the turn the other cheek came from.
Well, here's the thing.
It's not about being punched in the face.
Here's the thing. The only time I would ever hit a woman would be this is a discussion that's going to get us canceled.
I know what it is. No, I already know.
Froggy just got it.
Like
justice for Johnny.
Amber Turd.
Oh yeah. Well, no. If she drops a number 2 in the bed, and then it's like
grumpy. Say it like she dropped a grumpy on my bed.
I love the fact that Amber Turd is like a hashtag that's trending right now.
Dude, I've seen a case where the woman's like, he hit me. You go, but you hit him first, ma'am. Yeah, and
exactly right.
She dropped a grumpy.
And this is the thing that nobody wants to admit. And this is the thing that nobody wants to admit, that what these couples are about when they're instigating violence and then they get it is it's all about that bombastic makeup sex.
Yeah. Yep. Sensationalism. We're going to make it everything bigger and better and better. Yeah.
Right.
Some, like I said,
that's a good word, Frog.
Because
I avoid button pushers. Okay.
Right.
I don't want to go off on somebody. I don't want to hang out with people that try to push your buttons, and that's men or women. I don't like hanging out with people that want to see how far I can go. I lived in a prison yard for 6 years. You don't want to know.
Right.
Don't push me. Don't put me there. Don't put me in that position. I didn't like when I had to live that way. I don't have to anymore. I don't have to hang out with people that are that way, male, female, whatever. And to be honest, the way it is now, you can't say hi to a woman because it could be unwanted attention, which is then harassment. It's like, you don't know. You can't read their mind.
Once again, sexual harassment, is that a thing? Absolutely. Right?
Yeah.
But then they keep redefining it and they keep changing the parameters.
I don't know, dude. I've been sexually harassed by a woman.
Yeah.
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 Especially when I was a security guard, dude. The amount.
Oh, really?
I'm not going to say sometimes that ain't fun.
Sometimes it's fun.
Yes.
And sometimes it ain't because they're very old and ugly.
I had this chick trying to pick me up in a bar, wanted to take me home and put a cock cage on me.
Dude, I
declined politely.
I was a guard in one of those big
define
financial building in Montreal, where they finance movies and shit like that. Right?
Okay.
So one day I'm doing my round. It happened more than once, but that one was fun.
Well, you're a sexy motherfucker, Sim. What can I say?
I'm doing my round, and I get to a big office space, and they're having a big party, and I was aware of it, right? And they're fucking like drunk, and as soon as I walk in front, all I hear is, "Woo!" and
What's up, Piggy?
5 women coming out of the fucking office, and dude, they start groping and this, and I'm like, okay, if you guys were hot, this would be a party, but you guys are grabbing my junk, and I don't find you attractive.
See, and that's the whole thing. Now,
Yeah, it's unwanted attention.
It's how do you
Now-
know if somebody? You can't read people's mind. You don't know
Now
if
the-
their attention is warranted or wanted or not. They might really be into you and totally be glad that you acknowledge them, or they might not be into you and just saying hi is like, he's harassing me.
Yeah. Now a week later, something similar happened, but this time was in the penthouse in the pool, and they were attractive, and I partied. I'm like, my shift is finishing in 2 hours. I'll be right back.
And that's all, folks. You see Kim looks at the camera, like
Oh,
kind of closes.
sexy, man. The sexy Quebecois we got here. But
got his like uniform on. He's like,
yeah, boy.
looks at the camera, like.
So it's like, yeah, no, I get it. There is such a thing as toxic masculinity, for sure, right?
For sure.
Mhm.
But masculinity, of course, also has its very positive aspects.
I would just say toxic
And-
people, and toxic people could be people that are intimidating people, and could be the victimized people that go provoke anybody and then just like to play victim.
Right. And look, my God, man. Oh, actually, you know what? Let me bring this up because this is kind of cool.
And with Michelle Pfeiffer, right? Why is she freaking out at the end when she's thinking Will Randall's doing all the murders?
Well, because she's thinking that she created a monster.
Okay.
Right? That she misjudged him, because one of the things about lycanthropy in this is that it doesn't change who you are.
It just amplifies it. So if you're a monster, you will become a monster.
Exactly.
Why was she not fighting Spader when he was trying to like get at her at the end? You know what I'm talking
That's one of the
about?
reasons why I always preferred the werewolves versus vampires, to be quite honest.
Oh, me too.
Because he was trying to get that at the end, like get it.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was.
Like Wolfie style, get it. Like
yes,
but she didn't do. She didn't do nothing. She just like
yeah.
Did she want him to just fight over him, or
it could be that she didn't want them to know, and maybe she would have eventually changed, but that is an excellent point.
That's why I'm always like from my gut, I'm like, all right, it's her. She bit him from the beginning. Like this whole thing is, that was even because when I love Bram Stoker, that was my favorite movie as a kid. I was too young to see it, and I saw it, and I fucking probably fucked me up. Then I saw the poster for this, and I was like, ooh, Catwoman and fucking the Joker, dude, hell yeah, they're in a werewolf movie. I'm like, oh, I can't wait, wolf, fuck yeah, and it's Columbia Pictures. They just did this Dracula movie, So I was full like ready for this movie, and I loved it as a kid.
I was really pleasantly surprised by it because it is a little highbrow for a horror movie. But it's smart and it's not pretentious, because that was what I was afraid of. I was afraid it was going to become pretentious.
You got to earn it.
And then at the end,
you got to earn it.
It goes full fucking B movie.
Yeah,
it goes full horror, and it delivers. And I remember a lot of the mainstream critics were pissed off because of that ending. I'm like, what? Because they wanted it to be more mature.
No, that's perfect, dude. Because like the whole thing that he has to go through with Plumber and Spader, just the whole bullshit, and him becoming the wolf and having to fucking sabotage him and make these lies up. And David R. Pierce is like, "You're my god," and it's like, you know what I mean? Like, oh, dude, I love the whole point of it, and just him transforming into the wolf. Like to me, I really like the idea that he can never change back again. Like I have that weird feeling that he's going to become the wolf. I don't know why. I mean, and this be forming this.
That's okay.
As of today, you know what I mean? Going back and rewatching it again and looking at Spader, dude, that's one of the things that you don't get in mainstream movies anymore, which is ambiguous endings. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And so the ending to this can be perceived as being somewhat ambiguous.
Mm-hmm.
Real quick, I just wanted to point out some of the visual look of this movie. There are lots of shots of cages and bars, right? So here we see him walking down the street in Manhattan, and
that it's one of the main tropes of werewolves storytelling. It's the fact that it's returning to the wild. It's the main idea. It's the wilderness, going back to the roots of nature and stuff like that. That's why it's always been like linked to a lot of Indians or native, you would say, or stuff like skinwalkers and stuff like that. And I think it's one of the main keys that makes them so endearing in a way
and captivating. Yeah,
and
I think so too.
And I think that's the main purpose of all the defenses and stuff like that, is to make you realize that you live in society. It's like a cage. Everybody needs to perform. Everybody needs to do their part and do their thing, and you have to do it. And it's not, you feel trapped in what you live in your life more than living your life. While being a werewolf, you're running free. You don't care, right? It's So it's technically like the duality that's dealing within your subconscious at all time, living your life right now. There's a part of you that just wants to be fucking free, sleep it off, go off on a banger or something like that, and wake up anywhere and go, oh, that was a good night. Well, your life doesn't allow you to do it as much because you have to be this, and then you have to be a parent, and then you have to be this, and then there's a part that's like, I want to be free.
Right.
Right.
One of the best lines ever.
And now we can go to I want to break free.
Well, I like I'm just marking my territory.
Come on.
Got no way.
Oh, yeah.
We need to see that in a movie. You see the werewolf running in the forest and I want to break free.
I want you to bite me. Like, well, I don't want to bite you.
We love us some Freddy. That's for sure.
The true Queen of England.
Right there.
Yes.
One of the funniest things in movie history, one of the best lines. Just marking my territory.
Yeah,
you got in the way.
James Spader's character is a fucking snake in the grass.
He's
a backstabbing piece of shit.
All time.
Right? And before he's bitten and before he starts to change, really, Will is just taking it.
Yeah.
Right? He's just taking it. And so a large part of the message of this movie, I think, is that you don't have to become a scumbag. You just need to grow a pair of fangs.
Yeah, that's what happens, too. Even the secretary's like, about goddamn time. You know what I mean? He's in there eating their pastrami and shit. You know what I mean? And again, David Hyde Pierce, you're my god.
Yeah.
The fucking yellow urine stream just.
You ain't got to take shit from nobody. No.
Yeah. Well, not anymore. Not anymore, because this is the new Will.
Yeah.
Right? And then
the Will is hunting.
Yes.
I like it.
And that's what was interesting about watching this movie last night. I mean, I had seen it several times since its initial release. I've always been very fond of it.
Yeah.
But when I first saw it, I was a young buck, right? 1994. Now I'm pretty much almost this guy. I'm in the same age range, right?
I was 11.
And I was in my early to mid 20s.
I was old enough to drink
20s.
legally in every state.
I didn't even understand what the fuck he what the publishing thing was. I just know he took his I could kind of figure some of it out, but but it was a lot of it, dude. The technicalities as you get older, you can figure it out, and it's even better.
I never had a job in a place like that. I went for job interviews at places like that, and they are very insular, hoity-toity, fancy pants, elitist kind of environments, to be sure. Now, this is a group.
Look at Michelle for a minute. Don't just blip by Michelle when you see Michelle. Stop.
All right.
Let us look at Michelle. Oh, yeah. Gotta let us look at old guy, huh? Yeah, perfect one. See.
It's a retired Tim Burton cast right here.
Right.
Oh.
Yeah. No shit. Right. And one of the things that there's a moment where you get a real idea of who Will is, and so. He's just found out that he has a choice between, losing his job or getting a job that he doesn't want, like
Eastern
moving
Europe.
to Eastern Europe.
See, exactly what I'm telling you. It's the prison of everyday life versus the freedom of your animal side.
Right. It reminded me of Chris Hedges when he spoke out against the Iraq War, and he was a writer for the New York Times, right? The New York Times, that liberal newspaper, they told him, you're going to have to apologize for that, for speaking out against the Iraq War, and don't ever do it again. and there was a part of him that wanted to kiss ass. There was a part of him that was like, I want to hang on to the prestige of that job.
Right.
But he said, I couldn't, because to do so would have been to betray my father. Because his father was like a minister who, like, you know, stood up for like gay rights and civil rights, and was just like a righteous guy. And he was just like, oh, I can't do it, right? But you know, it's understandable. It's like that job brings with it not just a paycheck. It brings with it a world. It brings with it a lifestyle. It brings with it a lot of other potential opportunities.
Brings with it rules that you.
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. And that was the thing. He was, in order to keep that job, Hedges would have had to have violated his own principles. And it's just like, well, you know, like, what job is worth that, right? Because at the end of the day, you know, the only thing that can't be taken away from you is your integrity. That's it. Everything else you could lose in a fucking heartbeat.
Yep. All you got your word. All you got is your word, who
Yes.
you are, your actions.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. And how you treat other people. But there's this wonderful moment where, you know, she comes across
Or, you
him.
know, I'd say how you treat the help.
Oh,
would be better.
especially.
Would be better than other people. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Because I like an old saying. It's like I like to see, you know, I pay attention to how people, you know, treat the help, because, you know, that's how they would treat how they would treat me if I would be there.
Absolutely. It tells you everything you need to know. And the interesting thing about the ruling class is, if you're not a member of the ruling class, you can be friends with members of the ruling class, but that friendship only goes so far.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you'll never be part of the ruling class.
But I thought,
You still have to remember your place.
you know what I noticed about
Yeah,
this movie too?
we'll never be fully accepted by Brian, Matt. We just need to accept it.
Yeah, I know.
It's okay. Let's hang out here and drink beer.
Life's not fairs.
I get to drink
thought
beer
we
here,
were
dude.
friends.
It's all good. You know what else I noticed about Nicholson in here today?
What up, ID?
It looks like he's losing weight as the movie's progressing. Like his clothes are getting baggier and he's getting thinner. I could be wrong, but it looks like it.
No,
Mhm.
and his
Better and better
hairline
shape.
starts to grow back in.
Yeah, yeah,
Mhm.
Right.
yeah.
But anyway, there's this.
That's why I love that movie. It's
I know.
visual
And he's like-
storytelling.
he's like,
At the
oh,
same
fucking-
time, people forgot that in fucking movies.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they did. Yeah,
Yeah.
they did. And so there's this wonderful moment where, you know, he's feeling woozy. She gives him a drink. He downs it, and she helps him up. And you know, he's still woozy, and he has his hands on her chest. And when he suddenly realizes, you know, he's like, "Oh fuck!" And she's like, "Oh yeah, like you did, like that was a mistake, right? Was that on purpose?" And he says, "No, you're perfectly safe. I'm married." And she's like, "And that makes you perfectly safe." Well, yeah, right? Well, that's how it works, doesn't it? And that's when she starts to realize, like, oh, like this is like a righteous guy. This is a guy who has a code, which, of course, a lot of people, as we discover in that world, especially her world, don't have.
Yeah.
And fuck, man. Then he catches James Spader banging his wife, Kate Nelligan. Oh, and there's a wonderful scene where, like, his senses start to become more acute, right? And he goes out into the stairwell of the building, and he can hear different conversations going on in different areas. At one point, he's just like, he smells tequila on some guy's breath. He's like, "Tequila for breakfast, man? What the hell?" Like, that is nasty. They can't trust anybody. Even married people can't trust each other. And yeah, he starts to wolf out. And oh yeah, then there's this wonderful scene where he finds the folklore professor, and he does basically lay down the rules for werewolves in this film, right? Because if you're doing a story about werewolves or vampires, there's always what's known as the rules, right?
Yeah.
Because it changes from story to story.
Yeah, you have to clarify the powers, what you know,
Vulnerabilities.
What type of werewolf you're dealing with? Are they allergic to? Are they the one allergic to silver or not? You know.
Yeah, exactly.
Is
Interesting
it a
note.
curse or is it born like that? You know?
Right. You're right. Can it be transmitted? Is it something you're born with? Is it a curse? Or is it something that, I mean, they're all kind. I mean, I'm not going to even go off on all the different types of werewolves in folklore itself, right? With the witch's sob and putting
You just
on
got to make sure you clarify what your werewolf is.
Exactly. Exactly. Right. So, and this guy explains to him, like, look, it's not, the wolf isn't necessarily evil. It's not a bad thing. It's just kind of a wild thing. And gives him an amulet, asks him to bite him literally.
Yeah, it's just so funny.
And there's this wonderful line, you'd rather be damned than die. And he's like, damnation is not a part of my system of beliefs.
It's a demon wolf. The demon wolf. What I like too is he's like, I've never seen any like you. It's quite extraordinary. You are quite extraordinary. Because he's seen werewolves. You know what I mean? Another thing, touching back on what Sim said, since we had on topic, a lot like the Wolfman remake is, they're kind of touching on Indian folklore, and that's where that Wolfman gets bit is from Anthony Hopkins. He's like this, hunter and boxer, and he gets bitten by a feral child in a cave in India, and it's kind of like touching on the Indian cultures and stuff.
He's also been changed in a different way and more ritually than violently.
Yeah.
Which makes a difference, and it's one of the things that I also touch with the vampire aspect in Blood Hunt, and that's what I like about that movie too.
You should see the Northman.
The fact that if you're a victim, you got ripped to shreds and shit like that, you'll pretty much come back more animalistic because you died in rage and something like that. But when you're transformed ritually by choice or something like that, you change differently.
Oh yeah. That makes sense.
So, and that's how I saw it in there. And,
drinking water out of a wolf's footprint.
Yeah.
The witch's salve, of course, which I think you touched on is in the Norseman, which makes you feel like you're turning into an animal. There are the jaguar shapeshifters,
okay.
I think there's somewhere in Latin America. Latin America, these people that take a drug and become
Jaguar God L.
And I like the fact that here you got a man that's like technically at the end of his prime, which late 40s. I remember
early 50s, right? I would say
early 50s, prime as in health wise, not career wise, health wise.
Well,
so when you're starting to feel your health and your prowess, your strength, diminishing compared to how you were in your 20s, right? So the difference is he's not as much afraid of the change as much as embracing it, because he's regaining youth, gaining his health. The way that everything's happening, he's embracing it, he's growing with it.
His sexual virility, we see that comes
it's
back
like
in
a
a major
rebirth.
way.
It's like a rebirth. It's like a rite of passage right now. It's like, I was granted this gift instead of I'm a fucking monster, which is that's what I'm saying. That's why I think that this one's better than Wolfman.
I think so too. Although the Wolfman's remake is still a lot.
But that's why I said that way, because it's when I say I prefer, I didn't like it as much. I still liked it. I owned the Blu-ray.
This is a better movie.
So do I.
Like for me, this is my favorite Wolfman movie until that movie came out, and I could see this is a better rounded movie, but I like that movie more.
Yeah, but the other one is more feral. That's why I like it. Like you have more of a wolf action in it.
And it's a father and son movie. Like Brian does not like it, but that is why I like that. I like him. The prodigal son returned. And just
the original.
Anthony Hopkins, I love him. He's my favorite character in there.
The original.
I love Vincey too.
Yeah, no, I mean the original was about a father and his son too. It's just it was very different, and
but
had a different approach.
But that's why it was important that Vincent in Blood Hunt was who he was before he got turned.
Right.
It was an argument I was having with the first co-writer. I was like, no. Because the thing is, he needs to be somebody that's more of a monster before he turns.
Right.
In a way.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
He needs it. You know what I mean? Like, and he needs that drive to be the top fucking killer, to see being a vampire as a positive.
Yes.
He
Exactly.
needed it. Yeah.
Right. It's not
Otherwise,
like,
it would not have worked. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. Now, and this, of course, Will Nicholson's character thinks that he's being that that this is a curse, that he's going to be damned, and that is a very understandable concern. I would be worried too, because it's like, oh fuck, well, in my case, it would be a dream come true, right? But I'm fucked up like that. But I could see, like, okay, I've gotten this gift, in a sense, like all these things are getting better. What's the price I have to pay? Right? The idea that nothing is free, and does
Exactly.
that mean I'm going to have to part with my soul? Because if that's the case, then fuck this.
Yeah,
right?
that's another again.
But
like,
that's
you
another
get
big
in-
difference between being a vampire and a werewolf. Usually a vampire, you do lose your soul. Technically, you become a monster. There's
One of the undead.
One of the undead. Like there's nothing good about it. But werewolves, that's in totally different stories.
Yes.
Like there's been stories of good werewolves as much as bad.
Absolutely.
And
the Rougarou, for instance.
yeah, but it's like, or the protector of nature. That's one of the things that always comes to my mind with werewolves. It's like they're not just they're not just the monster, but they're linked to nature, right?
Well, yeah,
it's the link
like
of the man
version.
to nature, and
yeah,
there's been different stories, and one of them was the fact that they were the pack protecting what's left of nature versus the human progress.
Right. Yeah.
Which is another objective of the werewolves storytelling.
Right. Although I'd say a fairly new one. I don't think that has any history in folklore. I think that came along with the companion game to Vampire the Masquerade, which was Werewolf the Apocalypse.
Yeah, but being that the rules of the werewolves usually allows that to be, well, the rules of a vampire don't.
No, because they're just bloodsuckers.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah. They're not. They take. They don't give. And
like a werewolf can feed himself on cows.
Right. Absolutely. yeah. There's a pretty funny part in the Werewolf's Guide to Life where the guys are talking about, okay, when you change, you're going to want to have some food, right? And the guy's like, yeah, so if I know full moon's coming up, I go and I get myself some really good beef brisket. Another guy's like, I get like ground beef, but that can get kind of like expensive, so I'll like throw in like some dog kibble and mix that shit.
Oh man!
Right? And and there's like another guy that has like a fenced-in enclosure, and we'll just have like some like sheep or goats or some shit like running around for him to attack. There's the one scene in this that bugs me is when he's hunting that poor deer.
Oh yeah.
Right. And you hear it squealing, screaming, but like before he tears its throat out. And once again, great special effects by Rick Baker. And of course, that's part of what horror movies are about, is making you feel uncomfortable.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
This movie doesn't do a lot of that, but it definitely does some of that. What we're looking at right here is a Vanity Fair story and like photo spread that he did. Yeah, evidently Nicholson was 56 or 57, I think.
Damn.
When he did this. Yeah.
You could tell he lost a bunch of weight.
56.
Like during this, like he's, this was like his last, like this has always been my favorite Nicholson movie, hands down. And I was also saying, like, how he plays this like fragile, like kind of low T dude in the beginning of the movie, I would say. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I haven't really seen him do that in another movie. I could be wrong, but I don't remember him acting like that. The way he acts is
Definitely
prior to being consumed by the wolf. He acts, I don't know, just very un-Nicholson like, dude. I mean, obviously he's gonna do his little like laughs and mannerisms and whatnot, but doesn't really. It's a little different for him, this movie, I think.
It is. But you're also watching him sort of become that persona.
Yeah.
Right? You watch him become more Nicholson-esque.
Yeah.
He talks about in that interview how he can't be a one-woman guy, how he can't not fuck around, and that he prefers to be honest about it, but women aren't necessarily always going to be good about that, understandably. I'm very much about fidelity myself, but if there are people that it doesn't work for, and it's just like, well, yeah, it's better than lying, I suppose.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks.
Oh, and by the way, I'm still here. I just muted because there's a lot of noise behind me.
Oh, no worries, brother.
I got some of that.
Just so you don't think that I'm gone.
Oh, that's why I've been getting up too, man. I got kids running around tonight, so same jazz.
Yeah, dude. If you
I
need
thought that
to
was
excuse
me
yourself,
giving you guys an echo, so I muted myself.
it's all good. Yeah. And then there's this wonderful scene where right, because Will, Jack Nicholson's character, nips him on the hand in one scene, right, when he discovers that he's been banging his wife, and so, but you don't see that he's bitten. You
don't really think about it either, right?
No, but then you think back, and you're like, oh,
yeah, because I remember but I remembered, and I remember too seeing this as a kid, as 11-year-old. This was the scariest part of the movie, this scene,
right? And that's when you really realize, like, oh, this is somebody who really shouldn't be a werewolf.
Yeah.
Right? And somebody who wasn't chosen, somebody that, basically got, bitten and turned by accident. And so her initial horror, you thinking, is, oh, fuck, now he's a werewolf, and obviously a dangerous one. But you watch it again and you're like, oh, but she's also thinking, this is like the consequences of what I did.
And don't forget, there's also the example of a lack of maturity.
Oh,
like
extremely.
He is a younger man compared to
yes,
to Jack Nicholson, which what's his name?
Which is why he's a threat.
Yeah.
Right. And look, you think to
because
yourself,
he knows no control, no self restraint. Like,
well, he's a sociopath.
Yeah,
he's a sociopath,
totally.
And he's somebody who has no conscience, right?
Yeah.
And is incredibly fake.
Yeah,
and that's
crazy
why James.
fake.
Yeah, which is why James Spader is so beautifully cast in this, and turns the James Spaderiness to like 11.
Yeah. Best performance, in my opinion, that he's ever done.
Yes.
That I enjoy him in. Ever.
Yeah. Fantastic. Yeah, really good.
And again, watching it today, like there's a tell, like where he, he's also like what you said, the prognosis of what he is. But there's a scene where he's meeting Christopher Plummer, the last scene that they have, the dialogue, and he's just telling him like basically how he feels about taking the job again. Well, you're gonna have to wait till he dies, And I think he kind of like really, really shows that he's not kissing ass at that point. He's a wolf now too.
Yep. And that's the thing too. It's like you're talking about a guy that's like in his like mid 50s. Gray listing is a thing.
Oh, for sure, dude. Yeah,
and
definitely.
People do like it's like you reach a certain age and it's just like nobody wants you anymore.
Yeah.
Look at Hollywood, for instance. Back in the 80s, even, how did Richard Fleischer get the job for directing Conan the Destroyer? It was because he did the Vikings, right? And they were like, oh, well, let's get that guy. Nothing to do with age, right? Or having great hair. It was the work. Now it's more about like being young, hip, having good-looking hair.
What does this Instagram look like? What does this Facebook look like?
Whose?
No, like when they hire you, like
the hire you. Yeah. Well, at this time, when this movie came out, the book publishing world was very much about the headshot. And so, especially if you were a woman, if there was a headshot of you and you were young and attractive, book sales would go boom. And if you weren't young and you weren't attractive, you didn't get published. And right, so it's like talent's got nothing to do with it, right? And look at the comic book industry. it's not exactly a meritocracy. Meritocracies are incredibly rare.
Yeah, I don't really see
Incredibly
them.
rare.
They're not around. Like, I don't, I've never seen one in my life.
Right. Right. No, me neither.
I'll tell you now, though, like if, I was to hire somebody in any profession, I'm probably going to go with someone that's at least 35 and up on general principle.
Right. But also it's like somebody like, that's one of the reasons why George Romero couldn't do anything other than zombie movies was because he was old.
No, I mean, I'll only hire older people. Like I will only hire like nowadays, like the kids now, like the younger people now, like I'm just saying the way I think in reverse now. A lot of the younger kids just don't give a fuck. And like a lot of the older people grind, dude. Like they have a different work ethic, even though it's
totally.
Like I'm telling you, dude, like in retail, oh my God, it's night and day. I mean, obviously there's anomalies from both sides, but dude.
Sure.
But what you were saying, yeah, dude, it was a thing. It still is. But I'm telling you.
Yeah, it's incredibly frustrating, especially when you think to yourself, it's like they want to get these directors out that are just out of film school rather than get like a master, right? Yeah. David Lynch and David Cronenberg both have movies evidently premiering at the Cannes Film Festival this year.
Can't wait.
I'm fucking psyched for those. Those dudes are in their fucking 70s, dude.
Yeah, they're all punked out in their 70s, like putting out some punk ass shit, some fucking
yes. So it's a whole idea of, because that's the thing. It's like you're an artist. You're not like a baseball player or a football player or a gymnast, right? You still should be able to hit a home run, but they don't give a fuck.
Man. We all know that teenage old man stick doesn't work.
Did you notice that on that quick little sketch I did for that thing we discussed?
Yes, Southpaw.
Did you notice that I was thinking of going pug, but I did not. I went more on this version, but with a more pronounced snout type of like if then the nose would become like an extra large boxer nose.
Yeah. Oh, dude, I've been digging that up. I've been digging up the files and everything, and I'm definitely going to do that. So yeah.
Oh, yeah, and remind me, there's something I wanted to tell you about it. That I wanted to ask if you thought about doing that, and if it could be cool to do it. If not,
okay, all right, absolutely. But yeah, folks, link for this movie down below in the description. Go check it out. I say 2 horns up for sure.
2 horns way up.
Mm-hmm. What you got to do is you got to count all the horns between everybody on the panel. You give it 1 or 2 or none, right? So
4.
I'm giving 2.
Right.
I'm giving 5.
If it gets 8, then it's
arguably one of the best werewolf movies of all time, if not the best.
Oh, definitely.
It's not my favorite, but it's definitely up there.
It's up there. It's up there. And
no, I should say 2.5.
And
that was Vanity Fair, right?
Yeah, it was Vanity Fair. And one of the things that also made me think that this might be good when it came out was the fact that Jack Nicholson actually showed up at the Fangoria Weekend of Horrors.
That's gangster.
To promote it.
Yeah. He's like, dude, I did The Shining, bro. Give me some credit. No.
Yeah. So it's not his first foray into the genre. But you also have to remember that this is the 90s when horror movies really weren't being made for the most part, right?
Just this one, Dracula and Brana. And those were the big temp. It was either big tentpole or nothing. And it was those three.
Yeah. Either big tentpole or like ultra low budget like Full Moon. Yep. That's why a lot of the Full Moon movies, or most of the Full Moon movies, are shite. But I still have mad crazy respect for Charles Band because he was keeping the flame alive.
Oh yeah, those movies are awesome.
Some of them are. Some of them are. I love the Subspecies.
Yeah, I love that shit. And the Puppet Masters were fun too.
Yep. So this is also streaming on Hulu.
I gotta buy this. I want to see the special features on this shit, dude. You got the special edition of this, Brian?
No.
I don't have none of this. I remember trying to buy this for ages, and I could never get it.
I don't have the Blu-ray. The problem with like Blu-rays for like big mainstream movies like this is they generally don't have a lot of special features these days. If you want the special features, you go to like Arrow, Severin, Vinegar Syndrome. There's a bunch of Scream Factory, Shout Factory.
Physical.
You just
Physical?
name a whole bunch of shit I don't know anything about.
Is that
Oh,
physical
dude.
or is that physical or digital?
Physical. Physical.
Fuck around. I'm gonna get that. And
Yeah,
touch it
man.
back what Sim saying earlier about the 3. I remember going into Blockbuster and they had this for sale on VHS in a 3-pack. Okay, and the art was like a big box, a crate, and it had chains around it, and it had
I
Bram
remember
Stoker's Dracula, it had Wolf, and it had Kenneth Branagh's Frankenstein.
Yep.
And they were,
They were
obviously
linking
they're not
them
all-
up. They were trying to make it, but they didn't
They're-
work. Yeah.
they were doing the Spider-Man part of Sony and part of Disney type thing with it. But this and Stoker's are both Universal Sony, or they're both Sony Columbia. And then I think whatchamacallit, I think the last one Brana. I don't think Brana might have been Columbia too, but I'm not sure. But then I stamp it with the fucking mummy, dude, with what's his name? Fraser.
Oh,
I
Fraser,
still-
yeah,
I
that
still-
was good.
I still put the first mummy in there with these, even though it's kind of weak.
Wasn't it supposed to?
Well,
Like back then,
yeah.
from the rumor that what they wanted to do, I'm just asking because there was a lot of rumors about that, and as remember when they first starting planning the Marvel verse with Tom
Yes.
Cruise and all that,
Oh God.
we never got that. Like it was supposed to be Tom
The
Cruise,
Dark
Iron Man,
Universe.
Michael J. Fox, Spider Man,
He was supposed to be Van Helsing too at one point. Do you remember
Mel
that shit?
Gibson, Wolverine.
They were gonna make
Oh,
a Van
yes.
Helsing with Tom Cruise, dude. Oh, Mel Gibson, Wolverine. I always envisioned Wolverine is Mel Gibson,
Dude,
dude.
we almost
Always.
had it. We almost had it.
Yeah, even like the cartoon on Fox, that like he even looked like Mel Gibson in there,
Yeah. Well, I mean, he was the right height for sure. I don't know
Perfect.
if he was wide enough.
you know who I would get now? You know who I think would be a really good Wolverine right now? Like
Yeah.
an older guy.
Yeah.
You know who would be good mainstream? Who do you think? I know. I never thought about it, but now I know who's perfect for it.
If he were still alive, I'd say Bob Hoskins.
I know a guy. He does action. He's done a bunch of comic book movies. He's perfect for it. Got little arms, pretty ripped up, and we've said him before, but I don't really think about it too much. But he's fucking perfect.
Who, Matt?
You guys ready?
Yes.
It's pretty obvious too. I mean, everybody wants the guy from fucking Kick-Ass and Radcliffe. Those would be cool. But
No,
Josh
now on the guy
Brolin.
from Venom.
Josh Brolin
Okay.
got little
All
baby
right.
dick arms, like all buff as fuck. You know what I mean? He's perfect. I mean, look at his face, and then fucking put the hair on him. He's got that. He's got the deep voice. He could
No,
easily
well,
he
yeah.
could fart
Say
Wolverine out.
baby
He could
dick
fart
arm.
that shit
I
out.
don't know. Me, the actor that plays Venom, I
You
think
say
would be
baby dick
perfect.
arms? Is that what you said?
Ah. Yeah, he's got little baby dick arms.
Fucking.
Whatchamacallit? I don't know, dog. I
I
was
forgot
cool with
his
him.
name, but yeah, the guy plays Venom.
Bane. Yeah, I was cool for. I mean, but now
Mad
like,
Max
yeah,
too.
Yeah,
Tom Hardy.
I
Tom
don't know,
Hardy,
dude.
yeah.
I mean, he could fart it out too, but
Dude,
there's something
there,
about
there,
it,
there,
like,
was,
I
there
don't know.
was some picture of him, this guy, but made up as Wolverine, and I'm sorry, I definitely would like to see him as fucking Wolverine.
So did I seen Efron look good. What's his name? Fucking Taron
Oh,
Egerton.
dude, Scott
he looked good.
Eastman would be good too.
He'd be good, and so did Harry Potter look good. But if I was gonna go for an older one, I'd go with Brolin, dude.
But,
Definitely more than Batman. He's too
hashtag
small.
Scott Eastman for not the Merc.
Oh, dude. Hashtag Carl Urban, bro. Right. Carl Urban, bro. That fool's Nat in the Merc.
I love that dude. I love
Yeah,
that.
true.
He's fucking the shit, bro.
Yeah, he is.
Someone
Yeah,
said
he
to
is.
make him Batman back. Like, oh, he'd be a good
Would
Batman.
he go ginger?
Yeah, I mean, he could do it. I mean, he did. If you go blonde, you could probably go ginger. He was blonde in fucking the first movie I seen him in. Was it Return? Was it Two Towers?
Yes.
I
Yep.
would suggest somebody to play Crom, but then all the other little people would be mad.
Nah.
Who?
Danny DeVito.
Who?
Yeah, there you go.
Dude, he looks like him now.
Yes.
I would say
yes.
Warwick Davis, but that's an obvious one. Like we're all gonna say Warwick Davis.
And Danny DeVito actually became a fucking internet troll.
Did he?
DeVito could do it.
I didn't know about that.
You said Viggo Mortensen? Yeah, he could do
No, Danny DeVito.
That's a good call. I was thinking the other one, but
You know, the only one guy that I went, why didn't we get him as the fucking clown in Spawn?
Which one? Oh, DeVito. Yeah, he's just too perfect. He's like too perfect. Like Willem Dafoe is the Joker.
But the other one nailed it. I'm sorry, Linguizamo. I think that's his best fucking role ever.
Oh yeah,
it is.
Oh, yeah.
And the way, and also it's like there are a lot of really shitty, dodgy special effects in that. The CGI effects looked dated the day that movie came out.
Yeah,
but the practical
scenes.
effects, where they fucking turned like Leguizamo into this creature, into the clown.
On the church roof, that was the best part. Like, they put all the money in that scene. It was like the money shot.
It had the bad luck of coming out in a moment where the CGI was in high speed evolution. So it started like it was top notch 3D when it started, and by the time that movie came out, it was video game quality.
Yeah, I remember when the movie came out.
Exactly,
I liked it, but I was like,
PC
this is weird.
Game. Yeah.
They need to remake that movie, dude, and like do it with better special effects. Not make fucking what is it, LA Confidential or Jaws or whatever.
Don't change anything. Just redo the special effects. Yeah.
Just redo that movie like the.
Just redo Hell. Let's redo the Hell scene.
Rick Baker's in The Wolfman too, by the way. He's part of the gypsy camp, and he just takes him out. Yeah, he spears him right through the camera. He's got a big old long beard.
Rick Baker is one of those cats who has an incredible collection, evidently, of makeup, of busts and costumes and prosthetics and animatronics. Evidently, he keeps all that shit that he makes, but he also collects it from like other collectors, from other special effects artists. He's got enough for a museum. Although I have to say, it still breaks my heart. Breaks my fucking heart that the Forrest J. Ackerman collection got broken up, because that was, I'm talking about, of course, the publisher of Famous Monsters of Filmland, who had a house that just full of classic memorabilia, and now that's
Guillermo, right?
Scattered to the four winds.
Guillermo del Toro has that. I heard. Have you heard about that shit?
Oh yeah.
He has next door house.
He has a life-size, lifelike statue of H.P. Lovecraft in his library.
Now, Brian,
dude, his house, he has a house next door to his house that is a fucking museum. I heard.
Oh, I didn't know that.
He has his house, and then a house next door, solid black, like a gothic fucking Victorian house. It's a museum of all like horror and memorabilia and shit.
Didn't you give him a little shout out in the Cromniverse story?
Who, Forey?
Guillermo.
Guillermo, yeah. I'm like, tell Guillermo to go fuck himself until he puts another 0 at the end of that check.
Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's funny.
Because
there's so much funny shit in that book. People don't.
Oh my god, I'm looking forward to it, man. That's gonna be like a head shop comic.
Oh yeah,
which I love.
What do you think, Brian? If they made like a little like TV show or like a short movie about like the relationship between Rick Baker and Rob Bottin, like during the Howling and American Werewolf in London era, like where they're kind of coming up and like kind of split off, you know what I mean? And like just making, like, wouldn't that be kind of a cool movie? Maybe kind of like Ed Wood, like maybe Tim Burton could direct it, or somebody like wouldn't that be an interesting movie?
Absolutely. There is a great old movie about Lon Chaney Sr. With called The Man of a Thousand Faces, in which Chaney is played by the guy from the gangster movies. Why am I blanking on his name? You dirty rat, which he never actually said. Y'all are really gonna make me look this up. Public Enemy #1, and of course immediately you get fucking Flavor Flav, because everything you eat has got flavor. Oh shit, well, why don't I just look up Man of a Thousand Faces? Yeah, it's from like 1957. I highly recommend that movie, and it was the thing that made a lot of people, including Tom Savini, want to become makeup artists. James Cagney, that's who I'm thinking of. Of course, I mean, it's it's a very loving portrait, of course, which I think Lon Chaney Jr. probably would have taken issue with, because evidently his father was a bit of a bastard, and was constantly like cock blocking him when it came to his career. Like he didn't want him. And it wasn't one of those things where it's like, I don't want you to become an actor because it's brutal, and you should have a backup plan. And he was just like, I don't want I don't want you to be an actor. That kind of a thing where he just I don't know, where it was like an ego thing.
That sucks.
Yeah, yeah, it does.
The fight at the end of this movie is pretty awesome too, I will say.
Yeah, it is.
For a 90s movie. Like there's a lot of little gags in it, like that gag right there.
Yep.
The American Werewolf and London heads where they're animatronically biting each other.
Yes.
Yeah, it's pretty quick too. And feral, like they definitely know the feralness in the fight.
Well, that's a case where you have quick cuts and fast editing.
Yes,
and it works.
Yeah.
Right, because it helps create that illusion. Because if you hang on this for too long, it's not gonna break the illusion.
Yeah, and even in the part where he kills those gangsters in Central Park, they don't really show. They just have the silhouette on the wall.
Well, here's the thing: he doesn't kill them. He doesn't kill
really?
them. Yeah, and that's an important part of the story. He bites the fingers off of one of the guys. Right, you see him attack this dude, and like his friends run, and you hear the guy screaming. And then the next day, he is digging around in his pocket for a handkerchief and pulls out the fingers.
Yeah, the sink at work, right?
Yeah, and and this thinking like, oh fuck, I killed somebody last night.
And then the lady at the cop station, right?
Right, but then you find out later that this guy just had his bottom two fingers bitten off.
That lady in the cop station, she's like, yeah, if it was some rich white kid, we would have been out there, caught this guy. Who the fuck ripped some boys' fingers off? You know what I mean? I was like, oh shit. So maybe, I don't know.
Yeah. So he doesn't actually kill any of them. He just fucks one of them up pretty bad.
He's like, I got $1,000 in my wallet.
How much would you like to borrow? Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, it's very much a movie about masculinity and uses lycanthropy as avenue to explore that, and I think it just does a wonderful job. So yeah, people go check if you haven't seen it, go check it out. It's a excellent little horror movie.
It's very good stuff.
Little Jim.
Yes. And don't be turned off because it's like, it's by Mike Nichols, who still deserves a kick in the nuts for making fucking Regarding Henry and fucking Working Girl. But I'll let him off just because he made this, and he did make this actually an actual horror movie, which is what I was worried about. I was worried that it wasn't going to be a horror movie. So, what should we watch next week? What are you guys thinking? I know there's a bunch of El Santo movies on Tubi. I was thinking of inviting some of the boys from 656 over to talk about it.
Sweet.
Santo. Or we could do Galaxy of Terror. Sim, what did you think about that, by the way?
It's okay.
Yeah. Okay, just okay.
We could do a Mothman.
A Mothman?
Or Trilogy of Terror.
But
that's a good one.
I watched Life Force too, which I enjoyed more than I did the first time I watched.
Right? That's aged very well, hasn't it?
And damn, she's hot.
Yeah, she is.
God damn it. Like, not just like she's beautiful. Oh, fuck.
Yeah,
they picked her well.
Hot. Yeah, smoking hot. And what's interesting about that is if you really examine the story, it follows Dracula like very closely.
Yeah. And another thing, the other day I rewatched Return of the Living Dead, by the way.
Yeah.
And I came to a realization. It's not just similar and by the same writer, but I thoroughly believe now that Return of the Living Dead is a sequel to the heavy metal scene with the zombie in the plane. Because they're both written by the same writer, the producer,
Right.
Dan O'Bannon. And if you pay attention to the story, they say, like they refer to the movie right? The actual movie, like Night of the Living Dead, as it happened for real. But then they also mentioned that it happened during the Second World War, and that's where the canister is from.
No way.
And I'm like, motherfucker!
That's crazy.
It's Dan O'Bannon made a fucking sequel of the fucking yeah.
Gotta
That's
pay
fucking
attention to those
fantastic.
first appearances and those prequels and sequels, and you never know what's what, man.
Good. I'm serious. Go watch the heavy metal thing, and then watch the movie. You're gonna go, motherfucker, because it was the first time that Remember, the people say that it's the first movie that the zombies said brains, and if you remember heavy metal,
it's Daredevil.
brains. So heavy metal is the first movie with zombies saying brains, not Return of the Living Dead, and it's written by Dan O'Bannon as well. That episode.
The zombies in B-17 they don't talk.
Yes, they say brains.
Do they?
Yes.
Not that I've seen. Not that I remember.
Like you'll go rewatch it. Hold on. You know what?
Okay. All right.
Hold on.
Okay. I do have the Blu-ray, which is still in the wrapper. Actually, I gotta bust that out maybe tonight. Check that shit out. But yeah, if you haven't, Matt, if you haven't seen Life Force, definitely check that out. That was one of the movies that Toby Hooper made for Golan and Globus, and it
Sweet.
yeah, and it had like a really big budget, and I thought it was shit when it first came out, and then I watched it again recently. I was like, damn, that was awesome.
Do you guys ever see Skinwalkers?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't crazy about it.
You ever see that movie, The Forsaken?
The Forsaken. Yes.
I never seen it, but it came out during like that time of
Yeah,
John Carpenter's vampires, Skinwalkers,
shit.
in the aughts. I never watched it though. It looked kind of dog shit.
Yeah, it is. It is. You know what it is? It's a real shit kind of version of Near Dark. It wants to be Near Dark, but it doesn't have.
Still haven't seen Near Dark, and I want to see that fucking movie so bad.
It's fucking awesome.
I might have to wrangle that movie down tonight. Hey, is Bubba Hotep on there? Is Bubba Hotep on Tubi?
I don't know.
I want to do that someday.
Oh, I'd love to do that too.
I always wanted to get the comic, and I was like, but I fucking that's one of the. You ever regret like comic books you never bought? That was one that came out, and why the fuck didn't I buy it? And for some reason I didn't want to buy it. And I'm a big Bubba Hotep fan, but there was something in me that said fuck that book. I didn't want it for some reason. I don't know what it was.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I regret not buying it.
It's based on a short story.
Don't say it.
By Jorah Lansdale.
Who,
by the way,
the Western writer.
Is Western horror comic books. He's done Conan. He's done Batman. A lot of shit. He's done Tarzan. Did
he write a book called The Shooter?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Happen Leonard. He did that series of books, which are fucking amazing. And he just happens to be a very big Six Gun Gorilla fan.
I know that much too.
Seriously, dude. When he gave me that quote to use, I was like, okay, you know what? It's like, no matter what happens from here on in with this comic, nobody can ever take that shit away from me. Peace out, Frog G. Thanks for hanging out, brother. And and thank you all for hanging out.
I will say you guys should go watch The Northman. That movie was fucking tight. It is a horror movie.
I'm looking forward to it.
It's fucking gory. It's brutal. It's like Conan with Vikings. It's big, but it's small. It's just a fucking solid movie, dude. I don't know. I normally don't endorse movies that are out that much.
Check this out before we leave.
Oh, yeah.
And I took time to censor it again for you.
Today because it was in the madness. Yeah.
Beacon's really getting better at colors, man.
Yeah, it's but you know what, Sim? It's problematic.
Why? Because it's fan service.
Where are our organs?
In between pixels, right here.
Don't you know? Didn't you get that memo that fantasy art is supposed to be realistic?
And see that little wink there, just hidden properly?
Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby.
And here's the part that you guys didn't see.
The drapes match the curtains. Yeah, baby.
Oh, it's so beautiful.
Yeah,
Let's
boy.
not show that part entirely. But
Yeah.
Heavy metal.
I can't wait for this, man. I really can't. I enjoyed the fuck out of the first Tales from the Nadverse.
Nice.
It was so much fun.
Pillow.
Oh, Cerebus and Howard the Duck.
Oh man, that's funny.
Oh my god.
You know, another book I picked up was
so
today.
that's from the Loani prologue you get. Like I mentioned it. Like Metal Valkyrie has a prologue, and so does Blood Brother.
Nice.
So it's like an extra 3-page story at the end or something. Yeah.
Nice.
And it introduces a whole bunch of bad guys and
That's
other
awesome.
things.
Yeah, that's I'm looking forward to it. All right, let's hit the back room so we can gossip and talk shit about people behind their backs.
Oh, that guy.
That
guy.
Everybody, thank you so much for tuning in. Next week's movie, I don't know. Keep an eye out.
Yeah.
Hit the subscribe button and ring the bell and all that good shit. And and I set up the Discord. I'm sorry, what you want to say, Pops?
I say drop suggestions in the comments below.
Oh, yeah, you can do that
watch
too.
this later. Drop comments there so people can see them. Comments there also help the algorithms.
Yes.
When people acknowledge it after it played.
Yes.
Why don't you do Planet Terror? I know. What is it?
Planet? Oh, Galaxy of Terror.
Galaxy of Terror. Yeah.
I would love to do that.
The rip-off of Alien and something else. It was weird. Like, I'm gonna rewatch it because I was watching.
It's very comic booky, but it's like a really trashy, like a not even like a Warren comic, but
I'm guessing it's a B movie good, so it takes like 2 to 3 watch to actually enjoy it as a B movie type of thing.
Oh yes.
Species.
Because that's what Life Force did to me. The
very-
first time I watched Life Force, I'm like, that's fucked up. That's weird. Like, what the fuck? It's just to see a girl naked. And then you rewatch it the second time going, okay, I want to see that girl naked. And then you notice the story.
Yeah.
I had to watch a movie 3 times. Man, I can barely get a whole movie in just one movie without
It
something.
depends on the movie. It depends on the movie. And what I love about Galaxy of Terror,
Dude,
too,
I watch movie like I
85
listen to
minutes,
music when I work.
motherfucker. What was that?
So I listen to movies like I listen to music when I work. I have a screen in front of me. I put a movie on sometimes. It's either music or it's a movie or a series. I binge watch stuff like that.
I never had time to watch movies, man.
There are certain types of movies that are.
Yeah,
like
but you play golf,
movies.
motherfucker.
I wish I could say I did that every day. I'm telling you.
All
I
right,
put on the Lord of the Rings when I do Christmas and Thanksgiving. I don't watch it though.
but you have it on in the background.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, there's some movies that are like that for me too. Usually movies that I know every line of dialogue.
Okay, hold on. What's your one movie that no matter what part of the movie it's at, if you surf and see it, you stop and watch the rest of it, no matter what part of the movie it's in? What's
Conan
your
the
one
Barbarian. Conan the Barbarian.
movie? Okay, Brian.
I have to. Oh man, I'd have to think about that. There are certain movies, but none
And
of
RoboCop. I'll watch
Tombstone.
RoboCop. That shit's
really
on.
good one.
Tombstone. I don't care what part.
Oh yeah.
I don't care what part it is. He could be at the end going by Johnny Ringo. You look like someone just.
I've
I've seen that movie 500. I've seen that movie 500,000 times too. Yeah.
Can't wait to see that fool as Matt Mardigan, bro. I hope he gets better. He's coming out.
You put The Incorruptible in there
What
too.
about you,
There's a few movies like that if I fall on, I'm like, ooh.
Well,
Well, I also have a huge fucking collection. So.
Well, that's the thing is that doesn't happen to me anymore because I don't have cable TV.
Oh, all right.
Oh, okay.
And because cable TV is useless now.
I just watched
Right.
Tubi, dude.
Well, yeah, and
I got Max and Disney still, but I mean, for Disney for the kids. I'm like, you can't watch that. You can watch all the old
I got
shit.
Shudder. I got Shudder because it's got got fucking
Yeah,
my man Joe Bob Briggs.
And
Yeah,
Prime, I got Prime too.
I got Prime, I got Funimation, and I got Netflix that I'm thinking of cutting soon.
And Creepshow. I want to watch
With
that.
everything that's happening right now, I'm like, fuck this shit.
There's a lot of racing and stuff I still have to have the cable for the Moto GP and Formula One, shit like that. You gotta have the cable for that. You want to watch it live anyway,
Right.
Yeah.
Sunday morning, 6 a.m. Formula One.
I can tell you could probably find a web place that you can watch it live.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
know.
and I am used to like appropriating things through nefarious means.
Hoi mate.
Yeah.
I don't mind if people pirate our book after we launch it. I don't care if you put it in
Oh.
a million fucking hands. You go ahead and do that. But
Hell
let's get
yeah.
it funded so that we can actually get it in people's hands.
But also,
Yeah.
when you do that, also get the link so people can back it as well.
There you go. There you go. I appreciate that. Matt, real quick, tell people where people can find you and where you at.
Yeah, you guys can find me at Rune Cutter Comic on Twitter, and you can also, if you want, check out my YouTube channel. It's Metal Movies and Brewskis, where I talk about metal movies, beer, and comics. And thank you. And I got a book out called Butch Cleaver 1 and 2. You go to butchcleaver.com if you guys want to pick that up. Mail it out to you within a week.
Yeah, check that shit out, people. Pops.
You know what's up? CromCon this weekend, ladies' night on Comic Talk with Pops Fans on YouTube, or on Twitter at the Madness Comic, or the Comic Related Madness on Facebook. And it's going to be another blast, man. Friday night, we got Lola and Christy doing the ladies' night. Off the chain.
And the feeling's right.
Always off the chain. And then, all day Saturday, they got the return of Brian Polito. Can I tell you, it's the 2nd anniversary of CromCon. Be there.
Oh, hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Sim, pimp some shit.
So you look at the bottom left there, it says Sim_Inkslayer. So that's me everywhere. Go sub to my YouTube channel. Right now I'm doing a giveaway at 500 sub. I'm giving away a heavy metal sketch cover with Nan on it. And at 1,000 sub and I get monetized, I'm giving away an X-Men Omnibus by Chris Claremont, Jim Lee, Silvestri, Liefeld, etc., etc., etc. And please, we got 10 days left for the funding of Tales from the Nightverse 2. And it seemed that I need to remind everybody, and I'm doing loud and proud.
Yeah, baby.
Everybody that backs Tales from the Nightverse, like every previous campaign, or No Second Chance, that doesn't work, but it works for every campaign. I always give free sketch card to all people that join the campaign during funding, and I used to limit it to 200, but this time it's no limit.
Hell yeah.
So that's why I didn't say first 200 backers. No, it's everybody that backs during funding. So now you have 10 days left to go try and give a push to this campaign so we can unlock as much stuff and close out with a big bang, please. I would highly appreciate it.
That's awesome.
Because I've invested a lot of money and I just spent a lot more right now for the next book. And I'm planning ahead so that you guys know that you're gonna get the next issue pretty soon after this. You get the second one. And I think I've lived up to my promise every time.
Oh,
yeah,
for sure.
You have. Yeah, you have. You are definitely one of the most reliable people in CG when it comes to fulfillment.
Oh, yeah. I'm real happy with what I told him. My one thing that he needs to take into consideration next time. That's just one little thing.
And I had that same feedback from 3 different people, and it's something I will check into. For
I mean, I love the stories. I love the art. You know that.
Mm-hmm.
I was splitting.
Yeah, and I don't care. I'll mention it. Like it's so there's 3 people that said that the lettering on the 3 first remastered story was a bit too small, harder to read than the rest. And I'm like, okay, noted, duly noted. And the reason was we had to deal with low res and stuff, and they weren't all in the same res. So it's not an excuse I'm giving. It's just that it's one of the reasons why we went to a whole bunch of That's why I needed to do a second proof. And that's the only reason why.
That's the thing.
The thing is, like, I heard it, and it's going to be tweaked on a reprint, and
usually
that's for sure.
If I put the reading glasses on, I can pretty much read everything.
But I've been told that it's only the remastered stories. So
yeah, and it might have been the color. The
color pink. It's the color pink. It's really hard to read. That's one thing too, because everybody's saying it's the rose lettering mainly, and I'm like, we tried something. And we're gonna try and find a way to make it work. Because I think what we're trying to do with the lettering is interesting, and I think people are liking it, are actually getting what we're trying to do.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I get it. I like it. I love the story. I love the art. I haven't had that.
And
very
trust
often,
me,
but the
I'm
movie
happy.
is
That's
on,
the
I
only
still good to see it.
and trust me, pops, I'm happy. Like I want criticism, I want feedback, because dude, that's the only thing. Like I knew that going in, like it was the thing that when I was discussing with Steve, it was like, you're taking a big chance, like of doing those type of lettering and colors and stuff like that. I know why, it's freaking cool, but you might run into some issues. I'm like,
Sure.
yeah, but let's test everything out.
Yeah.
And so far, if that's the only thing and everybody else is getting to what we're doing and is enjoying it, then it's worth the extra little trouble that we're going through.
Let me put it to you this way: if I didn't want to keep reading it, probably wouldn't have said shit.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so there you go. There's my endorsement. I want to keep reading it, make it so I can.
And trust me, you're gonna enjoy number 2. If you enjoy number 1, like you may think there's less. Yeah,
I'm excited to be better, mofo. So if it's just as good, I'm gonna be mad. It better be better than the last one, even.
We're upping the octane a little bit.
Seriously.
And you might you either gonna be very hyped or a bit upset, because I'm gonna leave you wanting more, because I'm setting up a few little big fights.
Well, that's part of being a comic book writer, right? You don't want to leave people completely satisfied. You want them to know, okay, what happens next?
Like there's something big coming, and trust me, at the end of number 2, I think that everybody's gonna go, motherfucker! I can't wait for number 3.
Oh man, I'm not going to say anything because I might be right, but
yeah, if that's what I like. If it's good, you're sitting there thinking this could happen or that. You're trying to figure out where's Sim going to go with this, and it becomes a chess match up until you get the next book in your hand. And, oh shit, he went there. That's the kind of stories I like. I like not knowing where it's going to go, but it being good enough where I'm trying to figure it out.
Absolutely. And most of all, fucking entertaining and just plain fun. That's the thing I love about Sims comics. They're just plain fun.
And I hope that that I give you also a reread value type of thing. With the little Easter eggs and the little setups that if you go back, I think you'll find those little hints that I left of some stuff coming.
That's one of the things that makes us superior to the people in the mainstream, right? Nobody's going to want to fucking read that shit like twice, even if they read it once. We're making books and we put real love and attention to detail in them because we want them to ultimately be something that people are going to be pulling out of their lawn boxes or taking off their shelves and rereading and sharing with their friends.
And me, I'm one of the things that I'm really trying to do, and I like the fact that people are getting it and it's working, is the fact that every story is technically its own little comic book in there.
Right.
Right now, if the Cromniverse funds and gets printed, it will have like 8 first appearances. Comicsgate first appearances in that anthology. It's like that book can be so collectible to those people if they realize, okay, there's a whole bunch of characters that are going to be seen in that book before their first book launches.
Pops, don't you worry about the campaign, because come hell or high water, that book's getting made.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. It's like this could be a really solid CG collectible with like 8 first appearances. Man.
I know. Out the ass.
Tanks.
And the
roulette, Dark Gifts Roulette. It would be her first appearance. Doc's Elizabeth from Pariah Blood and Mud, first appearance. Both
Buckshot Bonobo.
Huh?
Buckshot Bonobo. He'll be making his first appearance.
Dude, there's like a bunch of CG first. Allison's 2 characters from her book, their first appearance will be in the Cromniverse. Right. It's like it's man, there's just too much good stuff happening there. Y'all gotta go look at it.
Yeah, man. Seriously, folks. That's the head shop comic you didn't need you didn't realize that you needed, but you did.
That dude's story is great. And then I heard some more. Tank and I were talking today. He popped into the Morning Brew and hung out for a while. And dude, Tank's artist for his story is fucking badass. and it's badass. And that's another first appearance.
Kick ass.
You know, his scalpel character. That'll be another CG first appearance. It's crazy, man. It's like,
Hey, Brian.
I don't know if we're just not selling it right. I should have mentioned that a long time ago, that this is going to be, you know, it's going to have a lot of collectible value. You know, you might want to just make sure you get it and read the PDF and just leave that in the bag, man.
Yep.
You know.
Hey.
And real. What up?
Hey, Brian.
What's
Show my screen.
up?
Show my screen. No, the other one.
The other one. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Dave. It's
Oh
me.
yeah.
Dave.
Little teaser from Planet 69. The the kaiju in action.
What?
Dude.
So you zoom in and you see Flava that you see in the previous book.
Oh shit!
So she's falling off to your.
Nice.
So
take
Nat's
shot.
catching her. Boom! Right,
Yes.
and then lands and just boom.
Nice.
Nice.
And Luani's like, I'm in place. Now let's show you another page I can show. So you have Nat that drops off Flava. Then you have
Just good stuff, man.
Oh
Little Wink at Harlock, Apple
yeah,
Seed,
man. Hell yeah.
Little Dragon, Demona.
Sweet.
And then I like what you see the big circular movement here for the paneling. So
Yeah.
it's to give you the idea that stops there for a second,
Oh, that's so cool.
then drives off, and then vroom, right back at the monster.
You see, this is why, like, now in this case, you're the writer and the artist.
Mm-hmm.
Writers out there, for fuck's sake, man, make sure that you give your artists the freedom to do shit like that, because they will do things that will make your comics so much cooler.
Yes.
Oh shit, a little something for the furries. Get them a little yiffy.
Hey, I'm taking puns and jokes at everything in there, and as you know, and obviously in the advert there's gonna be some of that. And I'm like, how can I make it funny? And I'm like, oh, let's do a thing and call it real pussy.
That'll be fun.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Like I said, Sims comics are just plain freaking fun. We need more fun shit. We need more fun comics.
Oh, thank you.
Well, yeah. Let me pimp my own shit real quick here.
Mm-hmm.
These latest issue, Six Gun Gorilla, as Wenger always used to call it. Got the original cover by the late great Adrian Sibar, and also Preston's kick-ass Iron Maiden homage parody cover.
Yes, that's the one I got. Yes.
Yeah, it's gonna
yes.
be limited to this campaign. So
Yeah.
if you snooze, you lose. And I got Gemini's piled up, ready to go. This is shipping now,
Yes.
which I fucking love, man. Which I love. This is what, my 8th book.
Yes. Yes.
So
Eighth book.
I
I
got more.
consider that professional, my friend. I'm sorry. You know,
Yeah, I don't
especially considering that you snatched that 6-gun gorilla and made it beefy.
Say
You know.
gorilla.
Six Gun Gorilla.
Gorilla.
Yeah. Where are you, Wenger? You got to come back so I can hear you.
His shows were fucking entertaining. That
Yeah, they
fool
were.
fucking platformed me like when I fucking first got into CG, dude.
Yeah.
That guy's awesome, dude. I miss that
Yeah.
guy. I miss
Yeah, I
Carl.
miss
I miss fucking Adam Post. Who else was on there? Bear Grylls or fucking whatever his fucking
There's
name
a,
was.
yeah.
They
there's
were
a bunch-
funny, dude. They had a good show. It was funny.
There's a bunch of people that I miss, but I also hope that they know that they can come back at any time and we're not going to give them shit and be like, where the hell were you? You know,
It's a fuck.
Yeah, no, exactly. But I just worry that there are people that were part of the scene that sort of disappeared, that are afraid to come back because they're going to get some shit, and when really what they're going to get, and maybe they will from some people, but from
We'll get a
us,
little bit of shit, but it's just
they're
like
gonna
people are
get- they're just
human.
gonna get some love.
I'm sure I'll fucking say something or piss somebody off someday, but I don't give a fuck really. I'll
Piss
come
me
back.
off all the time, Matt. That's why I love you, brother.
Yeah, don't be such a fucking pussy. You know,
Dude,
Just,
that's
you know,
the thing.
well, like yesterday, someone crashed into my car. You know what I mean? And I got out of the car. You know, some guy's fucking assholes backing out. I'm like, oh shit!
I love your fucking shirt, by the way.
I keep a fucking thanks. It was a gift. I put my foot on the brake, and I'm like, oh shit, wham! And this fucking old lady just fucking backs right into me, you know. And I get out, and then I get out of the car, and she's like, oh, I'm sorry, I don't know what happened. I didn't see you. I'm like, hey, it's life.
Bam! That's when you hit her, right? That's when you just cold cocked her.
Well,
that's when you beat her down. You curb stomped her, didn't you, dude?
Dude, I just told her, hey, it's life. This shit happens. I was telling my lady yesterday, hey, you know what? I got this crazy fucking theory. Maybe just shit happens sometimes.
Yeah.
Maybe there's no fucking karma.
Yeah.
Maybe this shit happens.
Well, here's the thing.
I don't know. I could be onto something there.
Dude.
I'm hoping there is a little bit of karma.
I don't believe in karma anymore. I stopped a year ago. I told Brian
karma's supposed to be the next life anyway.
Yeah, I don't believe in
right.
The principle I don't believe in
the principle of karma.
But I do believe shit does come back to people.
Yes.
Okay, because the thing is, if somebody treats you in a horrible way, they're gonna keep doing that to other people.
Yeah,
that's why my own personal feelings about revenge is if you want to get back at somebody that did you wrong, you know what you do? Wait.
Yeah, but the principle of the principle of karma, it's you know, like let's forget about the way that it's presented, you know, as more as what you're supposed to understand from it. Meaning, if you stop yourself in anger and rage and want retribution too much, you end up losing way more in the end than that person that's instigated you.
That's why,
you know, it's like the principle I said last time.
Yeah.
When you're on your way when you're on your path to a goal, if you stop at every barking dog to throw rocks at, you'll never get to your point.
Exactly. It's just life. You move on, and
eventually
stay happy and be good to people.
Eventually, an asshole gets his deal.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So randomization is gonna fuck somebody.
Yep.
It's just your turn,
dude. And yeah, I mean, there's also an old Native American story of this young man wants revenge. The old man tells him, "Go wait by the river," and so he just sits there waiting by the river. And one day, the body of his enemy comes floating by.
Yep.
And he's just like, there's your revenge.
Well, I mean, that happens too. I've actually literally seen. Well, I mean, I've very closely seen that happen to someone in my life.
Oh man, I've seen it happen numerous times, man. That's just for real.
I want to throw my 2 cents in on this. Usually, somebody who's done something to one person that deserves that kind of response has probably done it to a whole bunch of people.
Oh yeah.
So if you wait, somebody else gonna get that motherfucker.
Oh yeah.
It's not just that. It's pick your fight. It's pick your fights. You know.
Yeah.
If it's direct to you and something like that, address it. If it's not, well, let it go. So
if it's an old woman that you get into a fender bender with.
Oh yeah.
Don't sweat the small shit. I've literally been in I
went back to work.
2 car accidents in my life, neither of which were my fault. The first one, I fucked up and stopped at a stop sign that everybody else was running. Yeah. So this girl fucking rear ends me. I get out and she's apologizing. I'm just like, "Are you okay?" And she's like, "What about your?" I'm like, "Are you okay?
Okay.
Fuck the car. Are you okay?" And she was like so apologetic, and I'm just like, "What? Shit happens."
Let me repeat this differently for people that don't understand metaphors.
Right.
So when you're on your way to your goal, if you stop at every asshole to punch every asshole in the fucking face, you'll never get to your fucking destination.
No.
And your fist is gonna be hurting. So pick your fights. Pick your hill to die on.
Absolutely. And don't sweat the small stuff. And little dogs fucking barking at you, people fucking with you.
No, no way we're not saying to be a meek motherfucker. We're just saying pick your fights.
And some days you're gonna have bad days where a lot of when it rains and pours, you get those days. And some days you just want to flip out on those days. And then, sometimes it's cool to just say, "Hey, you know what? I'm gonna laugh at all this shit."
Yes.
Hysterically. And I'm just gonna go on. That's
and
what I do.
Sometimes you just want to end the stream and say goodbye, everybody, and thank you for joining us, and just keep going.
Yeah.
That's all I like to do.
That's okay. I give 0 fucks. I could go another hour.
I know. I'm just kidding. I just thought it was going to be.
I'm just talking at my ass,
everything,
but not really.
Right? Timing's everything.
I want to say my piece and then leave it behind and keep going forward. And I mean, because usually I'm gonna have. They know I'm gonna respond. I'm that guy. Okay,
Right.
and I own the fact that I'm that guy. If you're coming at me, I'm probably going to respond, but I'm only going to respond once, and then I'm going to hit the old BOLLOCKKKKKKK button.
Yeah,
You're
exactly.
gone. You know,
Exactly.
I mean,
Because that's the thing is you don't want to engage, you don't want to steep yourself in negative vibes.
right?
Yeah,
I agree.
And
never good.
yeah, and
One thing-
especially
one-
hate.
one
Hate
thing
is
I-
just fucking
You
poisonous.
know, always remind yourself of one thing. I try to remind my kids and myself every fucking day.
Yeah.
Right? There's always those people. What's the point of somebody trying to come here and poking you? It's to get you upset so you get fucking trouble.
Yeah, you get mad, you'll say something, and then
There you go.
laughing at
So
Right.
that's what they want. So what's the point of getting mad?
what you do
And-
is you want to get them mad.
I'll close with
Yeah.
this.
Oh yes.
Kill as
Stop
fuck.
Oh, I
taking
got a
everything.
story there
Let's-
about a comics professional actually.
Get them
Yeah,
mad
That's
and
what
chill.
believing them-
Yeah,
Yeah, but that's what that was.
Sign
That's what I was gonna say. That was how I was gonna close my thing. Is stop taking everything so goddamn personal. It's not personal until you know that person personally.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, it's the internet. Wear a fucking cup, right? And understand that nuance gets lost in things like tweets and social media postings, right? In other words, unless somebody fucking really actually like steps into my life and fucks with me, somebody fucks with my money, for instance, I do take that personally because I'm thinking, okay, that's beyond
Yeah, but be smart
the
about it.
pale. But be smart about it, right? And pick your battles. And if the person that's
And again, evaluate the situation. Is it personal or is it business?
right, yeah, no. That's important shit. Oh, my real quick story. You guys know who Cy Spurrier is?
Nope.
The name sounds familiar.
Well,
I've heard the name.
he was the guy that did the other Six Gun Gorilla comic that came out
Okay.
the exact same month that mine came out.
Okay. Is that the one that's I probably seen that one in
The Boom
Diamond a lot.
Studios.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I seen that one on Disney. They put that in a Disney TV show in a comic book store on a comic book store window in the show. I was like, oh shit, that ain't Brian's.
Nope.
It's a different genre too.
Oh, it's science fiction.
Yeah,
But
totally different genre.
when I said this in an interview,
Mm.
he goes on his blog and is talking shit about me, saying
What?
like he's lying. He says it's not a Western. It is a Western. It's blood and thunder, blah, 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 blah. Right?
Fuck is Blood and
And
Thunder.
so I'm like, yo, and he's like, I think he's just trying to stir up controversy for like to get attention to his own book. And it's funny because when I found out about this, the New York Comic Con was coming up, and I was like, I sent him a private message. Yo, this is fucked up, isn't it? Right? We both have mine actually came out 2 weeks before his. That is to say, I released mine digitally before his came out, right? So I technically beat him to the punch.
Facts,
but
yeah.
right, but his was with a big publisher. Mine was, just
Yeah.
me,
Yeah.
right? And and so I'm like, that's like. I reached out to him. I was like, dude, New York Comic Con, are you going to be there? If so, swing by my table, say hi, and we'll exchange comics, and I'll go and take you afterwards, like out for a pint or two.
That's tight as fuck. Yeah,
Right?
You're awesome. You're an awesome dude, man.
Well,
I don't know I don't think I'm gonna like where the story's going, Brian.
right. So he never responds to me. Okay, cool. Then I read
Already
this
don't
fucking
like where it's
thing,
going, see?
right? But here's the thing. He made his Six Gun Gorilla a science fiction story because a Western is a hard sell.
Good.
But he made it a science fiction story where the gorilla isn't even real, right? So the first issue sold quite well. The rest of the series, not so much. And the first issue...
Oh, that's superior.
Yeah. And so... anyway, I'm watching his. So yeah, he was just a real asshole towards me, right?
I always thought your book was his book. Like I'm like, damn, Brian's in fucking Diamond like a motherfucker. I always thought that was. But till I got to know you, as
I wish.
brother and homie. I'm like, oh,
I
okay,
wish,
all right.
man.
I'm like,
Well, hey, look.
I like this shit way better, dude. You know what I mean? And
Oh,
just
dude,
art and
everybody-
fucking. I haven't read his shit. but I just like what yours is.
I did.
I'm
I
not being
did.
biased because it's a Western, I like Westerns, but I just like, and I would read his shit, but I haven't bought it.
Here's the thing.
But,
since we came out at the same time,
yeah.
A lot of different podcasts and shit and critics were doing like side-by-side reviews.
Mm.
Most people said that they preferred my book. Right? And that's also because it actually has a 6-gun gorilla in it. Right? Where, like, right, you get into the fucking gunslinging gorilla action in the first 5 pages. You have to. Right?
Yeah.
And the first issue, you don't even see the character until the very last page.
I almost feel the intro is the most important thing of a story.
It is.
I'm sorry.
And intros to comics are different than intros for films, for instance, right? It's a lot easier to do a slow burn in a movie than it is in a comic book, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Anyway, I post a picture on my Facebook of his 6-gun gorilla in the 25-cent bin.
Oh, damn.
No, not the 25-cent bin. I'm sorry. The 50-cent bin. And I post that picture on my Facebook, and he posts back a picture of John Cleese, like making a face. So that's my little FU to him. But the funniest part is that I see him being interviewed for CBR, like covering some convention.
Yeah.
And so they ask him about 6-gun gorilla. And he mentions the original story, which neither of us had read when we wrote our 6-gun gorilla stories, because it had been out of print for like 75 years.
Right.
So we just made up our own stories.
Yeah.
And he describes the original story, and I suddenly realized that this fool didn't read the original story, because it did become available after we came out with our comics, right? Yeah. A guy went and to a museum and actually scanned it and made a free PDF, right? So you can read the original. Yeah. And so I read the thing, and I enjoyed it. It was completely different from what I wrote, of course. But this fool fucking Cy goes, he's describing the original story, and I suddenly realized he's not describing that story. He's describing my story.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Oh, it's about a circus gorilla. The original story is about a circus gorilla. And I was like,
you're like,
this motherfucker.
I'm like, thanks, dude. I'm the OG.
Yep.
Yeah. I am the original story, big dog. Nah, not really, but thanks.
Yeah. And you know what? If he were to come up to me at a convention and put out his hand, I would shake it. I'd be like, water under the bridge. That's all cool.
Yeah, because that's what a soy boy would get fucking mad and just be like, wow, all day. Soy boys carry the rage too long.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do.
Get rid of that shit. Move on. Fuck on. That's what babies do. Yeah.
But boy, now what are they going to be able to fucking do with that rage? They just lost Twatter.
Oh, no.
Seriously, I'm telling you right now, that's the shot across the bow.
Freaking awesome.
It is.
Well, we'll see.
This is the beginning of the end.
We'll see.
Because now they're going to lose their fucking power, and they're going to shriek like little fucking babies about it, and it's going to be glorious.
Did you see my pin post on Twitter?
On the Twatter? No.
Oh, dude, you got to look. You have to look.
There's a lot of shit that's been going down in the last 3 weeks. The Disney shit with Florida.
I know.
Fucking Twatter. And there's one more thing that went down. I forgot what it was. It's slipping my mind. Fuck, there was 3 big ass things that happened. Like, I'm afraid. Like, fuck these fools. Like, boom, boom, boom. I was telling my wife about it. I forget. There was one big. Dude, I can't fucking remember what it was.
You got now, are you looking at it, Brian? Are you looking
if he delivers, if he doesn't fuck us.
No. Look at my Twitter. Look at my pin post on my Twitter.
Well, yeah, no, I got to open Twatter and everything.
I got to open my twat.
This we just wanted to show off because there's a 6-gun gorilla story in it. And
let me see.
Everybody needs to know Brian did a story for this too. So,
Right. Did you guys see that the Axe Wielder John book?
Axe Wielder John? No.
Yeah, it's the dude that I guess I forgot his name. I think it's Patora or something like that. It's like Conan and fucking Masters of the Universe kind of. His art's kind of like Frank Quietly, and he's a Jonathan Hickman artist. I backed his book today. That shit looks fucking tight. It's a hardcover. It's on a new crowdfunding site.
Awesome.
Dude's got his fucking nose cut off, and it's just his mustache cut off, and he's just big fucking motherfucker, like swinging his axe around.
Yeah, I backed it.
That shit look tight as fuck.
That looks
dude.
amazing.
And I followed the dude on
John,
Twitter.
the axe wielding John or something like that.
That shit look tight as fuck. It looked like Morbius. That fool fucking likes Mobius.
It's like it looks like a fantasy Conan, and the guy had an axe in his face.
Yeah. So Shing.
Yeah. I backed it.
I haven't backed it yet.
I was talking to him the other day, right? And I'm like, he showed me a few things in the hangout, right? And I'm like, dude, that was interesting. That's my cup of tea, and I'll probably back it. And he was like, yeah, okay, yeah, like yeah, you're not gonna back it.
Yeah, sure.
I backed it. It's my cup of tea, dude.
There you go.
Yeah.
You can show that one, Brian.
It looks pretty tight.
Mm-hmm.
That's the shit I like.
Yeah, man.
I don't know the zoo platform.
I got a bad feeling though. I got a bad feeling that the government's going to step in and because it's too powerful, man. I don't see
that's
them.
why he got in there.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's a private company.
It eclipses. I'm not going to say it trumps, but it eclipses other fucking similar things that they've tried to create, the same as Twitter. It's not replicable.
Yes.
Replicable.
No,
if he buys YouTube,
Oh.
Holy shit!
Did
Then
you
it's on.
Yeah.
Did you see somebody made a joke? Somebody's like, I love Canada, and somebody went and go like, you should buy it, and you answered the same thing. How much is it?
Ice Cube's like, hey, dude. The rapper Ice Cube, he's like, hey, Elon, dude, what up with the shadow ban? Fucking reinstate my Twitter. You know, I fucking hit like on that shit. I was like, dude, there's a lot of people blocked on there, dude. I didn't know Ice Cube was fucking blocked.
About to get unblocked. Yeah. And
we'll see. Hopefully he does that. You know.
Yeah, hopefully. But I have a bad feeling that the government's going to step in.
Okay, from what I read, the deal went through. He owns Twitter. He has his place on the table. Okay, yeah. But the thing is, for the next 6 months, he has to keep the same team. Everybody there, everybody that was in charge is still in charge for the next 6 months. And after that, he can do whatever he wants with the team technically.
All right. Watch these motherfuckers. Watch these SJWs and
Oh, they're already doing it, dude.
I know.
Yeah.
And that's
the Democrats are already wanting to revisit.
Come on, censor me. He's gonna censor me, and everybody's just laughing. No, we want you to fucking go read.
Yeah.
Go.
The Democrats who were totally against 230. Against looking into 230 and changing the way whether they're publishers or not, okay, whether they can do what they're doing,
right?
Because Twitter and Facebook is their main.
Were all for it last year. They were all for it last year, but now that Elon bought Twitter, they want to reevaluate that shit.
That's what I'm saying. They just lost half their tool.
Exactly.
It's like, oh yeah, you can't use it the way you were using it anymore, so you want to stop the other side from using it too.
Hashtag go back to Tumblr.
Yeah, there you go. There it is.
Other thing I want to say is
go back to Tumblr and stuff.
Elon could crash crypto with a tweet. He already fucking owned Twitter.
Yes, without a doubt, and that's why I'm thinking like. Now the government's going to step in and be like, no, we need to make this a utility. Right? Because the wrong person is in charge of it. And it wields too much power. And all these motherfuckers, man, that were given a big giant battle axe that they could use to fucking destroy other people's lives, they're getting that taken away from them.
Yeah.
And they're going to be screaming like little babies.
That's all he wants to do is take that away from them, that they can't just shut us all up.
Yep.
Look, there was a while there that we were all worried that they were going to kill our YouTube channels and just kick us off Twitter.
They still might.
There was a period where they were just fucking killing account after account after account after account.
Yep. Disappearing people's videos, demonetized. Yeah, of course.
Of course we were all freaked out about it. Hell yes, we're glad somebody might be taking over that might change that kind of activity. that
Right.
kind of activity, not
We believe in actual freedom
being
of
able to
speech.
talk.
Well, that makes you a free speech extremist. So,
No, yeah, what I'm gonna say.
Yeah, well, that's what my forefathers were, baby.
yeah, exactly.
You can cry all you want. I'll still die for my rights for you to cry.
Yeah,
But for your rights for
exactly.
you to cry, yeah.
As Voltaire said, I disagree with you, but I will fight unto death your right to say.
I'd rather have that than having people being canceled no matter what side I am.
Yeah. But here's the thing also is everybody that was on the canceled side, we can't then do the same fucked up shit that they did because you can't let them change who you are. Do you know what I'm saying? So, because they don't have any sense, they don't have any code or any sense of ethics whatsoever.
That's why I say I would never tell somebody not to back somebody's campaign, no matter what they've done to me, no matter what they've done to my friends, no matter who they are. I will never tell you not to back their campaign.
Nope.
I won't promote them.
Right. I would just not mention it.
Exactly.
Right. I would just not mention it.
Yeah.
But even there, like if I like the project, I still will.
Yeah, well then I might back it in secret.
Like that's how I am. Like if I like it, then I'll promote it.
Right. Right.
Pops
Well, I mean,
the dart right now. Pops the dart.
Yeah, I mean, didn't Eric Larson already leave the slaughter? Right. Yeah. He was like the first to drop out. Right. Like, no, we don't need more. We don't need more. We don't need less censorship. We need more.
Here's an example. There's an example. A guy that's turned into a fucking weirdo dick. If his book was still good, I'd probably still buy it. I was one of a fan of the freaking I liked the series because I thought it was refreshing. It was interesting. But then it turned into something. And fuck this shit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even like the new Jim Starlin thing, like the new Jim Starlin Dreadstar. I didn't back that. I'm glad I didn't back it because Preston showed me some of it, and it's just like straight up like Orange Man bad.
Oh, dude, I stopped buying the book before he became a type of let's just say it, before he turned into a bitch.
Right.
If you want to be a political activist, there's a whole city called DC you can go hang out in.
Shit's stupid, dude. Like,
and that doesn't mean
you can't make for you. And you got a place for those people.
Well, look,
dude, the book went from something refreshing and entertaining to something creepy, and I'm like, fuck this shit.
Which book are you guys talking about?
Savage Dragon.
Yep.
All those first 5 issues. What is it? Like 5 to 10 issues were fucking tight.
The first miniseries, I fucking loved it. The beginning of the regular series was promising, and then it turned into.
Pencils and inks were fucking tight as fuck. Like especially when he was at doing Spider-Man and stuff, and then the first Savage Dragon.
I really liked it in the beginning, and then it turned into something weird. Like it went like Kamendi, which was also entertaining, and then it turned into something really fucking.
Imagine though, like writing like McFarlane and him, like just doing it every fucking month, like fucking getting people like. Imagine that, like having that mindset to do it and having the resources and the skill, and that'd be fucking weird, dude. Like trying to keep it fresh, like because he's like Todd, but he doesn't have what Todd has in a lot of different levels. You know what I mean? But I don't know. I
was a big fan of his before.
I don't know, like I don't know. It's weird, dude. Like I wonder what it would be like to. I mean, I'm just talking like out of the spectrum here. But like it would be weird to fucking do a monthly book, dude. Like 300 fucking issues both those guys did. Drive you fucking nuts, right?
But they all simplified their style. That's one of the things that I thought was weird. Like if you look at the first Savage Dragon, it's great shit, and then after that, very simplified, and even more down the line.
Everybody does that. They got to find that monthly. Yeah,
but that's the thing is you always have more time to work on the initial setup of the books. Then after that, keeping it monthly. And keeping it monthly, you need to deliver a page a day or two. In a day or two, because it's either a day pencils or 2 days pencil inks.
Yeah.
And that's why usually somebody does pencils, he does more pencil.
Give a little shout out to our boy Jim O'Reilly. He tested positive with COVID today. So
I'll put my prayers in there for you.
Little good thoughts his way, man. You guys know Jim.
Yeah, I do. I got his cover for Berserker, and I remember we both put in pieces for Graveyard Shift 2 fan art contest.
Good
Nice
dude.
guy.
He also did stuff on the Comniverse. So
Yeah, I really love his art. Good guy. I'll be praying for him. That would be cool though, man. I would always love to fucking do like a monthly grind, but not really now. But I mean, that was like something to think about. You know what I mean? Like have a team and everything, or people coming in and out. You know, it's not attainable now, but that's weird. But yeah, that guy's fucking lost his marbles though on Twitter. I think he blocked me. Like it was weird. Like if I'm not
He
mistaken,
blocked everybody, man.
Yeah.
I don't fuck with people on Twitter. I think I've been on there like maybe 2 or 3 years because I used to be totally anti fucking social media whatsoever. But I wanted to fucking get my name out there, so I started a Twitter, a fucking YouTube, and a fucking Facebook. And this was like in the last 5 years, if I'm not mistaken. And I think maybe like two times I've gotten like a debate on Twitter. Because I use it for marketing. I don't use it for talking shit too much.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say some random bullshit on there every now and then. Like, oh, I'm barbecuing this and just like what I'm doing for fun, you know? But I said something and he commented on my shit, I think. And I think Sinkowitz did too. And I think they both blocked me. And I don't even think I was talking to them. It's fucking weird. I'm like, all right. Or Sinkevich is his name. I think they both blocked me. I'm blocked by Greg Capullo now too. And he's one of my main influences. Is pretty. I'm not blocked on Instagram, but on Twitter I am. I guess he like kind of blocked a bunch of people.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they have block changed me. I don't know. I've never really been blocked by any other big
Guilt
people.
by
Some of them.
association.
I mean, I'm not saying I would never block anybody, but most of the time I wouldn't. I mean, unless they're like serious stalkers that are coming after me and my family, and like I'm afraid Still then I don't think I would. I'd be trying to probably go after them and find them.
I
don't block people really. You know what I mean? I've never blocked anybody.
I don't have time for that kind of negativity. I'm trying to promote people.
Yeah.
I don't have time for people to come at me stupid. That's just a good way to be left behind. That's what I'm saying. It's like I only have time to have fun and promote people's books that are having fun. And if you're not having fun and you're out there causing fucking shit, I don't want you on my show. I don't want to have to deal with that. I don't want you in my inbox. I got a person that I blocked all across social media, right?
Yeah.
He's in my emails now because I backed his book and he has my email.
Well, you're kind of a celebrity amongst us indie guys. So you got to weed out the fucking weird shit. You know what I mean? So you're not. I don't deal with that shit that much. Like I said, I don't really deal with motherfuckers. I deal with these people talking shit about Vikings and fucking how they got a black old lady playing a young fucking Viking that impregnated thousands of women, fucking princesses during the fucking the last stand for Christianity and fucking paganism and North. Fucking history. That's what I'm arguing with Vaughn. And other than that, not even arguing. I'm just fucking with these fools, and I don't even deal with people.
Here's the thing. That's the sort of thing that you should be able to have a good-natured debate about. But the problem with these motherfuckers is that they don't want to have a debate.
No, and you can go a minute too without them calling names too. Like I won't even call names. I'm like, let's see how long this will go. Because I only have so much time to debate. Even I don't have time in my day to do.
Oh
that.
yeah. Especially a swarm, right?
Yeah.
Like whenever I've had a swarm come at me, like for that Superman thing, I was like, I'll talk to 2 of you fools.
Yeah. No, yeah. And it's like you can do that, but it's like you're a business, Brian. You're two-fisted. I'm room cutter. I can only go so much. I can't. I'm not a bitch either. But it's like I'm gonna say a couple of things here and there, and then I gotta get back to work.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I'll say my piece, and then I got people to promote. I don't got time for you anymore because you don't like me. You don't want my promotion. I get it. That's cool. You don't have to go out and be
motherfuckers
about it.
Oh, make wah, had a wah, wah, and
these motherfuckers
wah, here wah, there wah, everywhere wah.
Yep. Yeah. And the thing about these motherfuckers you have to understand is that they live in this world that is, for want of a better word, very toxic. That one time that I did have these motherfuckers coming after me, like as a mass, as a group, I was like a half an hour into it, and I just felt horrible, right? I just had like this feeling in my gut,
sickening,
yeah, and nauseating. Yeah, and I was like, I guess they get off on this makes them feel good. It makes me feel nauseous.
Yeah.
Block.
That's what I'm saying. I'll go so far. I'll say my piece, and then I don't want to have to deal with that anymore. I want to be able to move
at a
like the
certain
third
point,
time if they're soaked up. Like usually by like the third time, like, oh, this guy's fucking so soy woke soaked that I'm not even gonna fuck with this shit. Like maybe like 2 or 3, like, okay, I'm done. I already know what you're about. You're fucking a dime a dozen on here.
Yep. Like you're an ist or a phobe, or like they act like they know you.
Yeah. It's like, oh, you read my name badge at work. Like that's another thing. Like you don't fucking know me. Like,
Right.
Why do we gotta give each other? But it's like you don't know me.
Right. So I could disagree with somebody, but I would never like try to destroy somebody's livelihood.
Nope. No, that's fucking stupid.
It's retarded.
You see what I'm saying? I won't go out of my way to take money off your table or out of your wallet or none of that, man.
Never.
You're free to go do what you do.
Yeah.
I just, if we butt heads, if we don't get along, you don't like me, whatever, I just won't promote you. That's not
right.
I mean, I'm not going to do it for you. You don't like me and you don't respect me. Why would I give you my time? My time does have value to me, even if it doesn't have no value to you. It has value to me.
A lot of people just don't have shit going on their board. They have psychological problems. They think that voting for one party actually matters, that it's not all one business for Republicans and Democrats. They have no fucking time. They're not creating anything. They're fucking depressed. There's like a multitude of things, but they're just fucked.
Mental illness is a large part of it, and being somebody who has mental illness and has worked in the mental health field.
He said he has mental illness.
I got a mood disorder. I got a mood disorder.
Corrected that shit and said, I mean, has worked.
I got look, I'm fucked up. I got a mood disorder. I'm okay because I stay on top of it, right?
Yeah.
And then I look at people who are really fucked up, like people with schizophrenia, where it's like they can't tell the difference between reality and fantasy. There, but for the grace of God, go I. Right. So it's just like I just treat it like diabetes. But here's the thing: it's like if you live in a neighborhood that's full of heroin junkies, you're gonna know a heroin junkie when you see one. Yeah. If you live in a neighborhood full of crackheads, you're gonna know a crackhead when you see one.
You don't even have a choice. You're just gonna fucking know.
I'm telling you, these motherfuckers, they're damaged people, and they convince themselves that they're fine, that they're perfect, and they're not getting the help that they need. Yeah. So I do have a certain degree of compassion for them, but I lose compassion when it's like, okay, you're taking your shit and you're making and you're using it to hurt other people. Now you got to stop.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
now you need to be stopped. And I'm not saying I'm going to stop them, right? But I'm thinking of it in horror movie terms, right? Yeah. Like in Blackula, where it's like you feel bad for Blackula, William Marshall, Prince Mamuwalde, right? Because of what Dracula did to him. It's fucking horrendous, right? But at a certain point, it's like you're going around and you're just fucking killing people. Well, now you need to be. I'm sorry, you need to be stopped, motherfucker.
Yeah. Or you're a zombie with no brain and you're running around eating brains. Like, what are we gonna do here? I mean, you're a harmless zombie. You're eating, but now you're eating brains, motherfucker. So I gotta put a stop to you.
To succeed. I like comics. I want to read your comics. I want everyone to succeed.
Let's have some fun.
All I want is you just be cool to me, and I will do my best to get people to look at your fucking comic, man.
There's only so much of it.
Do.
Like, there's a lot of people coming out making comics. There's a lot of people in the mainstream. We're all fighting for this shit, or whatever the fuck some people say. There's not that many of us. There's not that much. Chill the fuck out. Just have some fun with the comic books.
Right.
Some of us are better than others. Some of us are good. Some of us are pros. Some of us are not. There's still not that many of us. There's only like a couple thousand of us, motherfuckers.
Yes.
Chill the fuck out.
Yes. And you know what? That's why when we have like this big influx of new people, basically, right? Mm-hmm. That makes things tougher for us OGs, right?
Yeah.
But we still welcome it.
Yeah.
Because I want everybody
it's better for everybody. And also on top of that, I want to see new fucking work. I want to fucking buy new comic because I responded to a statistical zero has been putting out these awesome fucking polls on Twitter. You guys haven't seen them. I comment to them if I felt like I got something to say. You know what I mean? Because fuck it. And he's like, do you think crowdfunding is going to last? Yes, I do. I told it's going to last. People are going to they're going to crowdfund on their own personal websites. People are gonna fucking. There's new crowdfunding websites coming out. There's Kickstarter. There's that dude Axe was it Axe Wilder? I would have called that book Axe Wilder Axe. I would have called the guy Axe.
Okay.
But anyway, there's that fucking website that he started. There's other ones coming out. There's new pros like him coming out.
Yes.
And it's just going to keep growing and growing. Barnes and Noble's the last one alive. The record store's gone. The video stores are gone. Walden Books is gone. All the fucking bookstores are gone. The local comic stores, they're going to be gone too because they're not chains. They're mom and pops. They're going to fucking leave, dude. So all that's going to be left is crowdfunding on different levels. Some people are going to launch on Spotify, but the people, the creators that have 1,000 people that want to support them, they're probably going to have the privilege of launching on their own website.
See, and this is another one, a new lady that we're bringing out on Ladies' Night named Lori Calcitera. And this is her project. And nobody in my group seen it until just like the other day. I invited her to come out. I'm all about bringing these new people to the show, man.
Yeah.
No, that's awesome, dude. Yeah, that's brilliant.
Because
Whoever doesn't think that you bringing in new people from Kickstarter and other parts of fucking comic creating, they're fucking idiots. You should be doing that.
Yes.
They're fucking stupid.
Yes.
They got some
or
shit up
they're
their ass.
assholes.
Or
Or
they're
they're just
fucking
assholes.
asshole. We're all, but I mean, a lot of creators, writers, and artists. We're a bunch of moody people sometimes. But
Yeah, sure.
it's a fact, bro. Like you need to bring other people in. People fucking need to see your shit, and if the fans want it, they'll buy it. And if not, then they don't buy it. Like
Right.
I just want everybody to have a chance to see it. I want to make sure that people know that it's there, that that this is available, that you can go check this out. That's all I do.
Oh, dude.
Well, that's
and
cool,
here's
man.
the thing.
What you want to do, It's
Well, here's the thing, man. If we could have anything, if we could have like the scenario like exactly like we'd want it, what would it be? I guarantee you, everybody here would vote even playing field.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm all about even playing field, meritocracy, capitalism. That's what I'm about.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
and people, when they throw the words grifter and con man and stuff like that out there, it's like first I look around and I go, yeah, I ain't making shit.
Okay,
That's
get your
first.
fucking D-pans or your fucking tampon or Tapax. Shut the fuck up and get out there and fucking work some more.
And
Like,
here's
I
the
don't
thing.
want to hear it, dude. Get back to work. Or if you're not working, then fucking go work. If not, then go read another comic book and shut the fuck up.
And look, for me, like the most important thing is whenever there's been any drama in CG, I always say this. It's the same exact fucking thing because it works for every situation. What the fuck does any of this have to do with making awesome comics?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. Usually it doesn't.
That's what I'm here for.
Usually it doesn't. And that's what I'm
Well,
saying.
a lot of people don't even back books though, dog. Like a lot of people are just fucking there to fucking
Yeah.
like they're fucking
Yeah.
like,
I
cool,
back
dude.
as
Are you
much as
reading
I
these
can.
fucking books that are like are crowdfunding? Are you reading them?
There's
Are you just here in the
a lot-
chats having a good old fucking time? Like I'm here to fucking do all of it, bro. I'm
Yeah,
here to do
you
everything.
see-
I'm here to live stream. I'm here to fucking make comics. I'm here to read comics. I'm here to
Yes.
fucking
Yeah.
bat comics. I'm here to fucking review comics.
Yeah.
Who give a fuck? What
Well,
the fuck are
we'll
you doing?
review 'em,
You're here to
yes.
fucking talk
Exactly.
a bunch of shit and cry all over the place. You think that shit's fucking fun? Fuck no. And you think a lot of fucking creators don't buy books? People buy books. Sim just bought fucking Axe Wielder. I just bought fucking Axe Wielder. I'm gonna fucking get Wraith of God pretty soon when I get a couple more books.
Dude,
You know what I mean?
Oh, dude,
I'm gonna
dude.
back
I back so
fucking
many
books.
freaking CG books, like directly or indirectly. It's not funny. Like I back, like just on my thing, I think I'm close to 100. I back some with Chris, and I back some by offering a nice little discount, but as if I backed the goddamn campaign on.
There's a lot of
original.
motherfuckers that aren't backing shit, and they're in there fucking talking a gang of shit, bro.
So I'm like dude,
I hadn't thought about that actually.
Dude, they're part of the community, but they're not backing shit. Like, dude, I will
Interesting.
fucking eat peanut butter and jelly and save my fucking lunch money. I got a family and shit. I'll put a little money aside, need some tuna. You know what I mean? I'll take
Right.
care of my shit, and I'll fucking back some comic books, bro.
That's
You know what I
what
mean?
all my
Yeah.
extra,
I'm like fucking-
anything I get, anything extra after the StreamYard and the phone goes toward backing other people's campaigns. Anything I get goes right back.
That shit kind of irks me a little bit though. Like, no, like legit, bro. Like, are you even fucking reading comic books anymore? Like, okay, you're not reading DC, you're not reading Marvel, you're not reading Image, you're not reading any shit.
Right.
Are you
What the
reading
fuck are
fucking
here for?
the fucking Kickstarter shit you don't like? You know, you're not reading that. Are you reading CG shit?
Yeah,
No, you're
what
not
are
reading
you
that.
reading?
But you're talking a lot of shit. Like, fucking
Yeah.
back some books.
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm
Dude,
actually.
I was checking how much I invested in crowdfunding for my
Sim's
Taxes
a
this
beast.
year.
It's a
Sim's
tax
like,
write-off, huh? I've been
Sim's
hearing
like-
it's a tax write-off, but I haven't reeled it off.
Well, yeah.
I'm over 2,000 just
Research.
this year.
It's research,
Yeah.
right?
I could.
Yeah, research and development, or it's also building
I'm
your
so
portfolio.
researching that shit next
It's
year.
building your portfolio, your crowdfunding portfolio.
Mhm.
If you think
Absolutely.
business-wise, you're in crowdfunding, so
Well,
you
we're
can't.
entrepreneurs, technically.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
I've been hearing
it's
that.
also
You
it's
could
also
write it off
donations.
as
So
research for sure. I could, but I ain't that. I ain't there yet. When I get to the point where, I have all my ducks in a row and all my legalities in place. Oh hell yes! Then I'm gonna start taking advantage of everything I can like that and backing a whole lot more books, because then I know I'll be able to write that shit off at the end of the year. You know.
Oh, yeah. I'm just like looking at the because I'm checking how many books I've backed, and it doesn't give you a number, but there's I think what was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on each page, and there's 20 pages.
Ooh, that's a lot.
And I know I've just recently filled up my first long box, right?
I got 7 pages.
Yeah, and
That's just Indiegogo. I back Kickstarter too, so
yeah. And the thing is, I never hold it against anybody for not backing.
And now I backed on Zoop.
Oh yeah, no. Yeah, I backed on Zoop now. I've never backed on Kickstarter, but I will back on Kickstarter. Yeah.
What the
Yeah,
fuck?
Depends on what
That's
it
the new
is.
axe wielder shit. I've
That's
never
the
even
new
fucking
shit?
heard of it. Yeah.
Zoop is the new shit. What?
Yeah.
It's like a crowdfunding platform.
It's a crowdfunding platform specifically for comic book related things.
And there's
Oh,
going to be
no,
more.
just
There's
say
going to be
Zoop.
more crowdfunding.
They just started it.
I guarantee you. Ethan's
it's-
creating one. That shit should be pretty cool. Then there's going to be more. There's more that's going to come out. I guarantee you.
And the guy just launched today, and he broke the 27K.
Damn. Because I backed it at like fucking this morning sometime like 11. He was at 9 at that time. I'm like, this was. He's already hit his money.
And
He
like I
spent
told you,
$20K out of pocket himself. He spent
I know.
$20,000 making the book.
I don't
If
know.
you're gonna gamble,
I don't know the guy that much, but I met him, talk with him, and yeah, he's pretty.
Never
he's a
seen
pretty
him.
cool
He
guy.
seemed cool. He followed me back. He seems pretty fucking down to earth. He followed a Comicsgate
Yep.
guy back, so he doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah, he
You know
doesn't
what I
give a
mean?
fuck.
So then I'm like, all right, that's cool. That's the type of actual like human beings I'm
There's
down
a
to
lot of
fucking.
people that don't even
absolutely.
know or care about Comicsgate.
I mean, maybe it's simple. I don't care about politics.
No,
I don't either.
We have to. What we have to do is what is our biggest problem? Our biggest obstacle? It has always been exposure, right?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Getting our books and just getting people just to like know that our books exist.
Exactly. Yeah, like I was saying, like from the get, like, and I'll say it again. If I was to go back in time, I would take out a loan if I could, and I'd mass produce books, and I would start a crowdfund, maybe get another artist to do a cover. I would do that, and then I would fucking give my books away. I would go to Carnes and spread my fucking readership out. I want people to know who I am. I want people to read my books. I want them to tell me this shit sucks. Fuck you. No, this shit's awesome. Change that. Get the new letter. Get this. Change your anatomy.
Yeah.
Fucking do some new shit.
Yeah.
Work on your perspective. Then work on the next book. Make that one better.
Yeah.
It's so simple. If I could
that's-
afford it, I'd probably have like
Spirit. Oh, dude, I'd have at least 5 books.
Yeah.
I would have at least 5 books.
Somebody's doing that too in Comicsgate, I think, or at least
I had
in
the
our
dough-
fucking Spectrum or whatever. He's putting out a whole fucking line of. I think I don't know who it is, but he's putting out like a whole line of fucking books, dude. Like a whole fucking 6 books. That's his campaign.
Dude,
That's his
I got
campaign.
scripts just that have been sitting in drawers for years.
I mean, and even with the Diaz bros, they put out like the fucking Lost Pages. That's smart, bro. You know what I mean? What if they fucking die
they're
tomorrow?
killing it. They're
What if we
killing
die
it.
tomorrow? They got their fucking characters out there, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. And we got to
That's
fucking
totally
get
true.
our shit and put it out there. You know what I mean?
Yes. Well, I have toyed with the idea of making my next book a sampler. That's to say, out of those 5 books I was talking about,
It's smart.
10
It's
pages
smart.
from one, 10 pages from another.
That's smart thinking. It's
Right?
not, it's not,
It's not perfect. Well, I mean,
Well, your boy
because
Zach put out a video too. I mean,
Yeah.
I like your boy Zach. I buy some of his books. I don't give a fuck. I'll admit it. You know
That's
what I mean?
fine.
Some people
That's
talk shit
fine.
on him and shit. I don't give a fuck. I like your boy Zach.
I would never tell anybody
Why so defensive,
what
man?
they can or
But-
can't
See,
see, read, hear.
But he's got a point.
Wallet,
Again,
bro.
he was
None of my
talking about
fucking
that-
business.
He was talking about the axe wielder John guy. He said that full front loaded fucking like 20 grand. He's like, don't do that. Don't do that. But the dude did that. And now he's fucking already made his money today. You know what I mean? But
Dude,
the
that book
concept
looks
is sound.
dope.
Don't put that
Yeah,
much
it
out
does.
there. You know what I mean? Maybe
Right.
do a little less. You know what I mean? I think that's smart too. And maybe a black and white book. That's not a bad
Right.
idea either.
No, it's
You know
not.
what I mean? Especially if it looks tight as fuck. You know what I mean? You
Oh,
got some
dude.
good rendering and it's cool. That's
And-
not a bad, you know.
And
There's a lot
black
of
and
cool-
white isn't the hard sell that it used to be.
Mm-mm.
Right?
Especially because our readership, they're into the rights and shit. They're into the manga, which are two different styles of black and white. So you
Yep.
got that old school fucking appreciation for the great fucking, you know, Conan artists and Frazetta artists and Wrightson artists. Then you have the whole manga fucking spectrum, which is all black and white.
I
Those
just
are two
like
different things.
seeing
That's like
The
black and
Marvel
white.
magazine
You
black
got
and white
the
comics
DC
are probably
artists.
my
I like
favorite.
the horror in black and white.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
I
There's
like
a lot of
seeing the
different
line
spectrums
work.
of black and white that
Sometimes
people can come in
colors-
and fucking get it.
sometimes color washes out the line work, and I like to
Yes,
see
it does.
all the line work. So I love
Exactly.
it when somebody makes a black and white available as well as the colored, or because
Like-
man, the line work. Tim Vigil, Joe Vigil, if you ever
Yeah.
saw their fucking work, after somebody colors it, it's like I want to
That's
go
right.
back and see that work before they
Right.
put color.
110%.
Yeah.
100. That's why right here, Brian.
I was going to originally, I wanted to do Six Gun originally as a black and white comic. And for the latest issue, I wanted to do like an artist's edition that was all just black and white. That was nothing but Preston's pencils, right?
Yeah.
There you go.
But then fucking Ollie came in and he killed it so freaking hard that he just like preserved all of Preston's line work.
Yeah,
Basically, like that's the way I would like to go. Like me, again, I'm a green guy from the greenhorn from the chat. I'm still learning how to draw. That is the fucking style that I would want to do, even for my books. I would like to preserve.
I'm
line
so
work.
glad Preston
Dude.
got up in this.
Yeah.
Oh, dude,
Most of the time,
I'm
that's
so
the way I
fucking
wanna do it.
glad. Dude, and seriously, you know,
I want to see
and-
them fucking scribbles.
Oh man, I can't wait.
yeah.
I
The
can't wait to
human
have the book
hand.
and the poster on my wall.
oh, yeah. Here, look at that shit.
I want to see the motherfucking scribbles. Like that's the shit I'm into. Like up there in the right hand on the side of the fucking well.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I'm about too. I like. I have a preference for illustrators that remind you that you're looking at an illustration.
Yeah, exactly. Like, oh, he drew that.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like for me, like I don't know. Again, I might change my mind, but like I would like, for me personally, I would like to do that. That would be my dream, to do that. Like have the colors, keep my stuff intact for the most part, unless it's like a crazy fucking thing like ink spots where it's painted all over, which is
Oh,
not
yeah.
ink spot too.
One-
Where it's like a metal album cover, the whole fucking book.
Yeah.
One of the things I want to do for Tales from the Universe 3, I want one story that I'm gonna do traditionally again, like, and one that I'm gonna do a digital painting story.
I like Sim's pencils, dude. Sim did 3 sketch cards for my campaign, Butch Cleaver 2.
Oh,
And,
yeah.
2 of them were pencils, and I was like, "Fuck, dude!" And I wanted to like buy them too off the backers. Hold on, baby.
Yeah, there's a few people are telling me that they love the
yeah.
pencils.
Love the pencils,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah,
I'm like, damn, I want to see a pencil book by fucking Sim. Like,
I've never denied it. I've always been a penciler first. Like my idea was to be a penciler first. I love the concept. I love the setup. I love the laying out.
I'd love to see a penciled book by you, colored by fucking Beacon or fucking Oliver.
Southpaw.
Yeah, one of the two. Like that would be. I'm just really into it. I'm just like, well, I mean, like Eric Powell, the goon. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
He's a big influence on me.
He's
I don't
a
agree
big
with him politically. He says some random shit, but I don't give a fuck. I've been into his art since the beginning. I don't
Right.
care.
Right.
As long as he ain't hurting nobody.
Exactly.
Fucking love his pencils. He does color pencil too. He does color pencil black. That's how he does it. He gets in there, fucking scribbles it punk style. Then he gets in there and he outlines everything in a black color pencil, and then he scans it in. I fucking
dude,
love that
it's
kid, dude.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
His
I don't
art.
have the balls to do it, but
His art is beautiful.
it is, dude.
And that's one of the things that, like for instance, like people, I know people were like, "Oh, did you watch Family Guy this week?" I'm like, "I've literally never watched an episode."
It's
of
hilarious.
Family Guy.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
Right? Yeah, that's what people tell me. You know what? I can't watch it. You know why? Because it's ugly as fuck. I don't like to look at it. It's not pleasing to the eye. It doesn't have any charm.
What about
Right?
the Simpsons?
The Simpsons had some charm because you had that
Did it?
wonderful character design by Matt Groening, right? If it doesn't, do you know what I'm saying? And
I understand where you're coming from, but I
fine.
disagree. I do disagree.
Yeah, no,
I think
that's
they're both
fine.
similar, but they're different styles. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But they're always yellow. You know why they're always yellow? You know why the Simpsons are yellow all the time?
Mm-mm.
So you know what fucking show you're watching when you flip to the channel. They
Oh,
specifically
No.
made that choice.
No,
That's
no.
I've heard that from multiple sources too.
I mean, the one I've heard, it's because nobody was using yellow,
Mhm.
and it was way cheap. It was way cheaper to use yellow as the skin color, cost wise, and it reduced production a whole fucking bunch. So that's why they included it in the designs.
I've heard that one too.
If you watch
Yeah.
the original Simpsons shorts,
Like, it's not taken away from what you're saying. It's just adding
Yeah.
to it the thing that it was even smarter. It was
Yes.
actually
yeah, because of course the animation was
nobody
done
used yellow. Yeah.
because of course they were outsourcing to Korea for that show. But
Yep.
if you watch like the very first episodes, the ones that were on the Tracy Ullman show,
Mhm.
those have a much more kind of like a hand made quality to them. And they're way more charming than like the
Yeah, the
regular
original
animation
shorts.
show. Yeah, the original shorts are really
Horrifying.
a pleasure to. Yeah, I think they're so cool, man. I love them.
The Tracy Ullman ones.
Yeah.
I love them.
Yeah, I kind of like the first, like, I don't know, maybe 10 years of The Simpsons. And then I kind of like phoned out, but I fucking loved
Yes.
The Simpsons. You know what I mean? And I watched Family Guy, but I didn't really think about the animation too much. It didn't bother me either or. I just thought it was fucking hilarious. But then I kind of just stopped watching it, you know? And I watched some of Futurama. Kind of, you know, I wasn't really into it too much, but then I got into it towards the end.
Futurama.
Cleveland show was funny as fuck when I was watching. I'm Cleveland Brown, Hank. That shit was funny as fuck.
American Dad is funny as fuck.
American Dad was funny as fuck. Like that shit was coming on like the Sunday Animation Domination. I was I was trying to watch that shit. Like there was a whole year. I was like, dude, this shit's fucking hilarious. I didn't
Did
get
you
into
guys
Bob's
see?
Burgers.
Did you
but-
see Brickleberry?
No.
Okay, go watch the first episode. The intro will sell you, or you'll go fuck this shit. But the first season was hilarious.
You know what's weird right now is that like I'm kind of like, dude, just give me some animation, like a weekly show. Like there's not that much anymore. You know
No,
what I
there
mean?
really isn't.
So now I'm just kind of like, fuck, give me some Family Guy, give me some of this, give me that. It's kind of like gone in Netflix, fucking Petflix. They fucking canceled all their animation department. I heard.
Did you hear
Oh,
that
What about
Futurama? Did you hear that Futurama is supposed to come back on Hulu?
I heard from you, yeah. Yeah.
Here's a question, because I know the thing I'm fucking jonesing for. Season 2 of Goblin Slayer.
Never seen it.
Amazing, right?
Is that anime or what is it?
Yes,
yeah.
man.
Yeah.
Sounds like it.
Season 2 of that. Season 3 of One Punch Man.
I've heard of that. Oh, I think I watched the part of the first episode, but
Dude, I
Right.
watched the second season of One Punch Man the other day. I laughed my fucking ass off.
Hysterical.
Goblin
So
Slayer. The first season was fucking awesome. I if there's gonna be a season 2, then good, because I know that the books weren't made.
Right.
I liked Primal. I've been like
Oh, that was
milking the
great.
last 2 episodes
Yeah,
of that.
I fucking
Love that
Primal.
show.
Yes.
But I keep falling
fantastic.
asleep. I don't know what it is. Like I just get on that shit. I'm on that
You're a
one where
hardworking man.
they're on the zombie one. You know the zombie, the Brachiosaurus comes in. It's like,
Mhm.
and just starts biting that shit and fucking. Oh my god, it's so brutal.
Yes.
I love
love
I love
Yeah,
the
very
fucking
good.
the forearms are just one piece. The way he draws the fucking forearms.
Yes.
Oh, I love the art.
Oh,
style.
yeah. Reminded me a lot of
Donald DeLay.
No, Joe
Samurai.
Kubert.
Oh,
Joe
so maybe
Kubert in a way.
that mixed with Samurai Jacks though.
Exactly. But the thing I'm really jonesing for is the next season of Arcane. That shit blew me away. That shit impressed the fuck out of me. Because I normally don't like computer animation,
Mhm.
and they did it in such a way that it still has kind of like a hand-drawn quality to it. It's
Yeah.
beautiful.
Hey, I don't
It-
care as
it's-
long as it's cool and I
It's
like it.
beautiful. And the
I like
and the writing is fucking fantastic. The first episode, it opens with a scene with just no dialogue. No
Off
dialogue.
topic. What about Vampire Hunter D? You like that?
Oh my god, that's my shit, dude.
Is that shit still
Love
on,
it.
That's my shit.
on Kickstarter still or what? That shit.
I think it is.
I have the first comic book from that run. They never finished it, and they launched on Kickstarter.
Yeah, I've got the light novels, and I've got the PlayStation game.
That was a little influence for Butch Cleaver, a little bit.
Oh, a huge influence on me. I'm a fucking Vampire Hunter D stan.
And I wasn't that much of a fan, really. My homie from high school, he had the VHS at his house. I watched it twice.
Our podcast.
And that was the influence that I got from it. But I guess I picked something up from it. You know.
I love it. Yeah.
Oh, well, are you talking about the original one or Bloodlust?
I'm not
Both.
sure. But
I
I
love
remember there being a desert and a gothic metropolis.
Okay.
There.
Okay, is it like fantasy like futuristic, or is it cyberpunk? It's futuristic.
It was a post-apocalyptic one, and it was in the desert, and I think he fought like a gigantic sandworm.
That's what I'm saying. Like there was no cyberpunk, so you're good. So that's the first one. So you if you haven't seen the second one, you want to go see that one. It has a cyberpunk.
I'll watch all that shit, dude. Anything Vampire Hunter D like after that I could find, like the comic book.
Oh yeah,
I bought that one, and that's the one that's on Kickstarter. They never finished it. I got the first book, and I'm like, "Ooh, this is fucking awesome." It had a lot of CG rendering scans in there too, because I was looking at how is this motherfucker drawing these gothic cathedrals? Because I'm really into that shit.
Oh yeah. I don't mind when they use computer animation for things that are non-organic. Right?
And it's hard. That shit's hard to line up that shit. It's fucking mathematical. But
yeah, that's fine. I don't mind. It's just, I mean, even like the old Batman the Animated Series, you would see them. You would see them do that, and it was fine, right? It's just when they, it's just doing something organic is very.
It's like digital and different. Kind of a real piece. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It is what it is. You know.
Have you guys seen Arcane?
No.
The League of Legends? You have to fucking watch that, man. It's impressive. I was like, I have zero fucking interest in League of Legends, right? I've never played it. I'm just kind of like, I was like, oh, another video game.
I'll add to that. I'm not into the game neither. But I was enjoying the animation, like the 3D animation that you've been seeing. Like there's those little short movie that you've been seeing around on YouTube before. Like I thought, like the world, the environment, like it's fucking awesome. Other than that, keep going. Sorry, because I just wanted to highlight because it's what I knew from it. Yeah,
right.
Like for me, animation, I'm into anything. Like as long as it's moving, I don't give a fuck what it is. Like I'm a sucker for that. Like seriously, bro. Like if someone animates something, like. Dude, I fucking like it's animated in trailers. Like,
sorry to be diverting the conversation, Brian, but
whatever. We're just hanging out.
Dude, did you see the what was the name? The Goons?
Oh yeah,
the Goons trailers.
The trailer with Clancy Brown and fucking
when they were trying to freaking get a production with Blur Studio.
Oh yeah,
dude, the animation they did is sick.
Paul Giamatti.
I was in college, like I started like 3D animation, and that was part of my inspiration with the Incredibles and the first Appleseed, Appleseed animated movie in 3D.
Yeah.
That's what made me want to go in 3D.
Interesting.
Because I wanted to do that type of like more mature, stylized, close to comic.
That's crazy, dude.
Type of rendering. So that's why I'm interested too in Arcana, but I haven't watched it because I thought it was gonna be like like some WOKE shit.
I always love the Goon. I like the town, dude. Like there's always these zombies and monsters in there, and it's a pro.
Yeah, and dude, that freaking bar scene is fucking.
That's Butch Cleaver, dude. That's what I fucking but mine's more Western.
How do I look this up? It's
a Goon trailer, Goon movie trailer. Just type that in.
Oh, wait a second. I think I did see this.
This
is from like
15 years ago,
right?
15 years ago.
Oh yeah. I've seen this. Yeah, it's fucking amazing.
Yeah, there's Clancy two of them, by the way.
Yeah. Paul Giamatti's Frankie.
If you're careful, there's one that says there's animation reel. So there's one in dude. There's.
You guys see that Ed Gein book that he put out? The Ed Gein book that he illustrated on Kickstarter.
No.
Yeah. I was gonna back it, but it's a hardcover. But he's not Eric Powell, not Demon Hunter. It's a different one. I'm gonna get that Demon Hunter one. I signed up for the second one. Hopefully, he has a fucking a catch up.
I actually have 5 copies of number 1.
He does,
shit.
or you do? You do. Damn, you got all 5.
I had to get me some of that. I know that action's going to be badass. People going to want them in a couple of years. These number 1's available.
Is he gonna do a catch up tier on the first? 1st, issue for the second campaign or what?
I don't know about a catch up tier because I don't know how many books they printed on the first one.
He probably will, though. He probably will.
What I do know
What
is
book you
that
talking
he
about?
puts a retail tier up there, and you can get a handful of them, like I did.
He's so I was talking about Eric Powell's The Tragic Tale, or it's got a weird title of Ed Gein, and it's illustrated by Eric Powell. It's on Kickstarter, it's hardcover. I wanted to get it, I never got it. And then there's also another book with called by Kristen Rossi, illustrated, and I forgot the writer's name. It's
That's
Lucifer
Storm, yeah.
and he has a book called Ed
He
Gein,
will be at
Demon
CronCon.
Hunter.
He will
Ed
be
Gein,
at
Demon Hunter.
CronCon on Saturday talking about Ed
And,
Gein number 2.
That's
It
a
looks
crazy
amazing.
idea.
It looks amazing. It's black and white. This guy's an iconic horror serial killer like H.H. Holmes and
Oh yeah,
Jack the
without a
Ripper,
doubt.
American.
I just
The
gotta grab it.
inspiration for so many fictitious characters, including
Hannibal,
Norman
Leatherface.
Bates,
Leatherface, too.
and Leatherface.
And Hannibal, I heard too.
Really?
Believe it or not, even though he's not psychologically at that same level as him, I've heard that from multiple sources as well.
Interesting. Yeah.
But I signed up for that for the second issue. It's going to be 4 issues. The dude put out 1 issue. It's by Kristen Rossi, the guy that draws. You know who Kristen Rossi is? He
I got
draws
it.
Remind me.
I will show it to you because I got one.
Voidwalker for Alterna. He draws that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Because I'm like, it's one of those cases where I'm like, I know the name, but
He draws a gang of shit. He also draws what else does he do? He's got a badass style, dude. It almost reminds me of like JR mixed with Mignola.
You got to embiggen this because I'm gonna show you some. I'm gonna show you a badass page, dude.
And I was like, damn, how are you gonna make Ed Gein a fucking demon hunter? But I'm like, I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna check it out. Look at that.
Well, that's the question, right? That's the hook.
I love this
Look
artist.
at all the Easter eggs and shit.
This guy's like clearly very Mignola inspired, but it's still his own shit.
But other too.
Yes.
So like, there's little things you could pick apart in there that kind of like, oh, it looks like this, looks like that too.
Dude,
That's impressive.
There is so much cool in this book.
It is beautiful.
So I missed out on that one, dude. I want to get that.
Oh my
issue.
god!
If he doesn't have hopefully he has a catch up. I mean, dude, he's got to have a catch up campaign for the first book.
He does a really quick get one out there, get on to number 2.
It's gonna be 4 issues. I heard he's doing 4 campaigns over the next year.
They're very affordable. They're priced right. Look, this is a badass book.
Yeah,
Looks
it's
amazing.
very fucking professional.
Yes, this is a badass book.
Very
I can't wait for
professional.
number 2, and I've been friends with Lucifer for a while.
He's launching it.
Since before that, I've been friends with Lucifer since Lady Satan.
You should DM him and let him know. Let me know if he's going to put out a catch up tier for the first issue.
I'll find out.
Seriously,
he's going to be at CronCon on Saturday. So.
I mean, it's a horror book. I mean, we should be fucking. That fool should be on the show sometime.
I'd love to have him.
You know what I mean?
He lives in the UK, so
he's a fucking writer. I'm sure him and Brian can fucking talk some gothic fucking, shit.
That's true. It's
Hammer.
Ching, ching, ching.
What was that?
It's true. It's CronCon this weekend.
Yes, it is.
Ching, ching,
You got a
ching.
bunch
and by
of
the
them,
way,
dude.
you know
bunch
what's-
over there.
I'll be around.
Oh, and by the way, Sunday's my birthday.
Oh, it is.
Happy birthday, bro!
Oh,
Cheers, Sam.
Thank you.
Cheers, Tim. I would do a beer, but I already had.
Yeah.
one of my beers.
May you have many more, sir.
yes.
No, yeah, no. You will have many more. You're gonna have a plenty more.
Yes, and great prosperity this year. I really feel like this is going to be our year. I'm just like hoping that that Sim and Preston are going to be able to do the crossover, the Blood Hunt.
Well, dude, even if you guys like
Salem.
pluck away at like a page a fucking a week.
Even
or
if we
something.
don't do it right away, we do the Southpaw thing. Like that's how I see things. Like
Okay.
Oh,
we
yeah,
go with the
yeah.
flow. Like
Yeah.
Okay.
You got to go with the mood too.
yeah,
Because that's
You got to
the
go with
thing.
the juices. What the juices are going.
I feel because that's the thing. It's like I did like 4 books back to back, right? 4 big scripts, and some of them like one of them is like 105 pages, another one's like 80, another one's
Yeah, and then you could throw
Like
Southpaw
100,
and like Doc
right?
Salem, like fucking like with Blood Hunt. You know, you could throw him in there too, like on accident. Like that could totally happen.
oh,
Like
without a doubt.
Oh
like
shit!
me,
Oh, my
I know
bad.
what I wanted to get Tales on an Adverse 2 done before. I know Preston has this Doc Salem 2 that he wants to get. It, gets worked on and
Yes.
ready.
Yeah, Phil's gonna write that.
Me, I'm trying to decide if I want to do a colored edition of Blood Hunt before we do the thing too.
I'd like to see that.
I'd like to see all the gore, dude, like in the blood.
Yeah,
colored.
yeah. I actually think it would look great.
Who are you gonna get to color it?
Especially with the fools that you hang out with, dude.
But
Like
that's
if
the
you
thing,
get an ink slayer to slay that shit, dude,
or
you'll be
fucking
good.
Inky.
Yeah. If you get any of the Slayers, dude, any of the Slayers to do it, you'll be fucking straight, bro.
Yeah, somehow I think he could twist their arms.
Like that book's really good, dude. Like it's one of my favorite, if not favorite, fucking books.
It's very good.
But to see it in color, dude, oh man, that would be fucking awesome. My wife liked that book too, and she liked Mary Boys too.
Mary Boys is the shit.
Yeah, no shit. Like I ain't fucking around.
Mary,
Mm-hmm.
like still. Although
I love that book.
Have any of you guys read the Cryptidnals yet?
No, I just started.
I couldn't back that one.
So
it's tight as fuck. I was showing my daughter like the fucking little pictures. I'm like, because she watches those YouTube videos, the fucking scary ones, where it's kind of like cryptid.
Yeah.
Like, check this out. I'm like, all right, don't look at that too much. Like just showing her a little bit. But yeah, I can't wait. I was gonna try to get in there today or tomorrow.
Oh my god!
Because I got today and tomorrow off sort of, and yeah, that's definitely next book I'm reading. I got a stack of fucking books. I got like 30 books I got to read from CG.
Yeah,
dude, it's just so much though, bro. I'm trying to do that and work on my next book. It's like fuck, dude.
It's like not only that, but like then you got people like Samedi over there at Alterna, and you don't order one book when you order from Samedi, you get a stack of books.
Yeah,
from Samedi that you have to read, from him. Right?
I just got Wolf and Batsy. I got that Wolf and Batsy book.
We have a Cromniverse ad in the Mighty Mascots #6. There's a Cromniverse ad in the back of that. So
that's good, dude.
I gotta hit him up and see if he'd be interested in publishing Six Gun Gorilla.
He probably would, dude.
Yeah.
Dude, Brian.
I at least want to submit to him, So,
Brian, I should have brought this up in the beginning of the fucking show, man. This is like a main horror. It's fucking okay. So Death Curse, Spencer, fucking, Rooster Puncher.
Yeah.
That writes Voidwalker. He's doing a fucking anthology horror book, bro. They're taking submissions. You had to have seen it. You didn't see that shit on fucking Twitter?
Oh yeah. I did, and I was this the one that Mandy's doing?
No, it's fucking Spencer, dude. That's doing City of Rot. He's an alternative writer.
No, I didn't hear about this.
Yeah, he's got a channel called Death Curse, a YouTube channel.
Because I know Gilmore is doing is doing an anthology. That's what I thought you were talking about.
It's not him, dude. And he's a writer. He's got like 3 books. He's got like 3 books on with Alterna. He's a writer. And he's got a horror book out called City of Rot, where there's all these bikers during a fucking apocalypse. It's kind of like Dawn of the Dead. I backed that shit. But he's putting out an anthology, and he's probably it's gonna be in stores too. And I'll show you the link later. But they want anything, just submit it, like short stories, poems, 10-page comic books, 10-page comics, just art pieces, anything, and they'll pay you for it. It's
Yeah, dude. Oh, dude, DM me the link if it's not a problem.
And they want to do it. He wants to do it every year. So
awesome.
like Sam, you should jump on that too. I want to jump on it. I actually have a short horror story I want to tell, but I don't have the time to do it. Otherwise, I would submit it to him. I have these images in my head of something that happened to me in the last 2 years that I really want to do.
That, dude.
But I don't have the time to do it. Otherwise, I would put it in there just to fucking get it going,
Dude.
But dude,
if it's just like a short story, I could fucking help you with that.
It's short, but it's like I haven't fleshed it out. It's just a bunch of ideas.
And here's the thing: it would be like if you showed it to me, and I was like, I can't do anything with this. I would let you know. And also, then if I'm doing something with it, I understand that it's still yours, right? Because I'm like I find like I really don't have a problem writing for other people and making sure that their shit is still their shit, and that I'm not like stepping over it and just like pissing on it to just for the sake of like marking my own territory.
Man, you're the man, bro.
Yeah, no. I mean, it's just a It's not a cool way to be. It's just a non-dickish way to be. That's how I see it.
That's awesome.
I can already see a crossover with a classic horror monster, or something where
Oh, that's easy. Crom versus Leprechaun, bro. World of David.
Jesus,
I mean, I can
Leprechaun.
already see
Here
some.
we go.
Who wins?
You
Who
know?
wins?
Oh. So, Crom steals Leprechaun's gold.
There you go. Boom.
And what
done.
does Leprechaun do? What does Leprechaun do? He steals Crom's weed.
Yeah, there you go.
And then
Done.
that shit escalates and escalates.
You know what the fucked up thing is?
And then Crumb hires Vincent to go kill the leprechaun.
Hey, you know what the fucked up
and you
thing
make
is?
it also Leprechaun in the Hood like part 3.
But but the thing is, it's a leprechaun, so you could totally make the fucking book. You just got to change his appearance because it's folklore.
Totally
It's not even. It didn't have to be Warwick Davis. You could fucking go in there and change everything around.
The
Fucking
character,
change his wardrobe around. Give
Dude.
him fucking. You know what I mean? Give him blue skin. Give him fucking green hair. You know what I mean? Like
We
you can do
could
lot.
submit a
That's the fun
10-page
part.
story that has everybody's IP in it.
that would be badass.
A horror story that has everybody's IP in it. That has Vincent and
Oh yeah, you could do that. Any story can be.
Yeah,
written.
you know what's the funny part?
Yeah.
If Crumb hires Vincent to go kill the leprechaun, you remember that what I said is
Oh yeah,
he's
yeah.
part
yeah.
Irish.
That's right.
So you're sending that'd
That'd be fucking
technically,
hilarious.
an American Irish assassin to kill the leprechaun. That's kind of like the the paramilitary Christmas with Lobo.
Right.
Oh
right,
yeah,
right.
yeah.
Yeah.
see, we there's all kinds of things. The possibilities are unlimited when people start crossing their universes over.
Absolutely.
Especially if they respect each other's IPs, like what Brian was saying. Look,
You have to.
everybody who I said, who came to me about doing the Cromniverse, it was like there was very few things. Ask Brian. There's very little that I told you. Okay, this is Crom. Ding, ding, ding. Other than that, you have complete creative control of what you do with the story, with your character, with my character. Just this is who he is. Don't
Don't
change
fuck with
who he is, right?
Right.
So-
And also, I let you know that you had like final script
Yeah.
approval.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, I get to look.
I'm not
at
gonna
it
be
and,
like- I'm not.
but
Yeah.
there's certain people that I had no problem trusting to respect the
Yeah.
collab. Okay,
Right.
I
Right.
didn't have any problem trusting any of them to respect the collab.
Good.
They all, understood what we're doing.
Right.
It's to help get their IP seen.
Right.
On
Yeah.
it's another promotional platform.
Yep.
But the great thing is, it's like it could be the launch of a lot of different IPs. First appearance of a lot of different IPs that you're going to see over the next year.
Right.
So it's like a little taste of what's to come. It's like a preview fucking magazine. It's
Yes.
a whole bunch of different things all wrapped up into one.
Right.
As far as the collabs that come out of it going forward, you don't have any idea how many people have you thought about an Adventures of Crom and where you're going to go after this? And it's like, can we get it funded? Can we just get this one funded? Don't ask me where we're going
Right.
next.
Right.
I
Don't look
already
that
have
far into the
people writing
future.
their next Crom story for the second anthology, and we're not even funded on the first one. It's like, come on, man, let's get it, let's get it funded. So there's too much fun, and too many people want to be part of where this is going to.
Right.
You know?
Well, that's the thing too. If you're not having fun doing this shit, just stop. Just stop. Just get out of it, man. Well, like Preston said, you can't be depressed doing this shit.
Comic.
Yeah,
Right?
seriously.
And even though sometimes you might get like a little, your spirit can get a little bit down because your book isn't. Bless you, sir.
You can get depressed, but you can't be on that on the regs, dude.
No. And then you have to like smack yourself and be like, dude, I'm making comics. Like we're making comic books. How fucking cool is that, right?
I
You
smack
always
myself
have
all the
to-
time, dude. All the time.
You have to keep that inner child, right? That kid that you were, that would walk like 3 miles to the mom and pop to get fucking comics off the fucking spinner racks. That kid, I could summon him like that. He's always under the surface. He's always under the surface.
I shot the horror club that Spencer anthology.
Awesome.
It's a horror anthology. So anything.
Awesome.
And
See,
it's all paid gigs. It's all
we
paid
could
gigs.
collab on it. We could all collab on a story and submit it.
Something news here. And soon I'll be done 7 more pages of Planet 629.
Wait, let me see.
I wish I could
7.
fucking just draw, dude. I wish that was my job. Like, I wish I could.
Oh man,
I would just be putting out shit all the time, bro.
And fucking like somebody like Ink Spots. It's just like, how the fuck is that guy not working for the mainstream?
All right, so check this out real quick. We were talking about black and white. This looks like this story is black and white. The interior,
nice.
It's a Western, obviously the Pale Rider. But I got down here and I was checking this out. There's a picture for it. There's the grizzly coming, and it looks. I don't know what's up with that grizzly. Is it got an alien on its throat or something?
That's what I was thinking. Is it a zombie grizzly?
This is the lady right here, Lori Calcaterra. As you can see, she's a lifelong martial arts practitioner.
Cool.
She's your kind of people, yo. Check out these covers.
She can whip your ass.
Check out these covers.
Ooh, it is a zombie bear.
Yeah, dude. Look at this. Is that Preston-esque or what?
Yeah, very.
That's David Rodriguez.
I don't know. Pale Rider might have some issue with the
I'm about to say, is that Pale Rider's book or is that Pale Rider's book?
I was going to say I would change that title.
Man, maybe it's just a story thing.
Because also, I mean, because of the association with the
Clint Eastwood.
A lot of people seem to remember that movie.
That's one of my favorites. That one and Josie Wales. Everybody fucking loves Unforgiven. Oh, Unforgiven. Oh, but I like Josie Wales and Pale Rider. Pale Rider is fucking pretty dark, dude.
It's okay. It's not bad. It just feels very routine. It's no fucking High Plains Drifter.
No.
Right? Like High Plains Drifter is up here.
Yeah.
Right? And Pale Rider is just
ain't no Josie Wales either though.
No.
Yeah, that's
But I like that shit. I like that.
I like that too, but that's no Pale Rider. I mean High Plains Drifter. High Plains Drifter is
that your favorite or what?
Yeah.
About
of the non-Leone Eastwood Westerns.
What's your favorite Eastwood Western, Brian?
Because I would say the best I would say is Unforgiven.
What's your favorite?
High Plains Drifter.
I don't ever from you guys. I don't ever want to hear about the best. I want to know your favorite.
Right, because they are two separate questions.
They are. They totally are. Like I said, Wolf is better than the Wolfman, but I like the Wolf. I like Wolf is a better movie, but I like Wolfman way more.
Yeah, that's totally cool. Yeah, man.
Anyway, Brian, I was going to say you can ask her all those questions on Friday night because she'll be at Ladies' Night and we'll be talking about that campaign. So, she's one of the new people that I'm always trying to bring light to the new, somebody that I just fell upon. Bring them out, get them seen. That's she already has 52 backers, so she's doing okay.
Oh, hell yeah,
that's good. That's solid.
That's good. Hey, man, the more the merrier. You know what I mean? The water's fine. Come and jump in this pool with us.
Mm-hmm. Let's get you seen in front of a different audience. That's what I'm saying. It's for us. It's completely new. For everybody, for all the circles I know, I've never seen her name before. So it's completely new to bounce off all these circles and maybe blow her up. You never know.
That would be fantastic. That would be fantastic. Like I said, the more the merrier, and that's one of the things I love about this group, about this scene, is how open it is to newcomers. And then you got guys like my boy Sim, like my man Preston, who will go and help people out, give them some pointers and shit like that. Make themselves useful and help nurture new talent, and that's why they are the shit. And to me, it's always so much fun when I see somebody like Matt, for instance, who I just used to know from the chats, right? And now he's here doing this shit.
Yep. And Sim, I will say I would be completely honored to have Crom crossover with Vincent at any time, but Crom has to have a little jacket of his own.
He's got to be all pimped out.
He's got a
trench coat.
No, dude, I need one of those.
At the end of the story,
snap his fingers and boom, he's got one. You know?
At the end of the story, he clicks his finger. He has the Vincent jacket, turns around and breaks the fort wall, and goes, "So I and eat your heart out," and gives a finger.
Dude,
oh Jesus, man! Oh, that'd be fucking hilarious. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, this is why also it's just like
this is the shit.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the other thing that's great about collabing with somebody like Sim is that he'll we looked at my script. It was like, okay, this is okay, but how about like here's a little dialogue.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a little song for Vincent to sing. That kind of shit. It's all
Here's a birthday cake joke, and we get him to sing.
Yeah.
Oh,
and trust
Brian,
me,
I wanted
the best answer was him laughing his ass off. I'm like, okay, yeah, win business.
Yeah.
I wanted to tell you, Brian, too. I got a message from Edwin a couple days ago. He said him and Manny are working on it. Him and Manny are working on it. So,
are working on what?
The 6 Gun Gorilla art.
Oh, okay.
Manny is working on it with him now. So.
Okay, so we're good. We're good.
Yeah.
Okay, because once again, it's just not. It's not like my script is sacred and like it has to meet a certain standard. It's just about we want to make this comic.
And they worked so good together. It was like if Manny had time, it was like, oh hell yeah, let's bring Manny in on that too. So
hell yeah,
because they work good together. Real good. They've been working together since they were kids, basically. So
wow,
yeah, they know each other.
Cool.
So
that's rad, man. I mean, it's damn, man. They've been working with each other since they were kids.
Yeah.
That's fucking badass.
They've known each other since like grade school, and they've been arting together for a long time.
That's awesome.
Edwin is a tattoo artist and a comic creator and a colorist, and Manny's an artist and a writer, and it's like they've been jamming for a long time. I met them through the Mojo Risen campaign a couple of years ago. Mm-hmm. That's how I knew them. That's how I met Jim O'Reilly, not through Comicsgate, but through a completely different, unrelated project that I mean, it's a really small world out there, you guys.
It is.
A lot of these people I knew before I ever started doing this. Brian Polito was a founding member of the Comic Related Madness. Monty Michael Moore was a founding member of the Comic Related Madness. I was talking to these people for a few years before I ever started my own group.
Right.
Following them in other groups and talking to them there and shit. It's like it's really a small comic community, and everybody knows what's up.
It's not that big. That's what I was saying earlier.
It's a very small fandom. It's not something that's like I mean, we would love it if it blew up like fucking manga, but it's that ain't gonna happen. But if we could just make inroads towards
we just got to get through
putting
this
our shit out there, man, and just getting
we just got to get through this period and keep comics alive.
Yes.
Yeah. We got to get through this period.
And we and we are, and even if everything were to like come to a screeching halt tomorrow, if YouTube were to fucking delete all our channels, if Indiegogo were to delete all our campaigns, it's like we would be okay because now we know each other.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right. We can build
like, okay,
anywhere. Right.
Absolutely. Right. And and if they want to fucking ban us, it'll be like fucking whack-a-mole.
And that's really true. We can build a platform anywhere, and that's one of the reasons that I make sure that I record every show when I'm done, and I upload it right to my Rumble. Okay, Even if
Right.
YouTube shut me down tomorrow, all my content is over there
That's awesome.
on Rumble. So at least I don't lose everything.
Right.
Now I might have to go protect it from that eventually. Okay.
Right. Like I said,
But today I don't have to worry about that.
Right. Worry about that shit later.
But when we built that Rumble, it was because they were going so hardcore and deleting people and crushing people on Twitter, and that was the pendulum swinging one way. It's swinging back.
I hope so.
It's swinging back right now.
I think it is. I think it is too. But we have to wait to see if Musk actually lives up to his promise.
I don't think it matters what he does.
Or if he gets stopped.
It's swinging back either way. You see?
But I mean that will be the official death knell. Yeah, what I'm saying is that's going to be a sledgehammer blow to these book burning fucking fascist motherfuckers. I'll call them what they call us. They're fucking fascists.
It's like I said, the jury is out on what he's going to do, and the reason I say that is because social media has always been used to legitimize propaganda.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. But here's the thing. Also, you have to remember about propaganda. Propaganda is a word that whose meaning has sort of changed, right? Because propaganda doesn't mean something that's false. Propaganda is just something that's meant to convey a political message, right? That doesn't mean that it's lying, right? Propaganda in and of itself doesn't mean that it's bullshit.
No,
right?
It's not conspiracy theory,
right? Well, yeah, and
if you have to legitimize,
legitimize
something, it's propaganda.
Right. No, well, I mean, whether it's propaganda or not is who decides like what is and what isn't. It's the ruling class, right? And up until now, it was Twitter.
Yeah,
it's the consumer's wallet, bro. It's always going to be the consumer's wallet. This is
but if they fucking if we can't get ourselves seen,
can't advertise.
If we're banned, we can't advertise. We can't advertise on fucking Reddit.
Yeah.
If you, dude,
as an experiment, they're cock blocking hard. And now the blocking is
go and post like the link to your campaign on the Reddit forums, like comics, indie comics, right?
Hey,
they will fucking ban your ass like that. There'll be a post that says, "Yeah, I went through this guy's Twitter. He's Comicsgate trash," and then you'll be banned by the fucking administrator.
That's why I never go there. See, because they banned
me neither.
Mike Barron once.
Yeah, I don't go there
but that worked in his favor.
On there. There's a gang of motherfuckers there.
Favor, Brian, because people like me dragged the Florida man out there in front of everybody and went, "They banned my friend. You can't fucking do that." And I promoted Florida man on every fucking platform. I told Mike to go on this channel and this channel and this channel and this channel, and we talked shit about Reddit and what they did to my friend. And okay, cancel culture was something I was really fucking fired up about, dude.
And also the fucking disrespect. You know what I mean? Because it's just like, okay, they do that shit to me. That's one thing. They do that shit to like one of the OGs.
Oh yeah, they don't care. And there's millions of people on Reddit. Like that's where all the kids are at.
Absolutely.
Like, all the fucking 20-year-olds. They're blocking hard as fuck, bro.
Yeah.
Like we can't get on there, dude. That would help out a lot, dude.
Oh, dude, it would make such a big difference.
A lot of fucking kids that would back our shit, dude.
Tons.
Buy Reddit.
Yeah, buy Reddit and YouTube. If he bought Reddit and YouTube,
and TikTok. Everyone's on right now. Everybody's on TikTok. TikTok. That's where he's at now. Everybody's on TikTok.
Even
everybody, kids, adults, everybody's on TikTok. Your boy Zach, I'm on TikTok.
Fucking I can't do it.
Everybody's on.
I can't do it, man. I can't do it. I haven't
even done it.
No,
there's some straight up monsters on there, bro.
I know.
Some crazy looking sick motherfucking monsters. Sorry, but not sorry. That shit's fucking crazy. I haven't got in there yet, but I will. I will do it eventually. I will. I mean,
we may have to, just like the same way, like with the twatter. Like anybody asks me about it, I'm like, it's a toxic cesspool. Stay away from it. But if you're an independent business person, unfortunately, you have to use it. But when you use it the right way.
Yeah. Promotion. I like this. I ate this burger here. I watched The Northman. I watched fucking The Batman. It sucked. You know what I mean? This is my comic. Back my book. Check out my new page. You know what I mean? Shit like that. You know, this little shit. That's all you use it for.
My problem is that I got a big mouth. and
Well,
I like to run it.
But the thing is, though, some of the sensationalism can kind of help you sometimes.
That's very true.
I'm sorry,
For me,
but it could.
For me, this is my issue. I promote a lot of people. And when people come at me and encourage other people not to watch what I'm doing, they ain't hurting me because I don't make no fucking money anyway. But they're hurting all those other people that I promote that they claim to be friends with.
I know.
And that's shitty.
I know.
Here I am again today saying people are being shitty. But, you know, in certain cases, you know, look, I promote people. When you come at my platform and you try to hurt my platform, you hurt a whole fucking bunch of people. Not just me, who I get it. You don't like me.
Yeah, no, I agree. I'm agreeing with you, dude. Absolutely.
I mean, I'm not trying to be liked. I'm trying to get people seen. There's a big difference. I'm not trying to be EVS. I don't want 150,000 subscribers and 1,000 people watching me every time I come out here. Fuck.
And also, Pops, you know, I'll say it again. It's insane for somebody to suggest that that you're like scamming us when it's the opposite way around.
Well, you guys ain't scamming
that you're the victim.
My pledge, my $30.
No, I'm not the
victim.
victim.
You scammed me for my $35, dude. What the fuck? Hey, you scammed me, bro. You had me on my show and you actually played my fucking music from my fucking campaign. And you danced to it. You fucking scammed me, bro. Fuck you. Fuck you, Pops.
I'll make it up to you, brother. Yeah. Anything I can do. Anything.
Fucking asshole.
There you go. What the fucker?
No, I'm just playing.
I know. That's
all right.
I'm just playing, bro.
We need.
I love you guys. I loved what you guys do. I've loved what you guys do all my fucking life.
No, I've never seen you do nothing but nonstop promotion for comic creators. Non the fuck stop all the time. I don't know what the fuck.
That's what, dude. That's why we're doing this crazy big headshot comic
all the time. Nonstop.
It's our way of showing a little love.
People I've never heard of. Random people promoting people, fucking all the time.
Look, people hit me up in my inbox.
I don't know why people would hate on you, bro.
Like the Frog G book, for instance.
Sounds late gay to me. Sounds like somebody's fucking cornholes leaking and they need to get some fucking.
Inbox that I've never met
I don't
before.
fucking know, bro.
It's all just silly, man.
No, I mean this is what people come in my inbox that I've never heard of, and their books that I've never heard of, and they're like, hey man, can I get on your show? And I'm like, hell yes. I don't even know who they are.
Right.
Exactly. You're selfless.
But they got a book and they want to get seen.
Yeah, you're selfless, dude. You're selflessly promoting people and helping people out.
And once again, it's in that spirit, level fucking playing field.
I just want to be known for the guy that was helping people out when COVID fucked everything up. No less, because that's what happened.
Yeah.
You know, I wasn't trying to be a comic book creator or a con organizer or any. I'm not trying to set up a live show or, you know, I'm trying to have fun and just get eyes on what people do. It's really simple, man.
No, it's basic, dude. So if someone's hating on you, there's something wrong with them psychologically. Like they have nothing to do, or they're just fucking around for some reason. You don't have to
like me, but I mean, don't take shots at the network. That hurts a lot more people. It doesn't.
Yeah, they're essentially getting a fucking Tommy gun and they're fucking spraying everybody. So like. Yeah, I mean, they're not spraying me, but they're spraying other people.
It doesn't hurt me near as much as it hurts the people I promote because now less people are watching me, right? And if less people are watching me, then I'm getting less eyes on your books. That doesn't help you guys,
right?
You know what I mean? I'm trying, man. Lighten up, everybody! It's coming.
I know. Look. That's the thing. About this kind of drama too. I'm just, can't we all just get along and just fucking mellow the fuck out? Can't we all just pass around a fucking peace pipe? Right?
Well, it's like they need to. Some people just need to fucking do the comic, but they need to go and like do other things outside of the computer and the drawing board. They need to get the fuck out and go do other shit and just fucking stop about other stupid shit on here because
Stop
we're making
telling
fucking
people what
comics.
to do, Matt. Fuck.
Yeah, seriously, god
Fuck it,
damn it.
no, I can, dude. I don't give a fuck, dude. Like that's what they need to do, dude. It's
No,
fucking,
I agree.
It's soy as fuck. It's soy as fuck, and it's some SJW the fuck shit right now, dude.
It is.
That's what we are totally against. So I'm hearing from Pops, it's the fucking SJW shit, dude. They need to fucking chill the fuck out. That's why Comicsgate started, dude. Was to fucking get away from this soy shit.
I know.
It's fucking
I know
dumb.
because it's not cool whatever direction it's coming from.
No.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Make your fucking books.
Yes.
Stop fucking trying to fucking
trust me. I've been
and fucking bullshit, dude.
And I never come at anybody ever.
And you guys gotta remember,
Ever, because I've never had a good reason to.
I've been here since fucking Ethan drew his fucking first
Brian,
fucking
you sound like a jealous person.
Portfolio.
Fuck you, Brian.
Okay.
Nah, dude, it's stupid, bro. Like
it is.
I don't know.
It is. And I am like a big smelly hippie deep down inside. I really am the kind of guy that even as a little kid, man, when I would see grown-ups fighting, it would drive me fucking crazy. And I would always, my mother always said I was a peacemaker, right? That if there was ever a fight, I would go in and break it up, whether it was between kids or adults. The reason I was doing that was because it was getting my stomach in fucking knots.
Yeah, it's not good, man.
And so I was like, so something's making you feel uncomfortable. What do? You try to fucking cut it off at the source.
Me, I was always the kid on the ground getting beat the fuck down and getting his glasses ripped off his face and scratched on the concrete. So I kind of know when when people are getting, what's the word, dogpiled on by So I know what a dog pile feels like, and it's fucked up. So I'm used to being in a fight. I'm used to being fucking up against the wall in the corner, and I will continue to fight my way out. So I know that it's fucking soy as fuck. It's some bitch shit. You know what I mean? So it's just, but I understand where you're coming from, Brian. I totally do, dude. And that it's disgusting. It's just someone like you're chilling. Someone walks in a room. Someone comes in a chat. They just be a fucking asshole, and they kinetically suck all the energy out of the room.
It's true.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
No.
Psychic
we're here to have a good
vampires.
time.
Yeah.
Psychic,
Kinetic
vampires.
Absolutely. Yeah. That's totally true. Yeah. And that's why I like to hang with the cool and positive people. But once again,
that's why I come here every week.
Yeah.
Drink my beer. You let me drink my beer on here.
Yeah.
Talk about these fucking horrific movies.
Well, I mean, most of the movies we've watched you've enjoyed, though, you would say, right?
Dude, I've enjoyed every movie we watched on here. Even if I didn't like it, it was still entertaining as fuck.
Yeah, this show has been fun. Even the ones that I've just been that I've watched and maybe jumped in halfway through or whatever, it's like this show is always fun, dude.
I try to keep it so. And I don't think I've missed a week.
You've been fucking soldiering on, dude, nonstop.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be gone for a little bit. Next week I'm gonna be here, but I'm gonna be gone a couple weeks after that. I hope not, but I try to get here every fucking week, man. I love this show. It's so fun.
Me too.
I love the whole experience, dude. Just watching these new movies. Sorry, Pops.
I was gonna say that's one of the other things you guys talked about. How I come out here and I'm doing this all the time, but last week was the first time that I had scheduled a show, or the week before last that I scheduled a show that I couldn't be at.
It's going to happen, dude.
2 years of doing this, okay?
It's going to happen.
And it was because the power was out. And as soon as the power came back on, like 9 o'clock at night, I got a hold of the dude and I was like, man, I'm sorry. Can we reschedule? And he's like, yeah, same time next week. So we did it. Last Thursday, we did do show, and I felt so bad, dude, because I don't.
Well, you're dedicated, bro.
I don't do that. I believe in a work ethic. I believe when you tell people you're going to do something, you're going to do it.
Exactly.
Right. And if you're not going to do it, then tell me that you're not going to do it, so I don't have to fucking wait on your ass to not do it.
This is one thing, though. It's like if I can't do it, I'm trying to find somebody else to do it for me.
Right.
So that it still gets done for you. You know what I mean? Like, I'm supposing I knew ahead of time the power was going to be out during the show. I'd have got a hold of Doc and I'd been, hey, man, will you take this guy out on your channel? tonight.
Well, there's follow through and consistency, but
you see how they got somebody else to bring dude out during that time slot, and he just still got seen somewhere, right?
Right.
That's the kind of dedication I have. If I know I'm not going to be there for you, I'm going to have one of my co-hosts get you out, and you're still going to get seen. You know, that's I'm dedicated to what I'm doing here, man, and I have a solid work ethic. You know,
we know. You're preaching to the choir, son. Preaching to the choir.
There's no way I can emphasize how much I enjoy being able to do this and be accepted as in what you guys do.
Well, you know,
you guys didn't have.
Here's the thing: we're always fans first.
Let this fan do this, okay?
Yeah,
you guys all gave me credibility, okay?
But here's the thing: here's the thing.
I'm lucky boy.
You always, dude, I'm so fucking, I'm so fucking grateful to be doing this shit. You have no idea.
I'm blessed, boy. And then
same here.
I'm blessed by God to be here. You know,
without a doubt,
to have what I have. That's my personal opinion.
Yeah.
So
I'm right. Yeah, I'm right there with you, man. And you know, I went through some fucking horrific shit. And you know, the scene is what helped me through that hell. And so I'm a little like punchy. I'm a little fucking PTSD'd, right? But I'm all right. And shit is getting better. And I just look forward to just, you know, moving ahead and just doing shit and just keep taking comics onward and upward.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know?
Forward, just going forward, just looking fucking there, and then looking at the car above, after that car, and the car after that car.
Yes.
That's it, man. That's
Excelsior. It means onward and upward.
What does 656 say?
Oh, fucking Maxcelsior.
You know what I said? I said Maxcalibur. Wait, Maxcalibur. Oh,
I see that shit. I see that shit. I see that in my head now. The story's writing itself.
Bro, I could easily give me 5 minutes, bro.
Oh my god,
bro.
Those dudes are fucking insane, man. I've never seen them on a stream and not like laughed when I was like the early.
They're entertaining as fuck.
Yeah, they are, and talented as fuck, man. I have to say, man, with the Cryptidals, I'm like, fucking Ray is definitely. Is like a top tier. Yeah, he's a top tier writer. I'm looking at that guy. I'm like,
he knows his shit too. He knows his lore, his fucking horror lore.
He really knows his shit. Really knows his lore. And it's like if you go into that book and you don't know the lore, you're not going to be completely lost. You can still follow the story, but if you do know your shit, you get something extra.
Like the Spring Hill Jack and there's little spins. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Oh man, I can't wait to read that fucking book.
Oh, it's so much fun. It's I love especially what he did with La Lorna.
Oh yeah. I saw it, La Lorna, and and I like their whole like concept of what they're doing with their organization. They're gonna bring in their experiences throughout South America and whatnot here in the Latin culture, the horrificness of what it is, and they're gonna translate that into sequential art books. I'm like, dude, that's fucking awesome, dude. Like,
that's exactly what they're doing, and it's a perfect example of how you can make work that's political.
Yeah. No, it's
organic. Preachy, right?
No.
Exactly.
Organic.
No. Organic. That's the word, right? Because if you look, when you hear people say, Marvel comics have always, been political, I'll be like, yeah, but they didn't put the politics ahead of the fucking story.
No, you just basically you just describe what happened to you in the fucking place that you lived in, and just put the facts in there, and then kind of weave in like a fictional story.
Right.
I mean, that's
as
basically
opposed to
basically what happens.
Right. Whereas you go through you put it through the lens of horror.
Yeah.
Of that genre.
Yeah, beef it a little bit. Yeah.
And you do a George Romero.
Yeah. Dude, that's what they did, bro. Like for me, like the last book they did.
All those movies are political,
Like Land of the Escape or Die, Undead Border. To me, that's like a George Romero fucking, but in Mexico. Like that would have. To me, that's the sequel to Land of the Dead. Like,
yeah. Dude,
this is me
I
as
had
a fan,
zero
as a
interest.
lifelong fan, because
Yeah.
these, you bring up Marvel and they were always political, and it's like, if you bury a message in a story where somebody has to think, where you need a
Yes.
profound message there, and somebody has to
Yeah.
think to find it in the layers of the
You-
story,
No, you got him.
then you got something. If the title of your story is your profound message, God, you're already losing people. That's what
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying. Bury,
Yeah,
that in the story. Don't make
exactly.
it the story.
Right. Don't take the subtext and make it the text.
Yes.
Keyword story.
Right.
Yes, it was a
Right.
story. You can bury whatever you want in it. Just give us a good story.
Well, I mean, and that's the thing. As a writer, I want to have fun writing, because the more fun I have, the better the product's going to be.
Mhm.
And I write the comics that I want to read, and and I hope that people connect with them, but I don't know if they will or not. Dude. That's like the thing I'm most grateful for, is that people actually like my shit, and that people connected with the Six Gun Gorilla story. I'm just like, oh fuck. And people telling me like there was a tearjerker, that it got them emotional and shit. I'm just like, oh fuck, like that's fucking awesome. It makes me so fucking happy. And the only thing I can think of when it comes to like the people that are in the mainstream that are horrible to their fans, that they have forgotten that feeling, if they ever had it at all.
Yeah.
Because the only feeling they have, it's the check.
I guess.
See,
guess.
that's the scary part.
That's what happens when everything turns on. I'll say like the fast food type of way.
Yeah.
Like, even
Something
Marvel,
like-
like in some of their greatest years, they were taking time to write and plot stories ahead of time during the big heydays of making lots of fucking money.
Yep.
I'm not gonna lie. I'd love for the Crowdverse to make a couple $100,000 and me to be able to give everybody involved a nice fat check.
And back then, they could also easily afford to have 2-3 issues done before launch. Like, I would love to be able to have like 2-3 issues of Tales from the Netverse before I launch number 1.
Yeah, but it's like
when my friend Chris told
trust me, if I make over $100,000, you can bet your fucking ass the next campaign is gonna be fucking huge.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, seriously, because we don't make a lot of money on these comics, and the money we make usually goes into the next comic.
Yes. And if you get to the third book and it's blowing up, you have to reprint 1 and 2 and make more available on that third campaign and whatnot. You got to keep up with the fucking cost of
instead of coming back to just 1 book. Maybe I'll come back with 2 books.
Right. And to know that fucking my friend Chris like put this in the hands of Guillermo del Toro, and that he looked at it and went, "Oh, this looks cool. Thanks. I'll check it out." I'm like, as soon as I get that phone call, I am never talking to you bitches ever again. All my backers can go fuck themselves. And I'm going Hollywood. I'm like, oh, now I have the freedom just to be horrible to everybody.
Yeah, it'd be sweet, like to get recognized by some huge person and just take our stuff and make it huge. But
it would.
How much fun is this when you get past this stupid shit that we all encounter? How much fun are we having? I have a blast. You guys know when I'm doing my shows, I'm having a blast. If I wasn't having a blast doing my shows, I damn sure wouldn't be hanging out on other people's shows.
Right.
I'd love to have an Amazon deal or any other animation deal or something like that for Tales from the Netverse, but nobody's ginger side in my ginger.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
They make you give him a tan.
Not just that is I made it sure that the entire purpose of him being a ginger all fits in everything, and even his design. He's a fucking hothead. He's a hot rod. He's fire and ice.
I have two words for you. King Valkyrie. They can change a character completely. And they'll fucking do it, man. And they'll fucking do it.
Yeah,
I don't know about you guys. I'm not looking forward to that new Thor movie at
Nope.
all.
Look, Thor's
King
my
Valkyrie, like really. I love
Thor
that
is
character
my
when she was in the
dude.
Defenders. Oh my god.
And if you like Valkyries, tell us in an
Yes.
adverse too. It's your thing. A cyber Valkyrie right there.
Hell yeah. Yes,
Crom
I'm
and
sorry,
the
Pops, you were saying?
Crom and the Scarred and the mythology is what brought me really into comics. That and of course the head comics from back in the day. I mean, Freak
Yeah.
Brothers and Thor are the reasons I became comic fans. Okay,
Yeah.
those two specifically.
Right.
And it was the Defenders was the actual title of the first Marvel book I bought.
Oh
It
wow.
was Defenders 10. It was Thor and Hulk. And I looked over at the spinner rack and there was Thor. And I was like, now I know who Thor is because I'm a mythology nerd, right?
Right.
Okay, well, I'm looking at, hey, yo, mom, you get this for me? It's like, right? But my favorite comics, obviously, were the ones that I found at the head shop.
Right.
Beds and Heads, fucking Dealer McDope, Brothers, those were the comics that I had to hide with the Playboys and stuff when I was a teenager, right? Okay,
Yeah.
you had the stack of
Crom.
comics that mom was cool with that you could leave out, and then you had the stack of comics that were down there with the Playboy bunny underneath
Yep,
the bed or whatever, right? Well, the Freak Brothers, they had to hide there because mom was cop.
Oh snap.
So, there you go. That was my childhood. I'm hiding all of my bad stuff from my good mom.
what's so funny is I think I told this story before. The way I discovered Heavy Metal Magazine as a kid was my family were going on a flight to Germany to visit some relatives, and so my mom buys me a comic book to help occupy the time. Or she bought like a bunch of comic books to help me occupy the time. One of them was Heavy Metal. And Boobage fucking Den by frickin' Richard Corbin, right? And it's like she was like, oh, like that doesn't look like it's for kids. But she didn't take it out of my hands either. She was like, oh, I probably shouldn't have bought that. Okay.
Oh well.
And I discovered Heavy Metal that way.
It happens when you're adult. Sometimes you're like, "Fuck, why are they watching that?" Or what?
Right.
Sometimes you just,
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, but also, I mean, like, the culture that my parents came from is just like way more mellow and European about nudity. Is that crazy? You can't draw sexy women anymore?
Same for me.
Yeah. Well, you guys grew up for me. There's certain shit I won't let my kids watch. And
that's fine. That's
like,
your decision as their parent.
Nudity. Like, I don't want them to fucking go in there and look at that shit. Like, I don't want them questioning that shit till they get a little older. And it's a different society. You guys, like different countries, different things.
Yeah, but even us, we have a limit of age. It's just that we think that about like maybe like 13, it's okay to have nudity.
Maybe, I don't know.
Well, that's why usually like PG-13 back in the days, you could have you would see some tits. You would see like nobody cared. Maybe some nudity. Nobody cared.
That are probably violent.
Even you guys in the fucking US, like, see how quickly you guys forget everything.
Yep.
Yeah,
it's true.
Well, I mean, Gremlins created a PG-13 rating. You know that, right?
Really good.
No, it was Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom.
I always heard it was Gremlins, but I know
it was. Well, there was no official.
It was the Kali My Heart Rip. I know that.
Yes, that was that was the catalyst, and so they created the NC-17 rating, and it became totally useless because movie theaters wouldn't show movies with NC-17 ratings.
So I've been watching my boy Minty. You know about Minty?
Minty? No.
That was the first YouTube channel I ever subscribed to.
Okay.
Minty Comedic Arts, and he's a Australian guy that 10 things you didn't know about this movie, and that motherfucker will find 10 things you did not know about this fucking movie.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Every fucking movie we love that we've all ever. I mean, aside from some of the horror shit, but all the mainstream. semi-mainstream shit, the 70s, 80s, 90s. He fucking
I
does
know.
well.
I follow that guy.
Who is he again?
Minty comedic
Minty.
art.
Yeah, Minty.
Comedic
Yeah.
arts. Okay.
He's got some good shit on there, dude. Like I haven't watched it. Like I used to watch his shit all the time. Like I remember when I first joined CG, I was watching him and Ethan. Like those were the two shows I was always watching. It was funny too. Back then, like there was all this fucking shit going on with like Ethan, like the whole lore building, all the shit with like Tenaple and all that shit with the. But I didn't really give a fuck. I wasn't really listening to that much shit. But there was a lot of shit going on, like happening, you know.
Oh yeah.
And now I'm like thinking back, like damn, like that shit was going on. I wasn't really paying attention when I was listening to like some of the live streams. I wasn't watching all the shit religiously, habitually. You know what I mean?
Right.
I was just kind of popping. There's a lot of shit going on though.
You know, there is, and I try to remain as ignorant as possible sometimes. Do you know what I'm saying?
I just found out now, like, I didn't even know back then. Like, oh, I didn't know. Like, the whole fucking, like, Caesar thing, I didn't know where that shit started with the war campaign and all that shit. I didn't even know where that fucking catalyst shit started. I just thought they called him that, but there was a whole reason because Ethan said, oh, I feel like I'm Caesar and getting stabbed by all these people. I'm like, oh, shit, I didn't fucking know that shit.
Yeah, that's where the joke started.
Yeah, I didn't know that. Fucking funny.
Yeah.
And then you know that was the joke. And then the joke of like, you know, people when they do metal, it's hell. And there's, you know, Ave. Then you know that stuck.
Right.
It was a gradual thing.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
And like me, like again, I don't. Sometimes I don't pay attention to everything like at what's going on. But at that time, I didn't really like know the whole like YouTube thing and like fucking what was going on, and I don't know. It just it was so new and fresh to me. You know what I mean? I'd never seen anything like that. I didn't know what the fuck it was or what. I was looking for how to draw videos, and Ethan popped up. And I'm like, oh, this guy's cool. And I remember
those are his best shows too. When he's actually drawing those are his best shows.
And the comic store owner around the corner of my house, I'm like, hey, who's your favorite comic artist? And he said, oh, Ethan Van Sciver. And he had and I remembered that like that year, months ago or something, he had came to that comic book store out here in California. And I was like, okay, Ethan Van Sciver, who the fuck is that? I never heard of that guy.
Right.
And this is before Comicsgate even. This is like way back then. And I'm like, okay, whatever. And they're like, oh, he's coming here. I'm like, oh, who the fuck's that? I don't know who the fuck that is.
You missed Len Wein too. He was.
I missed Len Wein. That was the one that I fucking missed. I missed him. I remember Jerry Conway went there. I missed him too. I mean, for whatever the fuck happened later, this should happen later. This is way pre-Comicsgate when he was just like whatever neutral style he's. So I missed him and fucking I wish I met Len Wein, dude.
Well, you know, if you talk to any of like the OGs, they'll tell you that like your politics were like a non-issue.
Yeah.
Right.
It doesn't matter, dude.
No, and it was never. Yeah, like Denny O'Neil was just like, oh yeah, Chuck Dixon. Like politically, we're like at complete opposite ends. That guy's an awesome storyteller, and that's all he cared about was that he was a dope ass writer.
Be real, like politics between like friends and like coworkers. That's just fucking stupid as fuck.
It's like wrestling.
It's fucking dumb,
the fact that people get that fucking tribal, and boy, are they fucking tribal, man.
Well, there's a lot of stuff you guys have to do. It's like get over it, bro. You know what I mean? Like, so you don't like this thing, so you're just gonna like not like each other. Okay, move on to the next topic. All right, dude.
What are you gonna do if there's a hurricane? What are you gonna do if suddenly there's an earthquake?
Not even that. It's just like I don't like you anymore. Give me a soy bottle. Like, dude, grow up, bro. Move on. You guys don't like each other.
For a fact that Brian,
pretty much.
I know for a fact that Brian is pretty far left from where I'm at.
Definitely.
On the spectrum, right? Okay, my co-host Rich is a stone cold liberal. Okay, I get along with people on the other side of the fence.
Oh yeah,
you're supposed to get along with them. It doesn't mean you gotta not like them because they have a different view of what they think might be good for the future.
Exactly. They still just want what we just disagree about what we think is right for the future.
I think everybody's trying to get to the same place. It's everybody argues about how to get there.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, that's
but you see, that's the thing is people fall into those traps. Tribalism, boy, people fucking all the Democrats, all my Democrat friends, they bought that shit hook, line, and sinker, man. Orange man, bad. Yeah, well, you know, I think
right too, dude. Everybody, it's fucking redundant. It's
ridiculous.
Then you protect his freedom of speech, and you're a Nazi.
Yeah, it's
Like,
yeah,
wait,
exactly.
huh?
Learning books, like, okay.
I
Right.
started as a right-leaning person doing promotions on Facebook. So
Yeah.
when I started doing this, I had the left attacking me.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, I mean, that's how I am. I
Then
lean
I
right too, but
declared
it's
I might bust your
commentary.
balls.
Then
I might bust people's balls because I disagree with their politics, but I'm not going to attack you.
Yeah.
But see, this is what I'm saying. Before I ever declared CG, I already had people that leaned left that just didn't like me because I leaned right, not because of anything else about what I do or anything. Right?
Right.
I started on Facebook. It's just like Twitter. It's just it's still a cesspool. If you're
Yeah,
in
it
your news
Yeah, it
feed,
is.
if you're in your news feed, you're still caught up in the bullshit of the day. Okay, when I created the madness, that gave me a out. I don't go to Facebook and look at my newsfeed on Pop's Fans Van. I go to the comic related madness and I look at the fucking feed there
the
and all the cool
motherfucking
stuff
madness.
that everybody is promoting, right? And
Yeah.
I share that shit out, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's what I do. I go to Twitter. I try to do the same thing. I try not to get too involved. Sometimes
Yeah,
it's
don't.
hard,
It's
you
stupid,
know.
man.
Yeah.
Especially
So-
if you see somebody coming directly at you, it's like, okay, I have to respond and block. That's my thing. Respond and block. Make sure I get my my say.
A little
Right.
jabby jab.
But you don't want to get your foot caught in the quicksand.
Right. I
Yeah.
don't want to sit there and beat up on that subject for the next 6
No.
months. I don't
Yeah.
want to hear about it no more. You said
No.
your say, I said my say, I blocked you.
It's
We're done.
negative shit. It's negative shit. We have enough negative shit in just our daily lives
Yeah.
that we don't need it here.
And it's
Yeah.
like you need to promote. You got to promote people. That's what you want to do. You're a
Yeah,
promoter.
That's all I'm trying to do.
And that's it. I need to sell books. I want people to buy my books. So if I get out there and piss off a million motherfuckers, they're not going to buy my book.
I'll
Yeah.
just repeat the
You know,
same thing I said
you know?
before.
Yeah.
Throwing rocks, barking dogs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey Tim, I got a question for you.
What?
Who designed Dolph Lundgren's He-Man costume in Masters of the Universe?
Wasn't it?
Jean Girla.
I think it was. I think it was Jean Giraud. Huh?
Yeah, it was.
It wasn't
Yeah,
Gucci.
I was trying to remember.
Sorry
I was
for
trying.
blurting that out, but
I had to throw that in there.
No. But
I
I was
didn't
trying to
know-
figure out because I was hesitating between two because I know that Mobius did a lot of them, and I thought
Yeah.
it was Mobius, but I was hesitating because I was like, I know that Kirby did some of them too.
Max Wilder John, dude, he was talking about that on the
Yeah.
fucking Perch video I was listening to when I was folding laundry. I was doing some laundry. I was like, oh, okay. All right.
now,
Yeah,
you know what
Mobius
I
did
would
that.
read?
Mobius
Got
was
in
one
there
of
a
the
bunch of
Mobius
fucking-
and Kirby. That's another thing a lot of people didn't know, but they were a lot of the go-to people for sci-fi design for movies of the late that's the 70s, 80s, and
You know what I like about
90s.
Mobius and shit is like I look at it and it kind of has like a Japanese vibe to it.
A little bit.
He doesn't use a lot of shadows. He uses a lot of detail
No.
though.
Yes, he
a
does.
lot
Yeah,
of hatching, cross hatching.
A lot of thin. So does Darrow. I was looking at Darrow too. He doesn't
Mhm.
doesn't use a lot of weight, which is
Yeah.
cool. I really like that shit. And Quietly,
and
doesn't
oh
use a
god,
lot of weight.
Quietly is
they don't use weight.
right. Quietly
They're
is
just fucking
so
light as a feather.
yeah, huge.
But I like that shit.
Yeah. Like Quietly's work immediately is just like
That you want a
Mobius.
colorist. You want a colorist to come in there and just let them do whatever the fuck they want because there's so much line work. You know what I mean?
I love that Frege said that like he walked. It was like in a stop me if you heard this one before. He was like in a museum somewhere that had an exhibit of
This is Sim.
of what Mobius's works.
This is Sim's story, right?
No. This is Frege.
What?
And yeah. And he said like it was like this. Yeah, this gallery where like or exhibit that you walked through that was kind of like almost like a tunnel, right? With his work all over the place. And he said that like the guy that he was, the artist that he was, when he walked in, he was a different person that came out the other end.
Oh wow. It was that fucking what's the word? It's
life changing, like
life-changing,
an epiphany.
Yeah. I wanted to use the right word. I wanted to say like I don't know.
It's like when you're a kid and you see the shit that you first like really just identify with.
Yeah.
Right. And also when you're an artist and then you see how clever another artist can be.
You know what I like to see when artists are like pretty dope, but then something happens, and then these motherfuckers like turn a corner, and they're like this shit. Like I've seen a couple artists do that lately.
Yes. Yeah, man.
I'm still waiting for that shit to happen to me. It's probably gonna have to take another 20 years.
You know what? That's okay because the thing that you'd have to do, the thing that you need to do is get cracking, and you are cracking. That's the thing. And you know what? It may still take me 20 years to become like the writer that I would like to be. Right?
You know who turned was that Kyle Hotz.
Kyle Hotz. Oh my god. Oh,
like he was dope, dude. Like he was dope. He was doing shit for Eric Powell, the Billy the Kid book.
Oh god.
But now he's just like he's in my top like 3 like of all time, like straight up type shit.
Wrightson,
like,
Blued, I've
been like looking, dude. Like how are you throwing those lines down, motherfucker? Like how are you? What tools are you using? Oh, I use pit markers. What size do you use? How are you throwing that fucking line? What angle are you throwing it at? How are you sideswiping those light fucking thin lines that are fucking dark? They're light gray.
Have you seen his religious art? He's doing like this big project over like a course of I guess like in his spare time.
Bisley's Bible. That shit's fucking. I was looking at that too.
Yeah,
I have it. It's freaking awesome.
It's amazing. It's amazing. Hotz is doing a comic book adaptation of the Book of Matthew.
Oh wow, that should be like all into that.
Yeah. And he's doing it in black and white.
Like right now, I'm all about Bisley and fucking. I mean, I've always loved Bisley, but right now I'm really digging Bisley and Hotz. You know, and
fantastic.
Simonson and I really like what's his name? I think it's Tony Moore.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is it Tony?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think I'm wrong. I think
it's Tony Moore.
It's Tony Moore.
What book did he do? No, I'm not.
Dude,
I'm wrong. No, I'm
he did
wrong.
Walking Dead.
No, that's him.
And
he
did Fear Agent.
But he's not who I'm talking about. He's tight fuck. No, I love
Fear Agent's the shit.
No, what I didn't read that, and I got the first. He did the first 6 Walking Dead. I got 2 of those, but he did Venom. His Agent Venom was the shit. He was fighting the Jeff Goldblum fly through the whole thing. But that's what I like him for. But no, it's Tradmore. Tradmore is the artist that I've been looking at a lot. I like Tradmore, and he doesn't do the heavy shit either. He does this book called The Legend of Luther Strode. It's a trilogy.
Mm-hmm.
Very good art, action, and it's very manga influenced. But I mean, I've been looking at him for like forever. But I'm like, I got that trilogy, but just the way he does action, dude. Oh my god, it's basically like Monster MD and fucking They're in the Trenches style. It looks like that.
I meant to tell you, I checked out Manifest Destiny, which you recommended to me. Really enjoy it. I'm about halfway through the first trade paperback. Really enjoying it.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the Buffalo Centaurs. The art is beautiful.
You like the colors on there?
Absolutely.
Oh,
yeah,
dude.
Yeah, it's a beautiful look. Yeah, it's a beautiful looking book.
It looks like it's hand color penciled, but it's all digital. I think
it has a definite kind of a French vibe to it. Big time French vibe.
Yeah, I love that fucking book, man.
Yeah, I guess because
just no one was buying
Sacagawea.
No, I just think no one. It was probably sales or something. I went to Comic-Con and they had a shirt. I fucking bought the Buffalo Tor head. It's like a big
Buffalo Tor.
It was a Buffalo Tor head. I bought it said Manifest Destiny on it, and I was like, "Ooh, dude!" And I just love the whole no one did it like it was them and fucking Professor Murph that fucking that have done that whole time period. You know what I mean, with the Spanish Civil War, the French Civil War, the expansionary exploration period of the United States. What the fuck did Lewis and Clark find? Yeah. You know what I mean, what the fuck did those two see when they fucking came over
zombies.
Here? You know what I mean? Like, dude, that's a cool movie, dude. I mean, that's a cool. It was, and they were gonna make an AMC show. That was around the time because it's Skybound. It's
right.
He published them, and they even said AMC was looking at it. You know. And like Cullen Bunn, his Six Gun, that's another one I want to look into. Did you ever read his Six Gun?
Yes. Very
good. Was it good? Did you see?
Terrific.
Did you see the special edition box sets that they put out? Those casket sets?
No. I'd heard about them, but I haven't seen them. He just got canceled. Not canceled. Well,
yeah, he got canceled, dude.
He got canceled. Or I mean, for what? Yeah, told like straight up, not just dismissed, but dissed.
Like, we're not in the Cullen Bunn business anymore.
We're not in the Cullen Bunn business anymore. Get lost.
And I was like, I never read any of his books, but I listened to his interviews, and I read some of his Venoms and
the
stuff
Empty
like
Man
that.
is really good.
I wanted the Six Gun though. That was the one book I wanted to read, but I stayed away from it because I did not want to get influenced by it for my book because it was very similar in some regard. But they filmed a whole TV show of it. They did a pilot with the guy from with like big actors. With his what's his name? The brother of Jason Momoa. He's in Watchmen. I forget his name, dude. He plays Night Owl.
Jason Momoa has a brother?
Yes, I was going to say too.
The guy that plays Orm in Aquaman, he plays Night Owl in the movie Watchmen. Patrick, I forgot his name. From the
Insidious.
He's in Insidious.
And also the Conjuring.
Series. That guy, he's in the Six Gun. They did a pilot. They shot it and everything. No
shit.
Yeah, wow. And he was showing screenshots of it, and he was talking about how depressing it was to see it like look so good, and it got shot, and it never, I was like, fuck. I was like,
yeah.
Fuck. I'm like,
as Jack Kirby said, comics will break your heart, kid.
Yeah, that's like, I'm gonna go in the bathroom right now and fucking get some tissues, dude.
It's
straight up. Yeah. Like that shit's going down right now, and I'm taking a fucking bottle in there with me. Fuck you guys.
Right.
I don't care what you think. Type shit.
That's why when I got approached, somebody wanted the animation rights to Six Gun Gorilla, wanted all the rights, right? And was offering $0, like, oh, it would be exposure. Well, why don't you expose your ass to my fucking boot, motherfucker?
Right? Like put my toe in my toenail, like check out my right toenail type shit.
Right. Yeah. You know why? Because there'd be a certain, imagine if I went, now it doesn't exist anymore, but when Toys R Us existed, right, and it existed at that time, I imagine myself walking through a Toys R Us, and on both sides, like there used to be Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle shit, all Six Gun Gorillas. I'd have to blow my brains out. No fucking way, man. No fucking way.
Yeah, that would be kind of like a scene out of like a horror movie, like an artsy film. Like Brian Criscow goes in there, sees his fucking Six Gun Gorilla.
Oh yeah. I gotta get those miniatures out, man.
Dude, you know what, bro? Like seriously, bro. Like we need to. All right, so we need to have like action figures that are like He-Man style ones that are fucking heavy duty, badass, like that style. We need to fucking make them, dude. Like if our books are not like kid friendly, like I don't know, dude. Like I'm my boy, dude. Like if he had a Six Gun Gorilla toy, he would love that shit, dude. You know what I mean? He would love a Butch Cleaver, but I wouldn't like want to playing with it too much because it's not for kids.
We're gonna get there.
That's where I want to get there. I want to make the ham because I've been thinking like obviously I love like the articulation Marvel Masterpiece ones, and the McFarlane ones are easy to break. But the fucking Ninja Turtle / Masters of the Universe style, you can play with those. You can fucking throw them. They got the little hole in the bottom of the shoe, and you can interchange them on things. Those are perfect. I used to hate them, but they're perfect. I think they're Kenner or something style.
Here's the thing with 3D printers, that shit's getting easier and easier and more accessible. And there's no reason why we all shouldn't have figurines and then soon figures of our characters.
And if you're raising kids and you're not like making them watch TV all the time, they're gonna want to play with toys. I'm telling you, bro. And if you give them some badass toys to play with,
oh my god,
like, hey dude, check this out. Like, hey dude, like, you know what I mean? This is Six Gun Gorilla. This is this is fucking like Nat. Let's say Nat has a fucking badass motorcycle, and then his fucking arm like has a big blade that comes out the side.
Oh,
all right. It's not for kids, but tell me that shit isn't tight as fuck.
Wait till you find out what his ship does.
Oh, shit.
You know what But do you see what I'm saying?
I hear exactly.
I'm always down with like the fucking PG-13 version of our characters. That's fucking cool. The Ninja Turtles did it. They fucking did it. They did it. That's how they start. That's how they fucking transitioned into that shit. Yep. And then if we want to go back and read the fucking hardcore shit, we could do it. Homeboy wants to put out a fucking Last Ronin fucking 50 years later, or whatever the fuck, we could do that and we can go read it. And they want to do a little toy for fucking Raphael for that said thing, we can go buy it. McFarlane wants to make it. We could do that. But the point being is we need these fucking We need these toys for the kids to play with, dude. And these kids are gonna get fucking sick of these iPads one of these days. It might not be this generation, but it might.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It might be like, dude, this shit's fucking hurting my eyes, bro. Like, I'm bored as fuck. Like how much? You know what I mean? There's so many genres and so many video games and so much shit that's gonna be exactly the same that they're gonna fucking want to revert from that. It always happens with every generation. It kind of makes like
that makes sense.
Revolutions.
Right. Yeah. And
so I'm thinking about that, bro. I'm thinking about I want to make some nice, a nice He-Man style, a nice He-Man Ninja Turtle style heavy fucking toy that he could play with and throw on the floor. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've been talking to some people about doing some really cool shit, and if things work out over the next year or two, man, it's gonna be just like that. Okay, it's gonna be everybody's character will be able to be added to a toy line with all actually in scale.
Oh man,
that'd be badass.
You know,
look at that. That's my boy. I got him the new King Kong, bro, and he's always like King Kong, King Kong, King Kong.
Oh, that's awesome.
Dude, that's looking cool.
I really enjoyed that King Kong versus Gojira.
I fucking love that shit. That shit was tight as fuck. Everybody hated it. Again,
was.
Here I am liking a movie everybody hated. I fucking love that shit. I like.
Oh that. I loved it. I just skipped the human part because that's the part to me that's very fucking annoying and
dude,
that's always the hardest part to write with these films. I imagine.
Yeah, like the mom is actually a big bad fucking guy.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. But I mean, first of all, it looked beautiful, right?
The Hollow Earth stuff, the Neil Adams Batman Odyssey shit.
Oh, dude, it's fucking awesome,
dude. You know,
dude, they go to Pellucidar.
The fucking fight is fucking awesome.
Yeah,
like
Kong in zero gravity,
yeah,
floating around in fucking Pellucidar.
I could watch a movie
finds
of that.
A giant fucking axe and a throne.
The axe blade is a fucking Godzilla fucking spike. Dude.
Yes.
Like, that's metal as fuck.
Yes.
He has a throne in there. That's fucking Frazetta like a motherfucker.
And then you have Mecha Godzilla.
It is. It is. Like, dude, it's Frazetta. Like, how many gorillas did Frazetta draw?
Not that many.
How many inches away, like, are we from Frazetta drawing a fucking weapon in an ape's hand, a giant ape? Like, he probably did that. Like,
I love that. Honestly,
it doesn't exist, but he probably drew it somewhere, scribbled it somewhere. You're like, that's Frazetta, dude.
I had low expectations for that movie, even though I liked the film that the director had done before called The Guest.
Okay.
Which is kind of like a horror movie. Definitely recommended. And they did what Marvel is doing, which is they find like a really good independent film director, and then they give him a big budget.
That's what I would do.
In that case, man, wow, it paid off in a major friggin' way.
I've liked the last Kong movies. Like, I love the Peter Jackson one. That's my favorite. But I love the design of the Kong in the final versus Godzilla. I love the way he looks. He's more humanoid. He's got the fucking beard and shit. And he's just like got the big upper body. Like he's more like human-like. The other one, he's got the Jackson one. He's a little more gorilla-like.
Me, I'm one of the ones that I even enjoy. Like, even though I will never say it's Godzilla, it should be called something else. But the 1998 Godzilla, I enjoyed it too. I just thought the ending was
with Matthew Broderick.
Yep.
I fucking love that movie. I used to watch
that.
I remember going to see it for the first time in theater.
Yeah.
I went back for a second time right away.
I love that movie. I remember Jurassic Park came out. I was like, I love Jurassic Park. I love the second one. Yeah, I like the second one. That Godzilla came out.
Right. You have to forget that it's Godzilla.
Heresy. It's not Godzilla. It's
you have to admit
though
the fucking action, the special effects of the Godzilla and everything. Dude, it's fucking awesome.
I didn't see it, so I'm not really in a position to pass judgment.
It was a fucking T-Rex mixed with Godzilla.
It was a mutant Godzilla. It was a mutant T-Rex.
That's kind of how it was, and he had the Godzilla spike.
Because they started the story by telling you that it's technically a mutated Komodo dragon.
Yeah. Oh, dude, they made a comic book too where they fight each other. It was like
that's what I'm saying. They could have called it something else than fucking Godzilla, and it would have been better. It would have been a bigger hit.
He shows up in Godzilla Final Wars.
Yeah.
And gets us it's like a big joke.
She does
because all the other characters are in practical effects, right? They're all puppets, right? Because that's really what Godzilla is. It's a puppet.
Yeah, it's a dude. It's a dude.
Right, but it's a full body puppet like Big Bird, right?
Yeah.
It's not a furry. It's a scaly.
It's an actor.
It's
not a furry.
It's somebody doing
scaly.
It's somebody doing a pantomime, right?
Yep.
So, fucking.
Come on, man, help me out with this. It's a scaly, yo. It's got scales.
Oh, we got the joke.
If you say so, we got it. We got it. It just sank like a rock. That's all.
No, we gotta label it that way. Every time I see a dragon or some kind of a cosplay like that from now on at a con, it's gonna be scaly.
We've always done that.
So
Scaly.
What the fuck was this? Oh yeah. So in Godzilla Final Wars, the Godzilla from the '99 movie is the only thing that's computer animated in the entire movie, and Godzilla fucks it up very badly.
I like the way Godzilla looks in the new movie too. He does.
Oh my god, I really enjoyed.
They just like kind of make him just right, like because he's got to be like he's got to have them thighs and.
Oh yeah,
he got to be thick.
Thighs.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the one from the '90s is a little thinner. He got the fucking head of a T-Rex kind of. Yeah, they're cool.
I have to say my favorite Gojira movies, without a doubt, are the ones from the '90s.
Hey Brian, you like Gojira? You ever heard that band Gojira?
Oh yeah.
I mean, you guys are gonna think it's weird, but I have trouble watching those old Godzilla movie. I never really got into those big freaking Power
Kaiju?
Ranger type of movie. No, I love kaiju. I just I could never get into really that much, like having a big guy in a puppet suit. And it's
dude.
I could never get into it either. It used to infuriate me. It just wasn't my thing. Like Power Rangers, I like that shit.
I'd rather have stop motion than that, dude.
Well,
but see, you're looking at it as like you're looking at it.
See, that's what I'm saying. It's weird.
That stuff came out when I was a kid. The original Godzilla movies used to be on like the World Beyond on Saturday mornings, right after the cartoons. They'd show one feature movie, and that was those kind of movies.
Right.
So
we grew up with them.
When you grew up with them, it's a little different. At this stuff is way different. Now, if you're looking at it as a kid in the '90s, looking back at that, it's like, that's corny and cheesy, but that's all we had.
No, I mean,
yes,
and
so it was like seeing your, it was like seeing like your toys come to life.
Yeah,
that's kind of cool,
right? Like the remote control tanks and all that shit. And what I love about the movies in the '90s is that the special effects got so much better.
Yes,
way better, but they stuck to the fucking formula. It was still a guy in a fucking suit, and it was still. I just remember watching the special features on one of these discs, and had this incredibly detailed model city.
Yeah,
that they were about to blow the fuck up. And you see these guys who would spend God knows how many hours building this thing,
just
wiring it with explosives. With these big shit-eating grins on their faces, like, this is gonna blow up real good.
I love that. I love all the artisan and all the detail that goes into that. But
it takes you out of the story. It takes you out of the film.
Somehow, to me, that's a genre unto itself.
It is kind of.
It really is. I even remember in the Crank 2 movie, Jason Statham. There's a fight scene where it turns into a kaiju esque, old school.
That's what I heard.
Godzilla. Oh, it's fucking awesome. I
haven't seen it.
They need to make Crank 3. I like the first one and the second one. They're just fucking entertaining movies.
I like the first one. I haven't seen.
I know Sim liked those movies. He ain't talking right now. I know. I guarantee you, he liked Crank 1 and 2. I'll be surprised if he didn't like that shit. Right. But yeah, man. Like I forgot what I was gonna say, but like I do like the. Did you see the second Godzilla movie, the recent one, the King of the Monster one?
Yes.
Did you like that one?
Not especially.
I didn't like the first one with Cranston either. It was boring as fuck for me.
I didn't like either of those. And
me neither.
Yeah, I thought that's why. I liked Kong, King of Skull Island. That I really enjoyed.
That was fun. I liked that.
Right. Yeah. So I didn't know what to expect with Godzilla versus Kong.
Right.
And we lucked out.
Yeah.
Because that's easily the best movie in that series.
It probably okay, cool. Yeah, I really like that. You know, I wanted to go out and buy all the toys for my kid. You know what I mean? Like, this is something that's going on. You know, a lot of people didn't like it. we're just like, this isn't Godzilla. Like, I don't give a fuck.
Whatever.
It's just cool, dude. There's a lot of pretty big epic fights in there, dude. I thought that movie and the first Pacific Rim were really good, like for like the modern type stuff. I didn't like the second Pacific Rim that much.
I liked the first one. It was
the first one was tight, dude. I probably just because Guillermo like put his stamp on it. I mean, maybe he just needed to be there for the second one. The first one was the second one was kind of weird.
I have to watch it again because I really didn't enjoy it. I thought it was really kind of but I felt the same way when I saw Hellboy 2.
Oh yeah. I felt weird as fuck when I watched the second one.
And then I was just like, and then I saw it again, and I was just like, holy fuck, this movie is awesome.
Well,
it's packed with monsters, man.
To me, like Hellboy 2 is like Batman Returns. Like it's Guillermo's movie, and then like that's Burton's movie. You know what I mean? Like they're both good. And then both, and when I left both, I was like, oh, what the fuck did I just seen? But I come to love them both. You know what I mean? Yes. And then I've heard like testimonials from Mignola. I love Mignola. He's a big influence on me too. I don't really talk about him, but I fucking love the whole Mignola-verse. Big influence on me.
Well, he's a G for sure.
Yeah, I love everything. I just love Mignola and the verse and everything. I don't agree with him politically, but I fucking love all that shit, dude. And like, I have his art books. Like, I studied his art. That was like the style that I wanted to go with from at early.
One of my favorite books is the Iron Wolf. Did you ever read that one?
I don't think so.
No.
It's so like I used to be a big fan of his pre Hellboy.
Yeah, like Gaslight era.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the Incredible Screw-On Head, that was awesome.
I love it. I even have the animated movie.
And then I come to find out he storyboarded my favorite movie, and it was just like Bram Stoker's Dracula.
Which one? Because you did a few. You did the concept art and storyboard for
Blade 2.
For Blade 2.
Atlantis.
And Atlantis, yep.
And I met this dude. I worked at Home Depot. I think his name was Scott back in the day. This was like 20 years ago. And he was taking an art class, and he was saying it was either him or his buddy that they were saying it was for Disney. He was working at Disney.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was either Disney or art school, but they were saying that we're going to study the Mignola style, and that's going to be the new style that they're going to go with, and they taught everybody how to draw like
that. If you look, Tarzan was the same style, and the same thing with Hercules.
Gentlemen, it's almost midnight. I got to get up with kids in the morning. I'm out.
All right, see you later, Pops.
Man, I went to get my supper.
Thanks for having me, you guys. As always, it's been a blast. I will see you next week.
Yeah, man, for sure, bro.
Peace.
But yeah, man, like Mignola, I love the fucking books, dude. I love what he did with horror. I still don't think it's been like replicated on like that type of level. I admire what he has done, like with comic books all by himself. You know, do you know what I'm saying? Like, just it's tragic too. Like what happened with the last Hellboy movie, you know, because there was so many good people behind it, but then a lot of bad shit, you know. But man, dude, his art style, just I always think of him whenever putting things together. I have an art of the movie Hellboy and art of Mike Mignola, and just the way he sets up pages for concept and composition before he even draws the picture. So I would think of him, and also Greg Capullo. Capullo draws his concept and compositions for pieces very small, and tries to grab the best concept and composition, I guess. And then Mignola does it like 3 times, dude, just to find the shape and the lighting. Yep. So I do that whenever I draw anything whatsoever. If it's a piece, like a single piece, usually. I always think of those guys. It kind of just stuck with me. It seems like it makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Any artists that you're like thinking about right now recently that you've been inspired by, Sim?
Lately?
Yeah.
God damn, man. We're going almost on 5 hours. What the fuck?
Oh,
All right. We're going to sign off, people. Thank you for hanging out with us, and we will see you next week. Peace. Kikia.